Mike Massey, you are fast. You are really fast. Did I pull up Chat Launcher? I was ready to go about 2 minutes ago, but, you know, I had to talk to Hatchet Ed. I didn't talk to anybody else. I didn't even talk to Sister Jill. Sister Jill? I need everybody to comment. Y'all send some dots, Mike and Roxy, so I'll make sure we get... Okay, now they're popping up. See, it looks like Laura's the first commenter. Laura, you may be the first commenter. Mike was still first. It was Mike, Roxy, Mike, Laura. All right, we're good to go. Let me fix this. Let me pour out my drink from last night and fix a new one. I got to pause the music. I got to get woke up. I had a dentist appointment and had to go to Carthage and come back, and then I got to working, and then I didn't, you know how I am. Y'all know me. Y'all know me. Y'all know me. Good news is we got plenty of new stuff to show tonight. We got new. We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff. The Mute Black Sabbath, A Bit of Finger, Sleeping Village, and Warning is playing here in the store. Nothing wrong with that, huh? Ah, the first time that I met you. Feeling just a little bit too strong. Just a little bit. Okay. Welcome everybody to Collectco. Hopefully you're liking and sharing. I need you to like and share. I know y'all are great at doing that. That's all you gotta do. All we need is records. All right. Let's get this fixed. Okay. See what's going on here. Go ahead and plug this up. All right. So, see what I've done here. All right. Now, what crate was this? Okay. So, yeah, last night, if you were watching last night about midnight, it was 12:10 to be exact. At 12:10 last night, the feed ended because our internet provider had scheduled maintenance. And because they had scheduled maintenance, our Wi-Fi went out. And I waited a little bit, but I did go back and listen to the voicemail they sent me. And they said it could be out until 5 a.m. So obviously I didn't want to resume the sale at 5 a.m. So what I did was we couldn't go live. It was over. So, all right. I got to make sure. So there was 2 people bidding on this when it ended. David Tate. We were bidding on this Kiss box set. David Tate and Matthew Hendon. So, I mean, we were bringing out new Kiss stuff at midnight. Most people asleep. I was telling them, I said, a lot of people right now are asleep. Kiss Army's asleep. They don't think we're going to be selling anything cool. Little they know we were bringing out the world's best Kiss collection and selling it last night. Everybody was asleep. So we'll resume tonight with David and Matthew Hendon. As soon as I know Matthew Hendon's watching, Matthew, just let me know when you are, and we'll go ahead and get started with that. I do have bonus crate auctions, and we got 6 crates of new vinyl, 5 crates of new vinyl. One of them's a crate of Japanese. We got bonus stuff tonight, and we're good to go. So, all right, here we go. This is why you just got to constantly be watching. I've told anybody, if anything, cast me. Do y'all know how to, like, cast me to your TV? You know, just have me on. You never know what's going to pop up. I might be like, oh, I just opened a tub and it's full of Kiss stuff. See? If you just had me at least playing in the background, you would know that. Otherwise, you're asleep and you're just like, oh, God, Chad's selling Kiss stuff. I'm dreaming about it. No, no, no. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. It is real. And you slept through it. Okay, let's see here. So, yeah, I'll wait for Matthew. We'll probably put up another auction. We'll probably put up another auction in just a second. I'll make sure David, I got to make sure Matthew's watching first to make it fair. Because the last bid was $177 with Matthew Hendon. If he still wants to bid. If Matthew doesn't want to bid, you know. So let me take this stack of signed photos. Let me put these somewhere safe and secure. Okay. Let me move this and these 2 books. We'll take these up front if nobody wants them. I'll put them right here, Ed. A book about Napoleon and Taylor Swift. That's some good listening and some good reading. All right. There's Bill Monroe. Put this stuff over here. Okay. Now, this needs to go over here too. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? The like button on YouTube? All right. So, Matthew Hendon, when you're on the chat, be sure and let me know. And when Matthew Hendon is on the chat, we'll resume that Kiss auction, okay? In the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the few miscellaneous things that were just on the table, but now I'm going to officially show them to you. I have to get them off before eyeballs get to wandering. I know a lot of you have wandering eyeballs. Chad, how much is everything on the table? That reserves me dibs. Y'all are going to pull a Jeff Brent RTO. He'll say dibs on anything in the crate that I want. And I'm like, no, Jeff, that's not how it works. You can't just say dibs, and then that means you can buy anything you want. No, 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 no. Can't do it that way. And then he'll end up second in the claims, and he'll be like, man, I called dibs. And I'm like, no, no, no. Just because you say the word dibs doesn't give you means you can claim anything you want out of the crate. No, 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 no. Nah, 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 nah. All right, let me find this morning's crates. I still got to tag yesterday's stuff. I'm going to go ahead and do that to get the show rolling. And then we're going to get right into some crazy auctions. Okay, let me show all this other stuff. All right, I'm back to the back. I'm officially looking at the chat. All right. Here we go. So, first thing is this. I've almost hit everything. Matthew Hendon, let me know when you're watching the chat, okay? So, first couple things I have a Japanese CD of Taylor Swift. This is a Japanese Taylor Swift CD, new and sealed, her self-titled album, $29.99. We have Taylor Swift Red, that is new and sealed Japanese CD, $34.99. Iron Maiden is a fan club patch, $6.99. This book, somebody's seen it as well, $9.99. And this book is $9.99. The Napoleonic Wars, an Illustrated History. Games, Peoples, and Asterisks is also $9.99. And then we have these two Japanese CDs, Taylor Swift, and Iron Maiden. Okay? Matt Nichols wants the Napoleon book. First Sell of the Night is the Napoleon Bonaparte book, and that is sold to Matt Nichols for $9.99. All right, let's lay this right over here for him then. Thank you on that. Done. Okay? Congratulations, First Sell of the Night. All the Indy 45s are sold. Yes, they're all gone, unfortunately. And we're ready for tonight's festivities. Tim Rory wants the Iron Maiden patch. That's sold to Tim Rory. Kind of like Rory McIlroy. Rory. This is sold to Tim for $6.99. Iron Maiden Fan Club. Consider that sold. It's gone. Okay. Done. First auction of the night is Crosby, Stills, and Nash, a Japanese pressing of Four-Way Street. This is a 1980 Japanese press, EX Plus, VG Plus, a $40 start. This is the Japanese press of Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Four-Way Street. Very nice, a $40 start on that. Okay. We have let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this one. And then let's do let's go ahead and put up. I don't have Def Leppard Hysteria tonight, but I'm going to substitute it with Def Leppard Pyromania, okay? The Hysteria won't be for sale, but Pyromania will be, okay? Def Leppard Pyromania is a 1983 Japanese OG, near mint minus, a $65 start. So that's now for bid. That's Def Leppard Pyromania, a $65 start. Okay. We'll sell this Kiss box set. We were auctioning this off last night when our internet went down for maintenance. And, of course, it didn't come back on till like 5 a.m., I don't think. So whenever Matthew Hendon's watching, it was Matthew and David, the only two bidders, and I told them they'd both have to be watching before we can get started again, okay? All right, so we got Def Leppard up for bid, a $65 start. Hysteria won't be for sale. That was not available. The one I found last night, there was a reason it was set off to the side, so it wasn't available for sale. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, though, is, and it has a bid. It has a bid for $40 with Matt Bushy. Hope everybody's hit the like button. Amenities is in on Def Leppard. And we have a full-length show tonight. Not that we didn't last night, but we have plenty of new stuff to show. There's 2, 4, 5 crates of new vinyl. Should be lots of wait list and restocks and new releases. There are 4 crates over here from John. Laura's working on marking stuff. We got 2 crates of bonus auctions. So there's a lot to do. I actually still have to find, well, I'm going to tell you right now. Let me find it right here. So here is the video. Yeah, I was actually going through the wrong crates last night, but that's okay because we sold a lot out of there. But let's get started with this. Thelonious Monk, the London Collection Volume 1. Thelonious Monk is $33.99. We have Clutch. That is Slow Ho to China. Clutch is on orange vinyl, $29.99 for Clutch. We have Prince, which is Hit and Run Phase 1. Prince is $29.99. Hit and Run. And then we have Prince Hit and Run Phase 2. And that is $34.99. Final Call on CSN for $40. Final Call on Pyromania for $65. Darren Johnson on Clutch. That's so to Darren Johnson. Also, we have Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax is $33.99. Also, Slayer, Diabolus and Musica. Slayer is $34.99 for Slayer. Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds, that is $33.99. Recorded live at the Crawdaddy Club in Richmond, London, $33.99. Def Leppard has a new bid for $70. Amenities, you've been outbid. The Ace Frehley solo album is $34.99. How much is Megadeth in-game? Megadeth in-game is $38.99. $38.99. Pink Floyd Metal. Pink Floyd Metal is $33.99. Gerald Whitworth wants one each of the Prince. Those are sold to Gerald Whitworth and Gerald Whitworth. Jay Nutria on Slayer, Diabolus and Musica. That's sold to Jay Nutria. Also, Garth Brooks, No Fences. That's $19.99. And we have Elvis, and that one is back in Memphis. A music on vinyl press they did on green vinyl. Matt Bushy gets the first auction of the night, which is incredible live. Crossfields, Nash, and Young. That's called Four-Way Street. That's sold to him for $40. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Purple Rain. Purple Rain. This is Prince, and this is a real 84 Japanese OG with insert poster and Obi, EX Plus condition. Prince is going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start on Prince. Pantera Live. This is our last copy. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. That was official live 101 proof. $49.99. That's sold to Jeremy Todd. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. The last set of Tedeschi trucks are sold to Clifford Umstead. He got a set of all 4, volume 1, 2, 3, 4 of I Am the Moon. And thank you, Clifford Umstead. So these are $29.99 each. If anybody else wants a set, let me know. Also, we have the single soundtrack. That is $39.99. Prince, a beautiful Japanese pressing with Obi, with inner sleeve, with poster. Posters included too. It's in there. I'll unfold it if you want to see it. It's really nice. Def Leppard's at $72. Amenities, you've been outbid. Now he's bid $75. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is another Japanese pressing. And that is Bryan Adams, Reckless. An 84 Japanese OG in Shrink and Obi and Inner Sleeve. Big album from Bryan. $35 start. And Mad Season is a 2 LP. $39.99 for Mad Season. We have Steel Panther, Feel the Steel. $36.99. 15th Anniversary Edition. Purple Vinyl. $36.99. You leaving, Jill? Thank you and good night. I'll be right here for the next 9 hours. You can tune in from home. We have Baby Huey Story. $38.99 for Baby Huey. That's the Rhino Reserve. And also we got 2 copies of Pantera Reinventing the Steel. Pantera Reinventing the Steel is $29.99. NWA 100 Miles and Running is $34. And Judas Priest Stained Class, $33. Also Jackal, which is a self-titled album. The music on vinyl press, that's $39.99. And then Danger Danger, that's a music on vinyl press. Danger Danger is $39.99. Ice-T, which is Original Gangster. Ice-T is $39.99. And Youthquake, Dead or Alive. $39.99 for Youthquake, Dead or Alive. Also, Rod Stewart Ultimate Hits, last copy, and it is sold to David Howard. Thank you, David Howard. That's sold to you. Everlast Eat It Whiskies is $38.99. And we have Steel Panther. That one's called Balls Out, $54.99. All right, so Pyromania is at $75. Sarah's out. That's a final call. We're talking about a Japanese Pyromania here. Prince doesn't have a bid yet. We're looking for a $75 start on that. And Bryan Adams does have a bid for $35, and that's going once. And that's going twice, okay? That's the 3 current auctions right now. So this was actually Monday morning's flip video. So here's what's left in here. Steel Panther, Everlast, Youthquake, Ice-T, Danger Danger, Jackal, Judas Priest, NWA, Pantera, Baby Huey, Steel Panther, Mad Season, the single soundtrack, Elvis Back in Memphis, Garth Brooks, Pink Floyd, Ace Frehley, Sonny Boy Williamson, Anthrax, Prince, Clutch, and Thelonious Monk. And if anybody wants any of those, let me know. I'm going to set those excuse me, right here behind me, and they're available all night long. If you're like, you know what, I do need some Thelonious Monk. Well, guess what? We have it. We got all the Thelonious Monk you'd ever want. Let me go ahead and get that next crate right up here. I'm going to do that right now. And it should be right up here. Yes, it is. Should be right here. Yeah. Let's knock this one out very quickly. And then we'll get into new stuff that I know y'all want to see. Everybody wants to see the new stuff. That's why Jerry Stone starts his day every day. He's like, man, I wonder what kind of new stuff Chad's going to have tonight. So Japanese Pyromania. This is sold to amenities for $75. If anybody wants to buy Prince, you can buy a Near Mint Minus and Pristine Purple Rain OG Japanese pressing with insert Obi and poster, folks. And poster. $75 on that. And then Bryan Adams is sold to Joe Salamo for $42. Okay? Thank you, Joe Salamo. That's sold to you for $42. Next, let's go ahead and start 1 or 2, and then we'll get to the next one and the next one. We have Yes 90125, a Japanese pressing, Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Obi, an 83 Japanese press with insert, $35 star, owner of a Lonely Heart. Also, Toto, Hold the Line. It's actually Toto self-titled. It's a 78 Japanese OG with insert and Obi. Also, Near Mint Minus, $35 start for Toto. James Papa gets the Prince for $75. That's sold to him. I have Black Label Society Mafia. That is a 2LP, $38.99 for Mafia. Also, we have Black Label Society 1919 Eternal. That one's on purple vinyl. Mafia's on red. Those are $38.99 each. Britney Fox Blue Vinyl, $39. Rush, All the World's a Stage, $46.99. And then Eminem Stands, the official soundtrack. Eminem is $49.99. Lamb of God, Strum and Drain, $36.99. Pink Floyd. And Pink Floyd is the Division Bell, the 2LP remaster, $49.99 for that. Pink Floyd Animals, $34.99. And then Stranger Things Season 5. If you don't have that yet, $29.99. $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be another Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. This is a compilation. So it's got music from Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, and then it has stuff from them individually as well. It's a 76 Japanese compilation, EX Plus condition, has the OB gatefold jacket and insert. Very nice. That is a $35 start. Okay. So Toto, yes, all has new bids. Yes, 40, Toto 45. Soundgarden is $44.99. Also, Tom Petty Echo. This is sold to Joshua Cross. And Tom Petty Mojo also sold to Joshua Cross. So those 2 Tom Petty sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I still have Into the Great Wide Open, $36.99 for Tom Petty. Minor Threats, $24.99. And then 3 Days Grace self-titled. That's also $24.99. Kiss Psycho Circus, $33.99 for that. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits is a 2LP, $39.99. And we have NWA Straight Outta Compton, $36.99. Clutch. This one's From Beale Street to Oblivion, $33 on Clutch. And Simple Minds, the best of Simple Minds, $44.99. Brian Call wants Minor Threat. That's so to Brian Call. Thank you on that one. Thomas Schwartz on Tom Petty. Into the Great Wide Open. So all those Tom Petty albums that I ordered, all those older, newer, more recent, tougher to get OGs, those have all sold out, which is like Mojo, Echo, even into the Great Wide Open. That's where it kind of starts, right there in the late 80s, early 90s. So if anybody, Wildflowers, if anybody's looking for any of those, let me know. We can order them. So the last bid on Yes was Amenities at 49. He also bid 49 on Toto. So Tom Kelly, you're out. You were outbid on both of those by Amenities for the same price. And then Cross Steels and Ash is a $35 start. Prince is gone, and we have not auctioned any Yes, except this one right here, 90125, a Japanese pressing. Cramps Big Beat from Badfield, $29.99. Blur Leisure was $33. Kaya Sky Valley was $29. Stone Temple Pilot Shangri-La D-Doll, that's $29.99. The Lost Boys soundtrack, this is sold to Levi Hilton. Thank you, Levi. That's sold to you. And we have another one sold. These are blue vinyl. One sold to A.J. Clark. One sold to A.J. Clark. And that is blue vinyl, the Lost Boys soundtrack, $39.99. So 2 sold. I have 2 left. And then we have Talk Spirit of Eden for $29. Clutch, that's the deluxe edition. Remastered 2 LP with autographed insert, $59.99. A Love Supreme John Coltrane blue vinyl, $36. And the Rockin' Roots of the Rolling Stones, $29.99. There's that. And we have Yes, 90125. Tom Kelly's out and out, so we're about to sell both of those to Amenities, and that's where we're at. Okay, moving on. Next crate. If you decide you want something in there, be sure and just let me know. All right. Okay. All righty. Here we go. Here we go. Should be able to get through these pretty fast. Autumn Betts wants a Lost Boys soundtrack. I think that's going to leave me with a total of 1. It's going to leave me with a total of 1. Let's see here. Right now we're working on the 6 a.m. video. We're about to start on the 6 a.m. video right now. And we've right into new auctions. We're in bonus crate auctions, which is mostly Japanese stuff tonight. And I know David Johnson's already had a heart attack, a conniption fit. And he's already stuck his finger in his ear. We have Toto, and Toto is sold for $49 to Amenities. Thank you, Amenities. That was sold to you. And then Yes was sold to Amenities for $49. And now we have Crosby, Stills, Nash Young, a no bid, a $35 buy now. Really cool record there. You can pick this up for $3, $5, and that's $35 for the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Jerry, I don't know. Laura just said I have not ordered a Red Octopus, so I don't think so. And good news is this is sold to Intergroove Distortion, $35. So I think we've got somebody hired. I've kind of been talking to Tanner, but I think we're going to have somebody start on Thursday that is going to be purely dedicated to pre-orders and basically new vinyl. So right now, 70% of my time is probably spent right here selling every night. My other 30% of my time is probably handling new vinyl and pre-orders. And honestly, I don't do a good enough job because we miss so much. There's so much that we could be posting. We could be putting stuff on a website. And I finally have that position filled, I believe. And we're going to have somebody probably, I think, I got to talk to Tanner. He handles most of the personnel stuff around here. But I think Thursday, we got somebody starting. We'll make an official announcement when that happens. And like, you probably will have a chance to pre-order about every new release every week. Either you can reserve it through like our website, or it'll be obviously a Facebook post. And then they will slowly be integrating that to where it works out for invoicing, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot to do, but we got to get started somewhere. So before long, I'd say by this time next week, I probably won't be ordering new vinyl anymore. That'd be the next best thing for Coletco. That way somebody else is doing it and they can focus on it. It's literally a full-time job. It's literally a full-time job, just handling all that. Plus, they'll be doing other online stuff. They'll be putting our merch on our website. They'll be putting like the blankets. They'll be putting the blankets. They'll be putting all the light boxes on our website. We can keep up with how many's in stock. If you need one, you don't have to ask, et cetera, et cetera. So, a KISS announcement. The newest pressings of the Peter Criss. If you order a new Peter Criss, they no longer have an inner sleeve. They no longer have a poster. So we went ahead and ordered another one for a customer. We opened it before we shipped it. And just so all you Kiss fans can document, if any of the most recent pressings of Peter Criss no longer have inner sleeves, they don't have inserts, they do not have posters. So if you order a new 2014 Peter Criss, the goodies are no longer included. Okay? The Crosby, Stills, and Nash was a buy it now, and it sold to Inner Groove, Matt Bucci, Michael Butler, Shane. And then a lot of people buy it now on that one, but it's gone. The first person on CSN was Inner Groove Distortion. Now, this position, what I'm hoping is, you know, they will be very accessible during the day on Messenger and in our group. And I've told this person as well, they're probably going to be interacting a lot in the group during the day, because I feel like it's going to be their job basically to be monitoring the social media group, Whole Lot of Records, and then our website, and making sure if somebody wants something ordered, and and all that, it'll be good to go. But right now, everything can still be posted in a Whole Lot of Records. We got to get the website like set up to how we want to do it. So it's our normal website, shopcollectco.com. Right now, there's no product. We have a website. There's no products on there. We just always used it for a landing page. I used to have stuff on there for sale, but it was a full-time job keeping up with inventory. Because let's say that's listed on your website, and then we sell it here. You know, somebody's got to scan it out of inventory, and we got to, if you've ever managed inventory, trying to keep up with what's in stock, you know how challenging that is, especially the way we sell. I mean, like, if somebody's like, Chad, I want that, you know, then I can't go over here and like, all right, let me take it off our website. You know, so we're having to figure out how to do that. It's pretty much a full-time employee. Okay, this is pretty cool. This is a Japanese White Stripes, a 2023 limited edition Japanese White Stripes. And this is on colored vinyl. It's on really cool colored vinyl, a Japanese White Stripes. And that's a 2023 limited edition. Near mint minus, $55 start on the White Stripes. And then here's another Toto, and this is Toto 4. And Toto 4 is a 1982 Japanese OG. It's EX Plus condition, a $45 start for Toto 4. So there's our next two auctions, okay? All right. Okay, here we go. So, do you still on your site? Let me think about what you're talking about. You talking about flip videos for a Whole Lot of Records? Definitely. Yeah, I'll still be doing that. Okay, so the goal here every day at CollectCo when you're growing a business is I've hired slowly everything I used to do. I've hired somebody to do it. And where maybe exclusively all I can do is focus on selling. And if I can focus on selling, I can be here longer with more energy and more rest, and I'll have more time to like take care of myself. But until then, I have to just keep hiring people. But the only thing I do right now is I manage and run the business, sell, and order new vinyl. Now that third job is almost a full-time job on top of two full other-time jobs. So that's why I work 18 hours a day. So I need somebody to take off about, you know, at least 6 of those hours off so I can do other stuff for CollectCo. So it should be some good stuff happening soon. We have Cramps, A Date with Elvis. Cramps is $29.99. And then David Bowie, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust, $33.99. That's a half-speed master. Imagine if I was still invoicing, tagging, watching, shipping, packing, cleaning, buying. Imagine if I was doing all that. Imagine if I was still out trying to buy the records, clean them, price them, research them, get auctions ready, tag them, watch them, invoice them. Well, we wouldn't have CollectCo, right? We would have I'd be able to go live like one night a week. Lincoln Park, Minutes to Midnight. Lincoln Park is $33.99. And Friday the 13th, this is a red, black, and silver, the Henry Frandini score. That's $34.99. Also, we have Aja, that's Steely Dan, $36.99. Nick Serengenko on Cramps, A Date with Elvis. That's sold to Nick Serengenko. Thank you on that one. So where are we on our two Japanese pressings? Here's what happened over here. We have White Stripes at 55, 55, Toto 45, Toto 45, White Stripes 60, 75, White Stripes 62, and Nick Serengenko did get Cramps. Yep. We have Led Zeppelin, and this is a live unofficial, $39.99. Melanie Jennings on Steely Dan Aja. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. And Rush is $29. $34.99. That is called Feedback. We have 2 copies of that. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue is $33.99. And we have Kiss, Paul Stanley. This one has a bent corner, by the way. So this one I'll do for $29.99. It has a bent corner. If you want a nice one, I still got several. This is $34.99. Paul Stanley, Paul Stanley, Paul Stanley, Paul Stanley. So I got 4, 3 have a bent corner. I think I ordered Inside Information, Jerry. Laura can check on our website to see when the last time it was ordered. But Laura, I'm pretty sure I ordered that one. And I ordered one specifically for Jerry because I knew he wanted it. I'm pretty good at reading Jerry's mind on what he's going to want. Next auction, Tesla Mechanical Resonance. Tesla is a 2021 Euro Record Store Day exclusive on blue vinyl. $55 start on Tesla. Let's put that right there. And then Willie Woodard on the Crew. That's sold to Willie Woodard. And thank you. That was Shout the Devil. Vicious Rumors here. Vicious Rumors is $39.99. That's a blue vinyl limited edition of 1500. Def Leppard Adrenalize is $34.99. Def Leppard Adrenalize and Seether, Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces. Seether is $39.99. And then CISO Neon is $34.99. That one's called Now. Also, Rammstein Mutter. Rammstein's a 2LP, $44.99. Final Call on the White Stripes. Shane over on YouTube at $62. Matthew Hendon, while you're watching, 2 things. You're out on the White Stripes, and I'm about to put up that Kiss box set you were bidding on when the feed ended. And now Toto, the last bid that came in on that was John McPatriot at 45. Tom Kelly, you tied him, and your bid came in second. Make sure you spell out Tesla because we have 2 T auctions. We have Toto and Tesla. So Tom Kelly, you're tied on Toto. There is a new bid on White Stripes at 66. And Matthew Hendon, please be on standby because I'm about to put up that Kiss box set, okay? Next thing over here, Rush Feedback. That is sold to Bob Dorco. Rush Feedback is sold to Bob Dorco. No, wait a minute. He asked how much. It is $29.99. $29.99 on that one. Daniel Johnston, Hi, How Are You? The Unfinished Album, $29.99. And also we have Miles Davis Milestones. Miles Davis is $44.99. Cyndi Lauper MoFi, that is $34.99. Cyndi Lauper MoFi, and then Michael Jackson Dangerous, and this is $38.99. John McPatriot said he'll take a bent Paul Stanley. Make sure this goes in for $29.99 to him. Tesla's at $65. And we have Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. That is a 50th anniversary, $54.99. Yes, the Kiss box will be open for anybody to bid because when they started bidding on it, the feed cut off because our internet went down for maintenance. And yeah, I've been waiting for both of them to be watching so they wouldn't miss it. So yeah, our internet went down for maintenance. I was live and my phone, it said, do you want to use cellular data? I looked over here, everything went white, like disconnected. And I forgot they had called me, left a voicemail. We got an email and everything. We had maintenance last night. So it didn't come back on to after 5 a.m. So we were out of commission. The Cars is $39.99. That's the Rhino Hi-Fi. And then A Perfect Circle. This is sold to Jeremy Todd. Thank you, Jeremy Todd. That's so to you. Taylor Momsen's Pretty Reckless Christmas. That's $33.99. Def Leppard, Alive Unofficial, Rockin' Till You Drop, $44.99. Aerosmith and Youngblood's $31. And then we have Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion, $39.99. And Megadeth Endgame, $38.99 for Megadeth Endgame. All right, so White Stripes. 75 Thomas with Thomas Hujar. Autumn, you've been outbid. Thomas is at $75. Autumn, you've been outbid. Tesla's at $70. And then White Stripes is at $78. John McPatriot's out on Toto. We can sell this to Tom Kelly for $47. And Tom Kelly is going to bless the rains down in Africa. Anybody else on anything in here? Tales from Topographic Oceans is the new box set. 2 CD, 12 CD, and a Blu-ray. So 15 disc, $129.99. Michael Wilkerson on Megadeth, and we have more where that came from. We do have more of those. I still have the following: Suicidal Tendencies, Youngblood with Aerosmith, Def Leppard, Taylor Momsen's Pretty Reckless Christmas, The Cars, Him, Neil Young, Michael Jackson, Cyndi Lauper, Miles Davis, Daniel Johnston, Rush. If anybody's a new buyer and you want something in here, just don't hesitate. $29.99 for Rush, Rammstein, CeeSo Neon, Seether, Def Leppard, Vicious Rumors, Paul Stanley, Rush, Led Zeppelin, Friday 13th, Linkin Park, and Ziggy Stardust, David Bowie, and the Spiders from Mars. He played it left hand, but played it too far. Oh, so lonely, man. White Stripes, $83. Tesla's at $72. All right. Now, moving right along, let's go ahead and put up some stuff that was in the hot picture. First thing I have is Oingo Boingo, Good for Your Soul. Oingo Boingo is an 83 US EMW OG EX with the original inner sleeve. Nice, very nice Oingo Boingo, a $35 start. Tracks on that and Daniel Johnston, okay? Last crate here before we get into new stuff, but man, there's some good titles in this one. Some of these, I'm like, man, how is some of this stuff still available? Let me find the Def Leppard. Let me go ahead and show Daniel Johnston. And the Def Leppard was right here. The Live Unofficial at $44.99 is Rockin' Till You Drop, Foolin', Animal, Photograph, Rocket, Work It Out, Slang, Armageddon, Pour Some Sugar on Me, and Let's Get Rocked. And then Daniel Johnston, Hi, How Are You? Enjoy the special edition of Daniel's classic album with gatefold lyrics and sonic surprises. That's $29.99 on that one. So Daniel Johnston and Def Leppard, those are available very quickly. Limp Bizkit, it's just one of those days, $39.99. Also over here we have Incubus, Make Yourself with Pardon Me, $38.99 for Incubus. Also Misfits, Evil Live, Misfits is $33.99. And Megadeth, there's a different one, United Abominations. Megadeth is $36.99. Ace Frehley, $33.99 for Ace Frehley. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party on red vinyl, that's $33.99. We have Thomas Hujar says he'll get Daniel Johnston. Springfield passes on the Def Leppard. If anybody wants that, it's available for $44.99. We have Poison Native Tongue. That's a 2LP, $39.99. White Stripes at $90. That means Tesla is a final call. Greg Smith has it for $72. That's the Record Store Day Mechanical Resonance on blue vinyl, and this thing is sealed. It is sealed. It's Tesla. It's on blue vinyl, Record Store Day. Final call to Greg Smith for $72. Willie Woodard's out. Josh Brown on Megadeth, United Abominations. This is sold to Josh Brown, Megadeth, United Abominations. And then White Stripes is still getting bids. It's a 92. Oingo Boingo just has that one bid for $35. Clutch, Sunrise and Slaughter Beach. Clutch is $29.99. And then Sam and Dave, Hold On, I'm Coming. Sam and Dave, Rhino Reserve, all analog, $38.99. Blur, Park Life is $46.99. Rush, that's a live unofficial. Agora Ballroom, $38.99. Neil Young, Harvest Moon, $34. Black Flag, My War was $29. More Neil Young, that's $34.99 on that. What's Tesla at? The high bid and the final call is Greg Smith at $72. White Stripes at $96. We have Ragged Glory, $38.99. Yes, everything in here studio album-wise is official. Poison is an official press. Yes, $39.99. We have U2, $34.99. Neil Young, Fork in the Road is $29. Also, Black Flag Damaged is $29. Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits is $38. Led Zeppelin, $29. Pink Floyd. So we need to give this to Danae DeLao and put Brian Call on a waiting list, okay? Brian Call goes on a waiting list for Pink Floyd, Piper to Gates of Dawn. Waiting list for Brian Call. Counting Crows, this is so to Jeremy Todd. Thank you, Jeremy Todd. That's so to you at $39.99. Counting Crows, one more left. And then Duran Duran Rio, $29. Soundgarden, $29. And Rob Zombie, $36. All right, we're about to go through our first crate of new stuff. They're still battling over White Stripes. Tesla got a new bid for $75. And Oingo Boingo just got that one bid with Will Smithson. And so that's sold for $35. Thank you on that one. And that is sold for $35. Anybody else on anything in here? We have Rob Zombie, Soundgarden, Duran Duran, Counting Crows, Led Zeppelin, Foo Fighters, Black Flag, Neil Young, U2, Neil Young, Black Flag, Neil Young, Rush, Blur, Sam and Dave, Clutch, Poison, Oingo Boingo, Ace Frehley, Misfits, Incubus, and Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. If anybody wants any prices or if anybody wants to claim anything, they're all out right here behind me. All right, let's resume that Kiss auction. So last night, we was going through a lot of miscellaneous stuff, and I opened up a tub, and we found Kiss magazines, and I found some cool Kiss stuff. We sold most of it. This was up for auction when our internet crashed. This is the Kiss box sets. This is the Kiss box set, the singles collection. Everything's near mint, very cool. If you've never seen this before, it's a really cool set. All these Kiss singles with different jackets from around the world, including some of the solo stuff with Peter, Ace, Gene, and Paul, Rocket Ride, Strutter, Shout It Out Loud, Love Gun, Christine 16, Colin, Dr. Love, Hard Luck Woman, Beth, Detroit Rock City, Let Me Go Rock and Roll. Then it's got just some standard ones here. Really, really cool. When we left off, Matthew Hendon had bid $177. Matthew Hendon had bid $177. It also comes with the original insert, and it comes with the Kiss book, the Kiss Casablanca singles book. So it is complete, and it's all near mint minus. We'll just say $175 start, and we'll start it over. Okay, Incubus is right here. Incubus is Make Yourself, a 2LP, $38.99. And then White Stripes is at $105, and Willer Dunham on Sam and Dave. Yes, that's a great one. In mono, an analog remaster of that one. Let me get you a different one. The plastic on that one's a little messed up. Willard, this is $38.99. I'll make sure you want it before I tag it there. Incubus, Make Yourself. Pardon me when I thumb. What Rush is that? Feedback. Back in print, first this year. Been unavailable for quite some time. Yep, Rush Feedback, which is $29.99. All right, let's go through our first crate of new stuff over here. Thank you, Ed, for getting all this out and getting it priced and getting it marked. And yeah, this looks like a good one to start with. Let's get going. All right. Okay, probably have to go get my laptop at some point. Steal it and Asia. I do. Yes, I do. All right, so Kiss is at $180 with David Tate. Final call. Kiss singles box set, David Tate, $180. Final call. White Stripes is at $110. Autumn and Thomas still battling over that. Tesla's at $82. And Jason Thomas is out. This is sold to Greg Smith for $82. All right, Greg Smith, that's sold to you for $82. They're still bidding on White Stripes. Thomas is at $110. All right, that's the high bid right now. Moving on, next auction is going to go up right now. And this is a Japanese pressing of U2 War. All is quiet on New Year's Day. This is a gatefold jacket with Obi, near mint minus and pristine with insert. And U2 War is a $55 start. Kiss has a new bid for $190. We do have Sam and Dave sold to Willer Dunham. Jerry, I do have Asia. If you want to add it to your order, all you got to do is say Alakazam. All you got to do is say Alakazam. All right, let's go through some new stuff. It's been, man, Saturday, Monday. Well, and not really Friday. Yeah, Friday, Saturday. I feel like it's been 3 shows, okay? Do I have a Beatles lot in stock? Not at the moment. Not at the moment, okay? Not at the moment. Kiss 190. We have the Steely Dan was $29.99. $29.99. White Stripes 120. White Stripes 122. And U2 55, U2 60. All right, so they're still battling on all of those. First thing we have is Roger Waters' The Wall. Roger Waters is $59.99. This is new 3LP, trifold jacket, audiophile, 16-page book. Roger Waters is $59.99. Prince Musicology. Prince 2LP, first time on vinyl, purple vinyl. Prince Musicology, $36. The Kiss box set's at $193 right now. By the way, if anybody wants this Peter Criss, since I had to open it, I'll go ahead and sell it for $7 off, $29.99. So the new Peter Criss, the brand new ones, do no longer have the inner sleeve and poster. And I don't know if they're going to do that with all the next ones, the next time they repress the others, but right now, the new Peter Crisses do not come with posters, nor do they come with inner sleeves. Just FYI. And I'm assuming all the Ace, Gene, and Paul still do, but right now I wouldn't buy those under assumption that they come with anything extra anymore. This is Kiss, the singles box set, complete and near mint minus. It's got all the singles. It's got the book. It's got this original thing. It was actually a promo. We got it from that guy that worked for UME out of Nashville. And so it was a promo cut, or wherever he worked, Warner Music. So it actually has a promo cut there. So, of course, you can't really call it a promo. That doesn't really consider it a promo, but it was for him. So $194, White Stripes $131, and then the U2 It jumped up to 60. I'm going to make sure Shane over on YouTube is done. Troy Robinson on Prince, thank you. So I've just shown Roger Waters. There's Prince. We have TLC, Crazy Sexy Cool. TLC is $33.99. And then Sting, 10 Summoner's Tales, $33.99. I think Donna Bertram needs one of those. Maybe Jerry. I'm going to go get my laptop in just a second. But definitely Donna. $33.99. Hopefully she's watching. And then the Pink Panther, that's on pink vinyl, $24.99. Kelly Vlodarchuk on TLC. Anything we sell out of, whether it's TLC, Prince, Pink Panther, or Sting, if you want on a waiting list, let me know, okay? I've got 2 copies of King's X Ear Candy. That's a limited edition 1500 purple vinyl, numbered and colored vinyl. And this is where my laptop officially comes into play. You two, let me call off the bids before I walk off. Autumn, you're out on White Stripes. Thomas has it for $131. The high bid on U2 is at $62 with Shane, okay? $62 with Shane. And then the Kiss box set's at $198 of amenities. $198 of amenities, okay? Let me step up front and get my computer right quick. Let me do that right quick. And dee ba dun dun. Pardon me, pardon me. All right, let's open this up. Get my password keyed in here. Save this spreadsheet. Close that spreadsheet. Open this spreadsheet. And the first thing I look up is Sting, which, yeah, Donna Bertram, got her. So let's go ahead and tag her for that. And then James Papa Constantine on King's X. Okay, so James Papa on King's X. All right, and then Donna Bertram on Sting. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything before I walked off. So U2 62, White Stripes 141, Kiss is at 200, White Stripes 145, Kiss another $200 bid, amenities out, and now Kiss 202. We have Roger Waters Live 1987. Quebec City, Ontario, Canada. That's $29.99 for Roger Waters Live. That's an unofficial. Prince, the Versace Experience. Should be a wait list for this one, $29.99. I still got that first one I showed, which was Musicology. So Prince, let's go ahead and knock this out. Davey Winstead on a wait list for that. That was Prince, the Versace Experience, $29.99. U2 has a new bid for $65. Kiss has a new bid for $210, and White Stripes has a new bid for $146. Another Roger Waters, Us and Them. That's a triple LP, $74.99 for that one. That's a good show too. Oh man, his cover of Pigs, his version of Pigs on there, $74.99. It's not a cover, he wrote it. We have Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. Dave Matthews Band is $39.99. And Stranger Things Season 3. Stranger Things is $36.99. That is Stranger Things. And Season 3, do we have a wait list for it? We don't have a wait list for Season 3 at the moment. So they were a couple people last week, but we have fulfilled it. So Season 3 comes as a 2 LP. A lot of music in Season 3. It's a 2 LP, and it includes a 7-inch bonus single. So that's $36.99 for Season 3. And I've got 3 Season 3s, okay? 3 Seasons 3 there. White Stripes 146, White Stripes 150, U2 War 65, Kiss 210, and then Stranger Things is sold to Danae, another one sold to Greg Smith, and then White Stripes is at 155, okay? So who is the bidder on YouTube before amenities? That would have been the following. Shane over on YouTube at 62. Shane, that's up to you. Gerald and David Tate are battling over the Kiss right now. Gerald Whitworth has it for $215. The Batman soundtrack, music by Prince, $29.99 on that one. $29.99 on that one. And then we have Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. Alice in Chains is a 2 LP, $39.99. And the greatest hits of 311. 311's greatest hits, that's a 2 LP, $33.99. He's out on YouTube, so we'll move that to a final call. It's up to David Tate on Kiss. He's now at $220. Gerald Whitworth, you're out. So David has the Kiss box at $220. YouTube War is a final call to amenities for $65. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, of course, as y'all know, is a greatest hits. It's a 2LP. Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, Flying High Again, Bark at the Moon, Miracle Man. 311 is so to Seth Lucas. Thank you, Seth. That's so to you. And then Kings of Leon. This one's called Come Around Sundown, and that one's $33.99. Kings of Leon. That's a 2LP. Just $33.99. Seems like a great price. Their stuff's typically a little bit more expensive. And Slayer Christ Illusion, $33.99. That one I just set aside was sold to Sean Holford. Sean Holford was on a wait list for that one. So let me find him and take him off that list. He's on list for Slayer, and let's go ahead and slash him off the Slayer. Slayer, Christ Illusion, Sean Holford. Thank you, Sean. That's so to you. So I do have one extra copy. White Stripe still getting bids, and let's sell some auctions. YouTube War is sold to amenities for $65. Thank you on that one. Shane over on YouTube on Kings of Leon. White Stripe still getting bids, and now we have our last person standing on the Kiss box set. David Tate at $220. David Tate at $220. Was that my only Kings of Leon? It was. John LeBady, if you're cool with it, I'll put you on a waiting list. Thank you on that one. White Stripes is at $160 with Thomas Hujar. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Has everybody hit the like button everywhere? Let's go ahead and put up more auctions. And this next auction is White Snake, which is White Snake 87, an 87 USOG Club copy sealed. A sealed club copy, a $35 start. Any Sublime? Maybe tonight. I can't remember if I've ordered any or not. I'll take that Misfits if it's still available. You talking about Evil Live from earlier? And then I think we might have a new buyer on YouTube. Is this Major Control? If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we'll get you registered, okay? We'll get you registered on that one. White Stripes, or White Snake has a bid for $35. Uh-oh. I got White Stripes and White Snakes. White Stripes is at $160. Thomas and Autumn have been battling for a while. And then Roger Waters. This is a unofficial 2LP. This is Roger Waters, the Berlin Rehearsals, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Roger Waters and the Bleeding Heart Band. So that's a full concert, $44.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Kiss box then. This is sold to David Tate. It only took about 18 hours later, but it is sold to David Tate for $220. $220. I'm going to let the taggers repackage all this so we don't have to waste any time doing that. And thanks, everybody, for tuning in. And we do have a first-time buyer. Fantastic. So if you're on YouTube, which you are, just do me a favor and go to the link in the description, and there will be a link for a first-time buyer. It's a link to our website, and you'll fill out that form. Just be sure to put your handle so we can match it with your actual name, and then include, we'll automatically get your email address, but include your mailing address. So for that, we have that for our records. And welcome our first-time buyer. So thank you, and Major Control, and welcome, okay? So appreciate that. And then over here, we got Roger Waters Berlin. I'm going to go ahead and obviously give you both volumes. Those are sold to Andy Wade, a Volume 1 and a Volume 2, okay? Now, Nick Cernjenko, he was wanting Kiss, or excuse me, Misfits Evil Live. Yeah, that was right here. You got it. All right, never can have enough of these. That is sold, and now let's update a couple more auctions. So we got an 87 sealed club copy of White Snake, and the bids are $35 and $35. Sean Sam, actually, David, you is in first, and you bid $36. So you actually still have it for $35. Somebody have to bid more than $36. And then White Stripes, the last bid was Thomas Hujar, $165. Autumn Bets, it's up to you. Before I swap out crates, we do have a request for the Velvet Underground. Give me 1 second, I'll get that thing rolling, okay? Give me 1 second, I'll get that thing rolling. This is a pretty significant copy here of Velvet Underground, okay? Give me 1 second. First thing I have is my crate is full. My crate is full over here. So let me put this right here. There's that. And then here is the next crate. We're going to start filling that up in just a second. Next, Tim Rory on Iron Maiden Dance of Death. I can. Make sure Tim Rory's on the wait list for Iron Maiden Dance of Death. Melvin's Houdini, $39.99. Melvin's Houdini. Let me look this up and see who is on a waiting list. Melvin's Houdini. That was Melvins. And Melvin's Houdini was Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that one. Some good music. I never had started listening to them until I heard this album not too long ago. I didn't realize it was like as heavy as it was. That is sold to Scott Dwallow on the wait list. There's one extra copy. White Stripes is officially sold, and that's sold to Thomas Hujar for $165. And then White Snake, Sean Sam has it for $40. David Tate, you're out. That's an 87. That's an 87 copy sealed of White Snake. That's what's up for bid right now. All right, let's take a look at the Velvet Underground. Now, this is a pretty significant auction, okay? This is a 1967. This is an East Coast torso cover. So one of the things you got to know about this album is this right here. This is the torso part. You see this right here? This is the torso part. That's what they call the torso. And if you noticed on later copies, that's either removed, and of course there for a while they put that sticker on the back. So this is a 1967 U.S. East Coast. It's a gatefold jacket. The banana is somewhat peeled. It looks like they peeled it and then maybe tried to put it back on there. They went, oh no, I better put that back on there. But yeah, still pretty cool. It's amazing. One of the artistic things about this cover is all the different ways you'll see the banana. You'll see them peeled. You'll see them half peeled. You'll see them perfect. You'll see them kind of torn like this. One of the many ways, if you've ever seen a big collage of all these together, it's pretty cool. The vinyl, unfortunately, is in G condition. So we've went ahead. It's got a lot of scuffing on it. And I'd say in G, that means Laura's trying to be conservative. So that's less than VG minus on this one. And she made a note, even poor copies have sold for as much as $225 on Discogs. Records like poor. Poor condition. This is a very sought after. If this is like gem mint, I'm talking in the 9s on a scale of 1 to 10, you know, they're 4 digits all day long. So, you know, this is a significant record, even in low grade, because it's the first press. It's the OG mono East Coast with the uncensored torso cover on the back. Okay, I'm never in any hurry to sell these. Y'all know that, but they always do well at auction because it's a grail for collections. Starting bid $250. G condition. Just be aware of the condition of the disc. It's probably going to have noise and pop. It exists. It's a 67 OG mono torso cover. $250 start on that one. Okay. So that was from Scott Leach's collection. Scott Leach having all the grails. Man, you had some great records, Scott. We've been selling them now for what, 2 or 3 weeks, and we're still chipping away at them. All right, our next auction is a Japanese and an essential album. This is the Velvet Underground, this is the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore. This is a Japanese pressing, an 86 Japanese pressing, EX Plus, a $55 start for Velvet Underground. A $55 start. Gatefold jacket. This is Allman Brothers at Fillmore East. A $55 start on that one. So keep in mind, like I said, the stat Laura had, even poor copies have sold for $225. I mean, some people will buy empty jackets. I've told you before, big auction galleries like Sotheby's, Christie's, they get together these jackets and other Warhol stuff, and they put them together in collages and sell them for huge money. Because it's Warhol artwork. You know, it's like some of the hottest modern art, most valuable stuff that's out there right now. Dixie Chicks is $29.99. Wide Open Spaces, the Dixie Chicks, $29.99. DJ Jazzy Jeff, he's the DJ. I'm the rapper. DJ and the Fresh Prince, that's $33.99. Too Short, Life is Too Short, $29.99. And we have Prince with the lenticular cover. That's awesome, right? This is Prince, and I think this one is just the symbol. Is that what this one's called? I think this one's just the symbol. It may be. I'm not for sure. But $29.99 lenticular cover and purple vinyl. All right, so White Snakes at $47 with Steve Mason. The Allman Brothers at $55. And the Velvet Underground's at $250 with Matthew Hendon. $250 with Matthew Hendon, and that is officially going once, going twice. Okay? Beautiful Japanese pressing there. This one's called Planet Earth. Okay, thank you. I know he has one that's just the symbol. This one's called Planet Earth. Okay, thank you. And if someone is trying to claim it, let me know. Maybe Patrick Lear. All right, now that was our first crate of brand new stuff for tonight. Awesome so far. There are several more crates like that, to be specific, 4. And there's like a new delivery of Japanese over here as well. So we had Japanese in the bonus stuff, but then there's others over here as well. Just FYI, okay? Just FYI. So we got a lot of cool surprise auctions tonight. So I'd say for the next few hours, if you want to see auctions, probably most of them are going to be unadvertised. One more quick read through here. We have Roger Waters, The Wall, 3LP trifold jacket, $59.99. Prince Musicology, $36.99. Patrick Lear does want Prince, Planet Earth, lenticular and purple vinyl. That's so to Patrick Lear. Sting, Tin Summoner's Tale. Donna, I've already tagged you for one, $33.99. And Donna, while you're watching, and I know Jerry is, so somewhere or another, the CD that you let Jerry have, you remember you want it, but then you said Jerry could have it. Somehow or another, it didn't end up on his invoice. You'd already paid for it. Ed has refunded your money, and we've put it on Jerry's invoice. I'm sorry that got mixed up. Stuff like that happens later. Sometimes the people tagging, they jump ahead. So they're like jumping to the next claim. And if there's something in between, like we changed something or there was a mistake and I don't like show it and like there's, you know what I mean? Like they're just always looking for the next claim. And so if there's something like that that happens where someone's like, Chad, I won this. Can you give it to so-and-so? Or Chad, I don't want this anymore. Give it to the backup person. And then we'll get a message on Monday. Hey, this is supposed to go so-and-so. I changed my mind. Well, the taggers may not see it because they're just trying to find the next claim. And so we're trying to figure out how to do that. They may have to just listen to the whole sale in entirety, which would take a lot of time. It would take twice as long. But that's the only way that we might not miss stuff like that in the future. That's the only way I can think that happened. They're like jumping ahead on that. So, okay, so let's go back up to the top. Allman Brothers, 1 bid 55. White Snake, 49. And then White Snake, 50. Is White Snake sealed? Yes. Are you doing Black Crows tonight? Yes. And then 311. And then over here, Stained, okay? Now, we have first Pink Panther. This is on pink vinyl, $24.99. King's X is on purple vinyl, $39. Roger Waters Live, 1987, $29.99 on that one. Prince, that was the Versace Experience, $29 on that one. Roger Waters Us and Them is $74. Dave Matthews Band is $39. Stranger Things is $36. Alice in Chains, $39. Ozzy was $36. Slayer was $33. Melvin's Houdini, $39. Dixie Chicks, $29. DJ Jazzy Jeff, $33. And Too Short, $29. So, final call on Allman Brothers. One more look. The high bid is Michael Thrower at $55. Somebody wanted to know details. An 86 Japanese pressing, EX Plus, really nice of Obi. Just $55. The Velvet Underground, 2 more people have asked about it. It is Velvet Underground and Nico. It is an original East Coast torso cover. Vinyl is graded G condition. G condition. The banana's partially peeled. I think it gives us some character. But the winning part on this one, it's a real OG pressing with the torso cover. This is referred to as the torso here. This is the part that's normally airbrushed, edited, or with a sticker on the back. It's at $250, the first bid, and we're about to sell it. Heck, I might want to bid. I don't mind like having like, I'd like to fill up a whole wall of those. Just have them on display. $250, final call on that one, okay? Line Stink over on Twitch. On Ozzy, that's sold to Line Stink, okay? Thank you, and that's sold. Anybody else? And I have not done Pink Floyd yet, and we have not sold Stained, and we've not sold Black Crows. White Snake is sealed, and when I come back, I'm selling some auctions unless there's some new bids, okay? Velvet Underground has a new bid for $255. That was our first auction there. If anybody, or first crate, if anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up some other stuff here. Let's go to this crate, which I think has possibly some new stuff in it. It does. Awesome. Okay, here we go. Okay. Velvet Underground, getting bids as it should. I was starting to get like a sick stomach to my face. I think some people's been on the fence, but man, I was getting sick to my stomach. I was like, man, I might go ahead and just set this thing off to the side and apologize to Matthew and tell him that it's disappeared. Michael Thrower gets to Almond Brothers for $55. Almond Brothers is sold to Michael Thrower for $55. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you for $55. Kind of surprised I just got one bid. I'm starting to get worried. I might have to just go home tonight and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones and just wrap up the show and be like, okay, well, nobody's wanting to bid tonight on rare and highly desirable records, so I guess I'll just go ahead and go home and watch The Fugitive. I'll just hold on to them and keep them for my personal collection. Squim has Whitesnake at $55. This is a sealed 87 club copy. A sealed 87 club copy. A sealed 87 club copy. And that is at $55. Velvet Underground's at $275. Yep, The Fugitive. Well, I'll have to go home and just kick back and be like, well, I went home. Nobody was wanting to bid on rare, highly desirable records. And, I mean, we're putting them up for basically felony prices. And, you know, we'll just see what happens. Unfortunately, A-Rod, your bid on Almond Brothers came in very late. I've been begging for a bid for about the last 7 minutes. You probably got on at the wrong time. You got on at the wrong time at the wrong place. All right, The Negotiator. Is that where he barricades himself in the office building? Yeah, that's a good one. All right. Harrison Ford. I don't see him buying anything. He don't look like a collector to me. He's probably just, he's the kind of guy, he wants to be not bothered and just kick back every day. We have Otis Redding, the Soul album. Otis Redding is $38.99, the Soul album. Here's a new Rhino Reserve. Matthew Luthman's All Analog Mono, another Soul album that's nearly impossible to find in high grade in mono, like rare if you find it. Well, they've took those tapes and remastered them, and now you can buy a brand new one, $38.99. $38.99. Whitesnake is at $65. Carol's Out on Velvet Underground, $285 of Matthew Hendon. We barely, I mean, this one's low grade, but a lot of these usually get around air horn territory. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is the Black Crowes. And the Black Crowes is the Tall Sessions, a 2019 U.S. first time on vinyl. Orange with green splatter, orange with green swirl, green with orange swirl, limited edition 100 numbered copies, sealed. The last sealed copy on Discogs sold for $600. The cheapest is $700. $555 start. $555 start. That was the Black Crowes. $555 start. Whitesnake is still getting bids. Mark Hammer has it for $65. Danae on the Otis Redding Soul album, mono. That's new for this week. More, I still got these back ordered. That's how many of these I ordered. This is $24.99. Gods of Rock and Roll, Ozzy Osbourne, Millie Morrison. That's a picture disc. And we have Megadeth, United Abominations. Now, as y'all know, we just sold one in the flip video, so there's no waiting list. These are available. These are $36.99 for Megadeth, okay? Matthew Hendon, I begged people to bid. Carol gave you a little challenge. This is sold to you for $285. Folks, this is going all the way to Australia to Matthew Hendon. Thank you. That's sold to you for $285. Let's put that away. Awesome. And then Whitesnake was Brian Stern the only other bidder? No, it's up to Steve Mason. Steve Mason, it's up to you on that one. The Black Crowes is a $555 start. We got Brian Stern on Megadeth. Steve's also out on Whitesnake. Next auction from the bonus crate over here is going to go up right now. And that is a Japanese pressing of Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. This is a 76 Japanese with 8-page insert and Obi. Don't see that too often with Obi. Bob Dylan is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. And we have Black America Sings Bob Dylan. A bargain. I know. I was thinking that thing would get close to an air horn. I think the next ones I'm just going to have to keep. those next Velvet Underground, I'm just going to start hoarding. I'm going to start hoarding them like Beatles records. I'm just going to start stashing them away. Anybody's got, Chad, do you ever get Velvet Underground and Nico? And I'm be like, nope, never seen one before. Don't know what you're talking about. Here we go. This is new, $39.99. Highway of Diamonds, Black America sings Bob Dylan. This is a new release for this Friday. These are $39.99. There was a pre-order for this, $39.99. And the first person that got one was Autumn Betts and then Clifford Umstead. So Autumn Betts and Clifford Umstead, Jerry Stone and Brent Robley, Jerry Stone and Brent Robley, Jen Cast and Kenneth Jank, and Sarah Zerbel. So that was the last 3 pre-orders on that. This is Highway of Diamonds, Black America. So it's Nina Simone, the Staple Singers, Odetta, Aaron Neville, Betty LaVette, and more. And that's all black artists doing Bob Dylan music, $39.99. And we still got 4 in stock. The pre-order was Autumn Betts, Clifford Umstead, Jerry Stone, Brent Robley, Jen Cass, Kenneth Jank, and Sarah Zerbel, okay? So White Snake is still getting bids. It's at $66. Bob Dylan's at $55.56. And if anybody wants the Black Crowes, it's $555. It's a buy it now for $555. The Highway over here is sold to Danae. White Snake is a sealed 87 club copy. We started it at 35. Right now it's at 66 with Sean Sam. Matthew Hammer, you're out. And then over here, Bob Dylan's at 56. And that means David Johnson, you've been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now. Another Japanese pressing. Oh boy. This is a good one. This is the Yes album, a Japanese pressing. Oh my goodness. 1979, and this was a limited edition reissue in Japan in 1979. It was limited edition, even in 79. A gatefold jacket, and this is a top copy. It's a gatefold, beautiful Japanese pressing with the insert and a crisp obi. This one's a good one. Not only the desirability of the pressing, but just the music in general. One of my favorites of all time. $85 start on the Yes album. That's now up for bid. Michael Butler's already bid $100. Next is Otis Redding. There's another one. Another mono analog, Pain in My Heart. $38.99 for that. I've got 3 of those. And then I caught these Destruction picture discs on sale. Now, over here tonight, we're going to have a lot of albums from the band Destruction. These are typically like $50 plus. They're on sale. The first one is Released from Agony. These are picture discs. They haven't been available on vinyl in quite some time. It's they did all these anniversary editions and they were on sale. So now they're on sale for y'all too. Destruction, Released from Agony. It's a picture disc, $36.99. Destruction, $36.99. We had a wait list for this. This was Deicide in Sin or Rhythm, something like that. But Deicide is $39.99 for Deicide. There was a waiting list for this, Deicide. Let me find that. I'm pretty sure it's Steve Weaver, but I need to find it on my screen here so I can take it off. Yeah, Steve Weaver. Thank you, Steve. And there's one extra Deicide left if anybody else wants it, $39.99. So let's get back up the top and call out all these bids. My goodness. So Bob Dylan was at $55.56. We sold a Highway. White Snake, $70. Yes, $100. Squim, Steve Mason on the Destruction picture disc. Can we see the Black Crowes live? Which one is that? The Tall Sessions? If so, we just did it. And then White Snake, 67. There's already a bid for 70. And now there's a bid for 71. Autumn gets the other copy of Destruction. And now that one's sold out. Okay? So I unfortunately lost David Johnson after that first bid. He bid on Bob Dylan and then he decided to go to bed. So Brian Call, final call to you for $56. And then White Snake is at 72 with Phil Toretto. And Yes has a bid for 100, final call. Alice in Chains Dirt, that is $36.99, a 2LP remaster. And it seems like we've always having wait lists for these. Alice in Chains Dirt, let's pull this up right quick. And the wait list for this was, they're self-titled, that's 3-legged. There's a wait list for Facelift, should be one more, there it is. Rebecca Barber for Dirt. Rebecca Barber for Dirt, Alice in Chains. So thank you, Rebecca. That's so to you. And let's see what the next one is. Now this is a new release for this week, but I didn't post a pre-order. I went ahead and ordered 10 copies because I figured we would need them. Slayer, Lost and Found, Radio Broadcast Archive, Live Slayer, Unofficial, Rockin' Bear Records, kind of from that same series and label that's been doing a lot of these. Live Slayer, Lost and Found, $29.99. Okay, those are available. Slayers, $29.99. All right, Bob Dylan sold to Brian Call for $56. David Johnson placed a bid, then decided he was going to go to sleep. Phil Toretto at 72, and yes, only had one bid with Michael Butler for 100. And let's put that away. Whew. Awesome. All right, there's that, and there's that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be a Japanese pressing of Dire Straits. And that one is Brothers in Arms, an 85 Japanese OG with insert and OB EX condition. That is Brothers in Arms. I want my MTV. $65 start on that. The question is, are we done on Whitesnake? I think we are. Phil Toretto, $72. It is up to Sean Sam. It is up to Sean Sam. Sean, it's up to you. Nirvana Bleach is $24.99, remastered Nirvana Bleach. And then the Gothic Roots of the Sisters of Mercy, $29.99. The Gothic Roots of the Sisters of Mercy, not to 84, not to 85. And these are live tracks, $29.99. Whitesnake still getting bids. So is Dire Straits. It just got that opening bid. And we do have the Black Crowes. We got a metal tin, some kind of metal canister. There's a live album, I think. That's what they're referring to. Let me see what else is up here. And Laura's working on the rest. And so the Black Crowes live. You're referring to this right here. It's a 2025 Friday Music Go Vinyl. 2025 Friday Music Go Vinyl. $75 start on that one. We have Robert Warner on Sisters of Mercy. Thank you, Robert. That is so to you. And then KMFDM Enemy. $39.99 for KMFDM Enemy, $39.99. Phil Toretto, you're out on Whitesnake. Dire Straits has one bid with Ivan for $65, and there's the Black Crowes for a $75 start. It is now available and up for bid. Very quick recap of this one, then we're going to go right into another one. And he's out, and what a bid on Whitesnake. What was that, like 40, 50 bids, 10, 12 different bidders possibly? It's sold to Sean Sam for $75, okay? Sean Sam, $75. And then Dire Straits hammers up. I'm about to sell it. The Black Crowes is at $75. It's with Graph Tracker right now. There's all the Slayers. What was I about to do? We're about to recap this one right here. The KMFDM is Enemy, $39.99. Enemy. Okay, let's go ahead and add another auction. And we're pulling great Japanese stuff over here from the bonus crate. And the next one I have over here is Dio Holy Diver. Oh boy. Dio Holy Diver, a Japanese pressing with Obi, an 83 Japanese OG, inserts an Obi. This one's VG Plus EX, and that one's a $65 start on that one. First thing left in here is Otis Redding, the Soul album, a mono remaster at $38.99. Gods of Rock and Roll, Ozzy and Billy Morrison, $24.99. The high bid right now on the Dire Straits, one bid for $65. It has one bid for $65, which is with Ivan R over on Twitch. The Black Crowes has got a new bid for $80. James Goggin tied Graph Tracker, and now James Goggin's at $80, and then Dio's a $65 start. Over here, we have Megadeth United Abominations, $36.99 for Megadeth. I still got that new Highway of Diamonds, Black America Sings Bob Dylan. That's $39.99. I've got a couple of those. Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart. Rhino, All Analog Reserve. Otis Redding, $38.99. This is Deicide, and this one's called Enter Something Something Hymn. That's Deicide, $39.99 on that one. And also, we got two copies of Alice in Chains Dirt, $36.99 for Alice in Chains Dirt. Still have all 10 copies of Slayer, Lost and Found. I guess I'll have to post that one as a pre-order, and we'll probably sell out. Nirvana Bleach is $24.99, Nirvana Bleach. And then the Gothic Roots of the Sisters of Mercy, $29.99. And then KMFDM Enemy, $39.99. Would it mention on Japanese press if RL or not? I think some of the mastering from Japanese pressings would be Bob Ludwig's, but not necessarily the same for U.S., if that makes sense. I think most of the Japanese pressings are completely different mastering than most U.S. I think a lot of them were mastered over there in Japan, which gives them different dynamics. All right, and I'm assuming nobody was bidding on Dire Straits. I was going to make sure Tim Voldness didn't want to bid. He said out. Okay, sold to Ivan R for $65. Excellent. All right, now we can keep rolling. The Black Crows is at 85. I think it's between a couple people, and Dio's at 68. All right. So let's go right into another crate. Yep, what Patrick said. I think it depends, like, you know, sometimes they had the plate work, and I reckon they would ship it to Japan to manufacture them over there using their vinyl quality and using their pressing facilities. So sometimes I guess it could be the same mastering, but they might just use a better grade of vinyl, and you know they use better jackets and obies. So it's called Insurratium. Thank you. They did a bad job spelling that, Justin. They did a bad job spelling that one. Thank you, though. If anybody knows, it'd probably be you. Where's my monster at? I need it. I went to the dentist, and he said, your teeth are so good. He said, you have perfect teeth. But going to the dentist cost me very, very valuable sleeping time. So I'm relying on energy drinks. He said, are you still brushing your teeth after you drink all those energy drinks? I went, yeah, which I do after I get done with the sales typically. He's like, can't be drinking those energy drinks and expect not to have cavities if you don't brush. And I'm like, oh, I brush. We have Dio at $85 with Tim Floyd right now. The last bid on that Black Crows was John LeBate at $85, tied with Graph Tracker. So Graph Tracker bid $85. John LeBate, you bid $85. John LeBate, you are officially out. You're tied with Graph Tracker, okay? And then over here, this is the Black Crows Live. Chad, what about the Black Crows to the left? This one is sealed, $555. We've already sold one recently. It's a 2019 first time on vinyl. This one demands big money, $555. It is sealed, $555. Let's go ahead and get another auction rolling. And that next auction is going to be Television Marquee Moon. And Television's a 2018 Rocktober exclusive on blue vinyl. Rocktober exclusive on blue vinyl, a $55 start. Okay. Black Crows is still getting bids. 88, Graph Tracker, you've been outbid. Next is the BB King Blue Summit, $54.99. Now, what I did is I just went ahead and ordered one of these because this is a pricier release because we were getting down just a waiting list. And if anybody else wants one, this is the BB King Blue Summit. And there was one person waiting on this. Let me find it. And if anybody else wants one, let me know if I can find it. I must have spelt it weird because it's not showing up in my spreadsheet. There it is. Stephanie Hill. Thank you, Stephanie Hill. This is sold to you. And if anybody else wants one, it's a triple LP. This is $54.99. Okay. The Black Crows Live is the 2025. This is the 2025 Friday Music Go Vinyl. Friday Music Go Vinyl. The Dio, what happened on this one? A Japanese press. Steve Mason went out. This is sold to Tim Floyd for $85. Okay, let's go ahead and get some new stuff going. So the Black Crows Live, the last bid on that was Graph Tracker at 90. John LeBate's out. Television 55. Okay, and then we have Destruction. So here's that next picture disc. Live Without Sense, $36.99. So we sold out of the other one. Here is Live Without Sense. It's a picture disc, and those are a lot cheaper than what I used to get them. Normally, I would order them, and they would be like $54.99. Destruction is $36.99. And now the next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be INXS. And INXS is called Decadence. And INXS is a 1983 U.S. Specialty OG Gold Stamp Promo, a 4-track EP. That is a $20 start on NXS. Television still getting bids, and so is the Black Crowes. I got Prodigy, Fat of the Land. Prodigy is $39.99. Cool song on here, Fire Starter. I like that one. And, of course, I think a lot of people like this one, Smack My Blankety Up. $39.99 for Prodigy. And let me, let me find the wait list for Prodigy. And the wait list for Prodigy over here is the following. This is Antonio Villanueva. Antonio Villanueva. This is So to Him. Antonio Villanueva. That is Prodigy, the Fat of the Land, okay? Now, we have Destruction, and Destruction's called Infernal Overkill. Destruction, Infernal Overkill, $36.99. It's a numbered picture disc. Now, Tim Floyd got this one. So, Tim Floyd, I got you down for Live Without Sense. There's another Destruction as well. NXS has a bid for $20. Television, $65, and the Black Crowes, $95. So Graph Tracker, you're out on the Black Crowes. You can bid again or say out. Television's at $65, and right now NXS is at $20. I'm going to go ahead and add a fourth auction. I know I'm a madman, and people say I'm crazy, and I need to be admitted to some kind of psychological review. But before I do that, let me go ahead and put up a beautiful Japanese pressing of Neil Young, Harvest Moon. And Neil Young, Harvest Moon, is a 1972 Japanese OG. It has the inner sleeve and the inserts. Of course, it has the Obi. It's right on the borderline VG++ EX. That's super conservative grading. $65 start on that. Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. NXS is at $20. That's a final call. Tim Floyd wants this Destruction as well. Thank you on that one. So one each of the Destructions left. The first one we're sold out of. Here's the first one, if y'all missed it. Release from Agony. Both copies are sold. If anybody wants on a wait list for a Release from Agony, let me know. Moving on, I did get a restock, of course, of Three-Legged Dog. And this is the green vinyl. There is a wait list. One person needed one. And if you've been waiting and waiting to buy one, the more I listen to this album, the more I realize how great it was. I forgot about some of those other songs. So a lot of stuff they play on MTV Unplugged was from this album. I forgot how much. There's one more on here that's really good that I had forgot about. First, though, this is so to Dustin Whitaker. Thank you, Dustin. This is so to you, Dustin Whitaker on Alice in Chains. $39.99. We have and we have what was that other song? Hold on, I might have to look it up right over here. It was Over Now. I like Over Now. Yeah. Over Now, good. Frogs is good too. Over Now, of course, it advertises Grind, Heaven Beside You Again. I like Sludge Factory, but yeah, Over Now. They do that on MTV Live. That's a good one. But yeah, Frogs is good too. That is so good. Chad, can you get Dirt? I had it just a moment ago. They're in stock, $36.99. So many good songs on there. It's such a great album. No wonder OGs have sold for hundreds. And yeah, just wild. Okay, so over here, Black Crowes. Let me update this. Television Marquee Moon is a 2018 U.S. Rocktober on blue vinyl. It was at 67. Neil Young's already at 65, then 65. Television at 70, 75. Television 74. And then Television 75. Okay, so first thing is Black Crowes. This has been a battle, but it's just between two people. Graph Tracker bid 97. I'm going to make sure John LaBeatty doesn't want to bid again. John LaBeatty, you're out. Television's right now at 75. Will Smithson, I'm going to go ahead and sell you NXS. He was the only bidder for $20. Thank you, Will. We'll go ahead and get that one off the table. Now Neil Young has got a bid. It's at 65. And then Dirt sold to Back to the Turntable. And that's right here behind me in the new stuff tonight. Now, this album's self-explanatory. This is one of the, this is a top 50, top 100 rock albums of all time. Dirt, $36.99, Alice in Chains. If anybody else wants one, I have one left. That's got to eclipse the best list of all time on that one. The Cult Pure Singles, $38.99. Should be a wait list for this one. The Cult Pure Singles. The Cult Pure Singles was Michelle Clements. Michelle Clements, I got you down for Pure Singles, $38.99 if anybody wants that. Guess what? Television still getting bids. It's at 80. Black Crow still getting bids at 101. When this thing was new from Friday Music, I remember when this came out because it was just last year. The MSRP on this was like over 100 because it was where it's a multiple LP from Friday Music. It was not cheap whatsoever. Neil Young, 75. Let's see here. Nick Bargeron, 75. See, okay, Matt, you're outbid. Nick Bargeron, sorry, your NYs got mixed in with TV bids. So Nick Bargeron has this for 75. Matt Bushy's back in at 76, okay? There we have it. There's a Colt, $38.99. And then here is another Destruction, and I think this is one of their more well-known classic albums, Eternal Devastation. Once again, a picture disc, and they're numbered. $36.99. $36.99 on that. And there you go, Jerry. Foreigner Inside Information. And I'm assuming, Jerry, you do want this. I forgot the color because it's Friday Music Week and Peak. It's on like gold vinyl. Yeah. So Foreigner Inside Information. This is brand new from Friday Music. Inside Information, $39.99. Okay. And if anybody wants that, that's, I think, Jerry's. I'm going to make sure. And if he passes, it's available. We have Duran Duran's Greatest Hits, $39.99. And this is sold to Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. Thank you, Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. That is sold to you. He was on a waiting list. And I have one extra for Duran Duran's Greatest Hits. Let me put this one back in there. And then we have Autumn Betts wanting a Destruction and Tim Floyd. So once again, more Destruction sold. And then Neil Young's at 80. And Jerry Stone on Foreigner. Put down Brad Waits for a waiting list for Foreigner Inside Information. Brad Waits on a wait list. Go Vinyl Friday Music, please. And Brian Stern on Duran Duran. So that left over here the Black Crowes, which is at 101, which means Graph Tracker's at 102. John LeBaty's out. Neil Young's still getting bids. What about Television? Matthew Hendon out. Alex Miller gets that for $80. Okay, let's go ahead and add 2 more new auctions. Let's do something from the advertised stuff, and let's see what's going on over here. So first thing is this. We have, there's some great stuff over here. Oh, wow, I forgot about this. Gosh, that's a good one. That's a really, really good one. Let me wait on that. I'm going to keep the, ooh. Okay, let's just go ahead and do this. Oh, my gosh. It's a 77. I got to do some research. I don't know if this was even out in 67 when it came out in Japan. I don't know if there is an OG pressing of this in Japan. If it is, it's abnormal. It's extremely tough to get. So this is The Doors, self-titled. It is the 77 Japanese Near Mint Minus. As y'all know, we don't get Japanese Doors albums too often, right? No, not even the 70s reissues. They're very tough to get. This is a $95 start. $95 start for the Doors, 77 Near Mint Minus. That's up for bid. Okay, let me see if some of those bootlegs are up here. I don't think Laura's brought those up here yet. I think she's working on some of those bootlegs right now. Yeah, they're not up here yet. So I'll run them as soon as she gets them up here. It should be in the next 10 minutes. Now, Duran Duran, we sold those out, okay? And then there's another Destruction, Sentence of Death, $36.99. This one's on vinyl. This one's on bone-colored vinyl, $36.99 for Destruction. That one's actually on vinyl. And then we have the Cult Sonic Temple. There actually might be a waiting list for this. The Cult Sonic Temple, $38.99. Sonic Temple. We have a wait list for Love, and that's it. Yeah, Matt Nichols on a wait list for Love. Sonic Temple is available, $38.99. So the Doors have bids for $95 and $95. Neil Young was up to one person, Nick Bargeron. Matt Bushy has it for $82. Matt Bushy has it for $82. And then over here, we have the Black Crowes. And the Black Crowes live. The last bid on the Black Crowes live was Graph Tracker at 102. John LeBaty bid 105. Graph Tracker's out. So did John LeBaty for 105. Sonic Temple, so did Sean Hulford. Thank you, Sean. And then over here, Neil Young is up to Nick Bargeron. And now the Doors is tied at 95. Now it's at 100. Destruction. Tim Floyd says he'll take Destruction. There's one left for $36.99. Moving on. Iron Maiden. Now, there's a bunch of these. I think I need somebody. Bruce Dickinson's doing an autograph signing, and somebody needs these, and I'm probably going to get one signed too. Let me see here. Okay, we need one each. Okay, so yeah, I have, and these, but we have. I've been waiting for these. I was worried they wasn't going to come in time. They've been back ordered. I don't know. For some reason, I have all the Iron Maiden like early album remasters. Peace of Mind is very difficult to get. I saw the ad. I forgot. I just know that somebody I know is going to be there, and they needed some album jackets, and I forgot. And then the ad showed up the other day. Let me see. I think I screenshotted it because sometimes. Let me see if I can find it over here. There's where Peter Criss is coming to Knoxville. I'm going to try to get some stuff signed by Peter. Peter Criss is coming to Knoxville. I'm going to do that. And then Bruce Dickinson is going to be in Cherry Hill. He's going to be in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, March 6th and through the 8th. And you can get albums signed there. I heard they're going to be like $250 for a signing. I think it's $250. I think. $150 for Bruce Dickinson. So, Cherry Hill, and it's one day and Saturday. Okay. So these are sold to, I need these. And I'm going to set those over. Now, the rest of them's for sale. Okay. But that's a good deal for Bruce. I mean, you might see me sell one for $250 here in a few months. They sell for like, signed Bruce Dickinson albums sell for like $250, $350. So if you can go up there and get something signed, especially an album jacket, if you're a fan, but also just if you can get a few things, if you can go get a few things signed extra, you can probably, it's a pretty good investment, is what I'm trying to say. That's a good deal for Bruce, I think. His signed album jackets usually sell for twice that much. So, good deal for him. Okay, sorry for the distraction, but I forgot this came in. And he might be going other places. Yeah, he might be. I know that's for sure the one. And then you might want to catch them. But, yeah, some of these guys that are doing signings, even though you might think, man, $150 or, man, $200, but you look up what their signed albums sell for, it's actually not that bad if you're a fan and collector. And then if you're like me and you're thinking about possible resale now or later, I wish I could walk in there with 100 things. I wish I could get them to sign 100 of them. But that's a little much to invest that much. Over here, this is sold to Todd Kilgore and Tim Floyd. Okay, so they both got a Peace of Mind. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody needs one. Am I taking assignments for Peter? No, I think there's a limit, and I'm going to send something with somebody. I don't know if I can even go. I would like to go. That'd be pretty cool, I think, but I think I'm just going to send somebody up there or send somebody something with somebody. But I think it's a limit on how many items you can get signed. I don't really know on any of this stuff. I know somebody that goes to a lot of these, and I usually send something with him if I know he's going. He's a customer, and if I know he's going, I mean, he goes to a lot of these. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter, Music on Vinyl Press, $38.99. So he'll have me order jackets. Paul Stanley's coming up, Peter Criss, Bruce Dickinson, and what's the other one? He's going to several. And my thought is like, you know, as a dealer and reseller, great price. Either you can resell it then or, you know, just keep it. I think it'd be pretty cool to have one signed. I've had a lot of signed Iron Maiden stuff, but if you got it in person, okay, if you got it in person, I probably wouldn't want to sell it. It's kind of like any autograph I've ever got in person. If I've actually got it in person from that person, I've never wanted to sell it, even though I could probably make pretty good money on it. If I've gotten something in person, I've always wanted to keep it. I'm like, man, I got to meet Bruce Dickinson, or man, I got to meet Peter Criss. Why? I don't want to sell this. But if I'm not there or I'm just getting it secondhand, I'm like, okay, I'll sell it. Okay, so over here, Neil Young, sorry for the delay. Neil Young, the last bid on Neil Young, we were done. Matt Bushey, $82, and I lost Nick Bargeron, which is common. His internet collapses and he goes missing for hours. So let's get some new auctions going. And then the doors over here, Thomas Hujar, 125, Justin Deckelman out. Let's do a final call. A 77 Japanese near mint minus. A 77 Japanese a 77 Japanese press near mint minus. Thomas Hujar, 125. 125, okay? That's at 125. Now, let's put up more auctions. More great stuff from the bonus stuff over here. The next thing I have is, boy, we got a Pink Floyd Japanese coming up. 3 Pink Floyd Japanese coming up. Holy moly. More stuff from the bonus crate right now. First, let me move to the front here. I got an Oasis bootleg. This is Oasis London Astoria 1994. We have a 2025 unofficial. It is EX edition, a $25 start. Oasis London Astoria, a $25 start on that one. Okay. Moving on, we have Destruction Live Without Sense, $36.99 for Destruction Live Without Sense. Prodigy, The Fat of the Land. Prodigy's $39.99. Destruction, Infernal Overkill. Instructions, Destruction, not infrastructure. Destruction is $36.99. Alice in Chains self-titled, $39. The Cult Pure Singles, $38. We have Destruction for $36. And we have Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind for $33. I still got 2. I kept 2. Hopefully mine will end up with Bruce Dickinson about right there in yellow Sharpie. That would look pretty nice. Right there, that'd look pretty cool. I think that'd be awesome. And then Cinderella. There actually might be a wait list for that one. Let me check right quick. Cinderella. And there is not a waiting list. So everything in there I just read is all available. We have filled up another crate. The Doors is sold to Thomas Hujar. Laura says she volunteers as a tribute to meet Peter Criss. I'm going to find out through my connection and make sure he can, because like if multiple people go, you can get multiple things signed. And actually, so Peter Criss has never really done like a private autograph signing. He's always just done kind of like, I think these shows, you know, like he's doing. So, and I think kind of like if some of y'all I'm sure have went to meet Gene and done all that, they put a limit, you know, they don't want you bringing a whole stack of albums. So I think it's what, like maybe 2 or something, 3, maybe 2 or 3 items at most. But I think, you know, if you have 2 people with you, like if I say, all right, let's take 4 people to Knoxville, you know, but, man, especially if you have something signed by 3 of them and you need Peter to complete it. Like if you got something signed by Ace, Gene, and Paul and you need Peter, man, that's definitely worth it. Then your album goes from like $600 or $800 to like $1,200 or $1,500 in value. I'm, of course, speaking from a dealer perspective. A little bit of a fan, but I'm speaking from a dealer perspective, somebody who sells stuff for a living. But also for y'all that view all this stuff as great investments. Prodigy is $39.99, the fat of the land. Prodigy is $39.99. $39.99. Prodigy, fan of the land. Yeah, limits keep away people like me. Like, Chad's up there. Chad's up there. He's going to get all that stuff signed and sell it. Chad's having Peter sign 250 things. He's holding up the line. Everybody's like, who's up there holding up the line? Oh, that's that Chad from Coletco. He's making Peter Criss sign 380 things. Dang it, Chad from Coletco. Now he's going to be selling all those. We have Mike Helton on Prodigy. Okay, thank you on that one. All right, here we go. And the next thing we have is the following. I have the Legend of Johnny Cash. And Johnny Cash is a 2014. This is the 2014. Really cool compilation. Really cool compilation. And this is a $55 start. $55 start, The Legend of Johnny Cash. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll pull up to that show in Knoxville. I'll bring like a a school bus full of people. I'll round up Coletco employees and be like, show up at Coletco, 7 a.m. We're going to fill up a bus. Everybody's going to Knoxville to get Peter Criss to sign stuff. I'll pay you $25 and lunch, and you wait in line, and I'll get you to get Peter to sign 2 things. I'll pay for the ticket. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Next thing is this, the website. Somebody's like, the website guy, he says, man, somebody got in here and bought all the Peter Criss tickets. Who is it? Some guy named Chad Williams in Lebanon. He bought all the Peter Criss tickets. Next auction is the following. Pink Floyd Metal. Oh boy. Here we go. Pink Floyd Metal is a 1974 Japanese reissue. Insert booklet Obi. Near mint minus $105 start. It's a gatefold jacket. Just a little bit of foxing right here on the inside, right above David's head. But man, this one's not easy to get. A Japanese 74 metal, $105 start. This Johnny Cash compilation is awesome. Okay, so right now, Oasis is at 40 with Jason Fortner. Johnny Cash got a bid for 55. Johnny Cash got a bid for 55, and then Kelly also bid 55. Here we go. I have Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. Let me check my waiting list. We got some awesome unadvertised Japanese stuff, and we still got 2 more crates of new stuff to go through. Then I've got new stuff John marked, and then Laura's going to be marking stuff. We're going to have amazing stuff, okay? So Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. Let me check. Could there be a waiting list? Dwayne Sevilla, one person. Mr. Dwayne, hopefully you're watching. I got you down for The World Needs a Hero. There's 2 extra copies, $39.99. Toxic for Justin Deckelman. World Circus. Thank you, Deckelman. This is sold to you for $39.99. And Deckelman, I'm inspecting it. Make sure it's nice and beautiful for you. Deckelman gets this. It's on split black and green vinyl, limited to 250. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And I have 1 copy of Metallica Load, $44.99. Hero of the Day is cool. Where's Your Crown King? Nothing. This is the new remaster, $44.99. Oasis is officially sold, and Oasis is sold to Jason Fortner for $40. Oh, man. Aram Lazelle, you just bid 42. Oh, no. Sorry, I thought after Mitch T went out, you were done after that first bid. Oh, man. Sorry, Aram. I've already sold that to Jason for 40. I thought because there was such a gap between him and Mitch, you were done. But good news is you can still bid on Johnny Cash. It's at $65, $85, $100. And final call on Pink Floyd, Thomas Hujar, $105. So Megadeth, Metallica, Ozzy, Black Rain. I've got 2 of these in stock right now. $34.99 on that one. And Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, one of the biggest albums of all time. Meatloaf. Here's another interesting Black Crowes item. This is the Black Crowes Remedy. The Black Crowes Remedy is a 1992, check this out, OG limited edition metal tin. So this is like a collector's tin. I've never seen it before. And the disc just lays in there. Like, it just lays inside there. There's foam underneath it, but it's a 12-inch 3-track. And it stores in this tin. It's just in foam. Pretty cool, right? And that is a $20 start. $20 start on the Black Crowes, and that comes in that metal tin. Okay? Pink Floyd bootleg soon, 1974. It's on its way up here from Laura. She left me a note earlier. When I got started, we'll bring up the rest ASAP. She's in the back right now researching and tagging. As soon as they're delivered, I'll put it up. So be on the standby. Whenever she says auction's on the way, that means it's on the way. We have The Fray, How to Save a Life. The Fray is $29.99. Okay, so Johnny Cash, 110. Info on Pink Floyd. Black Crowes getting lots of bids. Okay, so info on Pink Floyd. This album originally came out in 71. This is a 1974 near mint minus Pink Floyd metal. So the jacket, really nice as well. The only flaw I can find is a little bit of humidity right there. Obi is crisp. It has the inserts. It is nice. It actually has an insert and booklet. It has a booklet with it as well. So there's the insert. Oh, that's pretty cool. I guess I could show some of these goodies more. The booklet kind of looks like the gatefold. Wow, this is more like a poster here. I guess it is a booklet, but it's kind of like a poster. Man, too bad that's not signed. Golly. You could buy a nice used Camry with that. We have Pink Floyd at 105. That's the high bid right now, okay? Black Crowes 40, Black Crowes 45. Moving on, we have the Fugees, the score. I actually listened to this the other day, not on vinyl. I was looking through our bins. I was like, do we have a copy? Somebody's talking about this. And I was like, okay, I've never listened to this in my life. I know kind of what it is. And I had to, unfortunately, when I want to listen to something, I never can find it in this store on vinyl. Can you believe that? There's a million records in this store. And when I finally want to listen to something, I can't find it. Because one or two things, if it's something rare that I've never seen or heard, we've probably already sold it and it's already shipped out. And so before I can remember to pull it out of the crate and give it a spin, I'm like, dang, it's gone. So there it is, the Fugees, $33.99. Pink Floyd has new bids. Black Crowes has new bids. What about Johnny Cash? The last bid was Kelly Wlodarczyk at $110, and that's a final call. The Fugees is $33.99. Forrest Gump, the soundtrack, $39.99. That's self-explanatory. Life is like a Coletco sale. You never know what you're going to get. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, white and whiskey brown marble vinyl, $29.99 for Pantera. That rocks. A special request for Troy Robinson. This is Maya, M-Y-A, Fear of Flying. Thank you, Troy. That's so to you, $39.99. And we have Metallica. Finally, I have a complete set. Market Square Heroes. These are 44 and 44. Market Square Heroes, 44 and 44. These are now a complete set. This is 1988 Metallica. So now if you buy both volumes, you get the full show. You get the full show, and there's bonus tracks. There are Grammy performances on here, and this is $44.99. There's that, and there's that, okay? So finally, I have both volumes available. And let's go back to the top. Did I pull your Ozzy claim? Ozzy. Ozzy is sold to Nick Bergeron. Let me go find that, because wherever it is, I missed it. There it is. Nick Bergeron got Ozzy, okay? Thank you, Nick Bergeron. I see that now. I got you. There's one more in a previous crate if anybody wants it. Black Crowes, 45, 45, 48, 55. Black Crowes, Pink Floyd, 110. And Jerry Stone, unless Chad Snyder gets it because he asked the price, Jerry Stone gets the Fugees. So let's go ahead and give this to Jerry unless Chad does want it since he asked the price. I was yapping about it before I said the price. And then G-Mac, I'm going to put you on a wait list, okay? Chad passes. So that is so to Jerry and G-Mac on Fugees. Okay? G-Mac on wait list. Now, Kevin Richards on CFH, Cowboys from Hell, sold to Kevin Richards. And then Johnny Cash is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for 110. Thomas Ujar is at 112. Thank you on that one. And the Black Crowes is at 68. 68 on that one. He might have been talking about Diet Cokes too, Thomas. He was telling me about Diet Cokes. He's like, Chad, those Diet Cokes, they're bad for you. We have the Black Crowes. I can't go that low on it. Right now, John, the last one sold for $600, and the cheapest for sale $700. So kind of what our hypothetical situation is here. If we sold it on Discogs and had to pay about 10% fees, and let's say we did get $600 for it, that would net us around $540, okay? So I would be willing to do $525 for it. We might have to be a little patient, but if we did list ours cheaper than that one, we might could actually get that price and actually get this price. But I'd rather sell it to you for $525. Because I feel like if we do list it for $699 best offer and somebody offered us $600 and we took it, we'd have to pay about $60 in fees, which would net us $540-ish. I'd go ahead and take $525 for it. All right, let's add a new auction. Let me go ahead and show the next record. It's a special request for Justin Deckelman, and that's called Between Two Worlds. Between Two Worlds is $38.99. $38.99 on that one, okay? John LeBeatty says he'll take it, and that means we have an air horn. We officially have an air horn tonight. This is sold to John LeBeatty for $525. So let's bring out my ear protection. Let's bring out my air horn. And folks, you might want to adjust your volume accordingly. We got a big sale. Thank you, John LeBeatty. A very desirable Black Crozier, the tall sessions. I mean, it recently just got pressed. I mean, well, 2019, but first time on vinyl. It's been very limited edition. They only made 1,000. This is the second one we've sold recently for over 500. Thank you, John LeBeatty. 3, 2, fair warning, horn. Nice. That's what we like to see. Ozzy is Black Rain on black vinyl. Black Rain is on black vinyl. Yes. Black Rain is black vinyl. John LeBeatty's now in the Air Horn Club. Congratulations. All right, now what about Pink Floyd? Back to the turntable, 115. Thomas Hujar, you're out. The Black Crowes is at 71. The Black Crowes 10 is at 71 with Autumn. David Tate and everybody else is out. Next is another special request for Justin Deckelman. Worm, Necro Palace. That is $39.99. Also sold to Justin Deckelman. And I forgot to pull his last one over here. So those last two for Deckelman. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Metallica is $33.99. That's Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Metallica, Moth into Flame. Next auction is going to go up right now. Back to the bonus crate auction. And the bonus crate auction is actually going to be, you heard it here first, right now, I am putting up, I don't know, Oasis. Oasis, definitely maybe, is a 2019 limited edition silver vinyl, near mint minus, 0 for sale in the United States, $145 start. $145 start on that one. Okay, up here at the top, Pink Floyd. The last bid on Pink Floyd that came in was Back to the Turntable at $115. Back to the Turntable. It is up to Thomas Hujar on that one. I'm going to make sure Thomas Hujar knows he's been outbid. And then the Black Crowes is a final call. Autumn bet $71 on the Black Crowes 10. And Oasis is at $150 right now. You probably even caught a peek of the next record. That is the Beatles' Yellow Submarine song track. $44.99 on that. Thomas did bid $118 on Pink Floyd, so we're still bidding on that. And then Pink Floyd's at $120. Did I order the Beck? Everybody's got to learn something, EP. I don't think I ordered that one. I don't think so. If I did, it's coming up in one of these last two crates. Here's another special request for Deckelman. Drain, California Cursed. That's sold to Deckelman for $34.99. And then another Metallica, the Garage Days Revisited, $29.99. David Tate is on Black Crowes at $72, which means Autumn, you've been outbid on the Black Crowes. Pink Floyd's at $125. Autumn right back in at $75. And then there's Oasis. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that other auction is Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band is a 2022 limited to 1,000 on cream-colored vinyl. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, that's now up for bid. Killer T on Metallica Garage Days. Next is the Mighty Mighty Bosstones. Now, I think what happened was there was a special request for this, and then I posted the pre-order. Well, the majority of them haven't came in yet, so I'll wait before we start tagging any of these. Well, I'll go ahead and tag the first person, but there is a pre-order for this, and let me let everybody know that they're in. And this is the Mighty Mighty Bosstones. And let me look this up. There was a pre-order for this. And when the rest come in later this week, if everybody wants one on the wait list, let me know. And I think the very first person was Robert Barnett. It wasn't the first person to comment, but it was the person who told me to post this. So it's Robert Barnett. And then the next person will be Sean Lee Hooker, Fred Cardinale, Derek Cesaro, Ryan Eaton, Jim Sedal, Scott Beebe, Wes Wilt, Robert Vladerchek, Daryl Johnson, Jason Kenton, Keelan Lee, Eric Fisher, Danae, D. La-O, John Howard, and Matt Shiker. So if anybody else wants on that, there'll be more. I think I ordered like 25 copies. There's 17 pre-orders. So now here's number 18. So we should have, here's number 26. So we should have extras. So if anybody wants to go ahead and put their name down now for when the rest come in, hopefully tomorrow or the next day, you can go ahead and get tagged for that, okay? That's been out of stock / out of print for a while. Back up to the top, we had Pink Floyd at 161. David Tate's out on the Black Crowes. Final call to Autumn Betts for 75. The Oasis, is this still just with that one bid? The last bid was Jason Forterat at 150 on Oasis. So, yeah, we might be done on that one. And then Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band's already at 50. Next is Metallica, Damage in Japan. Nagoya Broadcast, 1986. This is Metallica, live, unofficial. It's a 2LP, $39.99 for Metallica. And I think this is a new release from Charlie XCX. Charlie XCX. And Laura, I'm assuming there was a pre-order for this. If not, we got several in stock. Wuthering Heights, $39.99. Charlie XCX. And this is, here it is, $39.99. And the pre-order for Charlie XCX is right here. Daryl Johnson, Autumn Betts, Ava Ewing, Robert Vlodarchek. Okay, that was the pre-order. Charlie XCX. Don't forget, Laura posts pre-orders too in the group. And I'm going to have our new guy. What I'm going to have him do is I'm going to have him post as Coletco in the group. That way it's more easier to find everything. And this is Charlie XCX. New for this Friday. Daryl Johnson, Autumn Betts, Ava Ewing, Robert Vlodarchek. Those are all 4 sold, and we've got 2 extras. Jerry Stone gets 1. Thank you, Jerry, and now there's 1 extra. Okay? All right, that's pretty sweet. I have another crate to browse through, but before we do that, it's time to sell the Black Crowes. And this is officially sold. And this is sold to Autumn for $75. I'm going to put this down in the crate. I don't know who the tagger or the shipping department, how y'all really want to store that, but that might be something we just put on a miscellaneous shelf. It is pretty miscellaneous. Pink Floyd is a final call, and that was with Amenities at 161. I think everybody has one out. Amenities has this at 161. That was the Pink Floyd metal. I have Dark Side of the Moon coming up next. And then Oasis. The last bid on Oasis was the only bid, and that was sold to Jason Forterat for $150. That sold to Jason Forterat for $150. And then over here, Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is, $25. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Mike Pierce, $60. Wheeler Dunham, you're out. Wheeler says he's done. This is a 2022 limited edition 1000 cream color vinyl, a 2LP sealed. Okay? So there was only one live Charlie XCX claim, right? And that was Jerry Stone. Here's what's left in here. Let's go ahead and get another auction rolling. And we still got, man, we don't when the rest of the advertised auctions come up here, we're going to have a flurry of activity because there's some great ones still on the way. I mean, there are some people like, man, Chad, we're about to get very excited when those come up here. Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. Take a look at this. This is Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. And, excuse me. I promise I was sneezing away from the record. So this one has some scuffing on it. Nothing at all to affect back play, but there's a couple scuffs on side one. So visually, we'd have to call this like a VG Plus copy, but it's going to play just fine. It's a Japanese Aerosmith that we don't get too often. A $35 start. No, Laura, you can still keep posting pre-orders, but maybe by Thursday, I'll let you know. But I think he should be doing them by Thursday. And that's going to be good. I think y'all are going to be amazed at how much new stuff comes out every week that I just don't have time. So we'll get to them. We'll get to them. And I'm sure Laura will be finding stuff too. We have Pink Floyd here, and this is officially sold. And Pink Floyd is officially sold, if I can find it, to Amenities. I just try to find his bid. I want to confirm it. $161. That is sold, okay? And then Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Mike Pierce has that at $65. And the last bid on Aerosmith just came in, Tom Kelly at $45. Edwin Blom, this is the moment you've been waiting for. Laura is delivering the rest of the auctions right now. I'll have her even find that Pink Floyd so I don't have to hunt for it. We have Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. I still have those. There's 2 available, $39.99. Thank you, Laura. Here's what everybody's looking for, the Pink Floyd. That's what they were called in the early days. This is actually from 1974, when they were known just as Pink Floyd, Newcastle, 1974. I don't see that show too often. So what I'm trying to say is there's not like a lot of current bootlegs and print of this one. It's a 3 LP on blue marble vinyl. This is at the Paramount Odeon in Newcastle, England. $85 start. $85 start on Pink Floyd. We have Metallica Load, $44.99. Meatloaf is $29.99, Bat Out of Hell. The Fray, How to Save a Life, $29.99. Forrest Gump is $39.99. Pantera is $29.99, Cowboys from Hell. Metallica, Market Square Heroes, both volumes, complete concert and bonus live, $44.99. Metallica Hardwired is $33. The Beatles Yellow Submarine soundtrack. Now, quick explanation on this. This is not the Yellow Submarine album. It is, but with more music, and it doesn't have the score. So the original 69 Yellow Submarine is one side of music, and the B-side is the Pepperland music, you know, the score from George Martin. This is all Beatles music, and some of these are alternate mixes and different remasters that are incredible. I think it's Eleanor Rigby on here, and maybe like All You Need Is Love. There's some really good mixes. You know, there's different versions of songs on here. Very, very good. $44.99. So there's no score music. I mean, you're getting 15 Beatles tracks. It's the song track to Yellow Submarine. So that's not the normal 69 album that came out. It doesn't have the George Martin Pepperland stuff, which there's nothing wrong with that, but that's great. And if you read some reviews, that has some alternate mastering and you know, about every Beatles song, there's like 10 different versions you can listen to. Remix, remaster, the 68 German, the 72 UK. I mean, there's so many different. You could listen to a different Beatles song 12 different times in a row. Metallica Live in Japan, $39.99 for that one. And One Charlie XCX, that's new for Friday, $39.99. Okay, so the next thing over here is Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. James Lavender, did he go out? James Lavender hadn't said out yet. James Lavender, the last bid on Kenny Wayne Shepherd was Mike Pierce at 65. That's up to you. Aerosmith was at 45. Pink Floyd, 85. Aren't they reissuing LA 75 for Wish You Were Here, Pink Floyd? I think maybe for Record Store Day. I think that's a Record Store Day release. Pink Floyd 85, 85. Pink Floyd 86, 88, 90. Willard Dunham doesn't want Yellow Submarine. And James Lavender's out. All right. So Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band is sold. That is sold to Mike Pierce for $65. Natasha wants one of the new Charlie XCX. Aerosmith is still at $45. Now, 2 people have bid less because he was the first bidder, and he went ahead and went all in at 45. Maybe not all in, but he went ahead and pushed a lot of chips in. And then since then, the bids have been less, but he was the first bidder at 45. I've lost Nick Bargeron. I'm assuming Nick didn't want to bid again. And then the Pink Floyd is at 90. And B Smoker, to answer your question, yes, Tanner was experimenting with QuickBooks as invoicing. He picked about 5 or 10 people to experiment with QuickBooks. I don't know if if you're looking for an invoice and you hadn't got it, it probably is through Square. Just FYI, because I think that's what's happened. I think he was experimenting. They are going to end up being better. I think it's going to be better to invoice and better for us to key stuff in. I remember using QuickBooks right when I first opened my business, and you know, when I was just trying to do it myself, and there's a lot more feature. I'm like, they have different stuff now for invoicing, and you can go in and like, I think you can like write the code. I think they can go in and like alter the system so they can coordinate it to work with however we want to tax stuff. So like open source or something. I don't really know. That's out of my pay grade, okay? If you hadn't got an invoice, just reach out to Ed. But yeah, they should be out there. Okay, Aerosmith is sold to Tom Kelly for $45. The Pink Floyd bootleg is with Michael Butler has it for 90. Edwin, you tied Michael. He was in first. He was in first at 90. If you don't get an invoice by Monday afternoon or Monday night, just send us an email or message. Wow, all of a sudden the auction bin is completely restocked. Holy crap. So it's about 9 o'clock. We still got a crate of new vinyl to go through. We still got 4 vintage crates of stuff from John to go through. And Laura's going to be marking stuff. So, wow, we got a lot to go through. First here is Classic Yes. It is sealed. It has a corner ding. Great compilation from Yes. It's unopened, an 81 OG, a $20 start for Classic Yes. And then our next Japanese pressing, you heard me correctly earlier. I've got 2 more Japanese Pink Floyds, but we can't sell those until this bootleg sells. I'm going to go ahead and put up the Cars Heartbeat City. This is a Japanese press. It is a Near Mint Minus OG, the Cars Heartbeat City Japanese press, $35 start on that. 35, but I don't know why that happens sometimes. I think it might go to some people's junk folders, or maybe the way they're doing these drafts now. I don't know. Square, as y'all know, Square really screwed us a couple weeks ago when they changed stuff around. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I unfortunately have no more Yellow Submarines. Those are gone, but I can order them. Okay, let's get into more new stuff, never shown. Urge Overkill Saturation. Urge Overkill, $33.99. We have Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden is $34.99. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time, $34.99. That is called Somewhere in Time. Hold on 1 second. I got to send something here. Okay, so that Iron Maiden's available. Will Smithson on Urge Overkill. You know what? I think it does. I mean, it's sealed. I mean, because it's sealed, it should. I think I feel something right there. Yeah, I think it's right there. I think it's sealed inside of there. You really can't see an impression. I wish I knew for sure, but it should. I mean, it's an 81 OG, so yes, it should include it. It should include it for sure, even though there's no mention of it on the back. So Pink Floyd's at 96. Michael Butler, I guess that means it goes back to you. Michael Butler's already bid 99. The bids keep getting out of order on Pink Floyd. Michael Butler's over on Twitch, and he's bidding higher and faster than everybody else. So he's at $99 on this right now. That's Pink Floyd. The Sealed Yes is at 35, and Cars has one bid with David Johnson for 35. Make sure I didn't miss any more else. Adam, if you decide you want on that wait list, let me know. Okay, so we so Urge, wait list for that if anybody wants one. There's one Iron Maiden left, $34.99. And then Deicide, The Stench of Redemption. Deicide is $29.99. Pink Floyd's at $100. Michael Butler, you've been outbid. Michael Butler says he's done. Edwin has it for $100. Alice in Chains Facelift. Here's another classic Alice in Chains album. They're all classic with Lane Staley. This one's Facelift, and there was a wait list for it. And that was Paul Peterson. I have 2 extra copies. Thank you, Paul Peterson. This is so to you. Alice in Chains Facelift, $38.99. There's 2 extras. And then here's the rest of the Destruction catalog. Next is Mad Butcher, picture disc, numbered. Butcher, Mad Butcher. That is Destruction. $36.99 on that one. And Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. Iron Maiden's an 82 remaster, $29.99. Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, $29.99. We have Radiohead in Rainbows. Radiohead is $38.99. All right, Edwin Blom, thank you on the Pink Floyd. That's OD for $100. I know you've been waiting for that. And thanks for everybody else that was bidding. The Cars has new bids, so does Yes. Yes is at 41, Cars at 37. Let's really focus on the advertised stuff, because I'm sure there's some people being quiet waiting for something to pop up. Like Led Zeppelin. Wow, that's a cool cover. Led Zeppelin. What a show is this? This is Uniondale, New York. You don't see that show too often. Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum. 4 LPs on red vinyl. A full show, full Led Zeppelin, numbered, a soundboard recording. Awesome. Oh, man. I'd like to listen to this. No Quarter is 20 minutes and a second. Golly. Moby Dick, 26 minutes. Wow. Zeppelin, $75 start. $75 start. Okay. Moving on, we have Iron Maiden Power Slave for $29. This was Led Zeppelin, February 13th, 1975. Sorry, I got so caught up looking at the pictures and reading the track listing. February 13th, 1975. February 13th, 1975. Man. Okay, we have Stone Temple Pilots Core, $29.99. Stone Temple Pilots Core, $29.99. Bad Bunny, and this one is this title here in Spanish. DB Tira Mas Fotos, $39.99, and we did have a waiting list for this. Bad Bunny, BADBUNNY, and that was Janet Gray and Alfredo Fuentes. And do I have an extra? If not, we can definitely order them, okay? So we have one extra. Good. So one extra Bad Bunny if anybody wants it, $39.99. Led Zeppelin's at $125. What happened on the Cars? David Johnson went out after Joe DeGato bid $38. This is sold to Joe DeGato for $38. Bad Bunny is sold to Natasha Pickett, and then let's get a wait list. Moses will be person number 1, and then anybody else. And this was the only thing in stock, and I'm glad they were. And I actually ordered this. I would have ordered this after the Super Bowl, so they were available. So we'll get a waiting list going. Moses and Autumn, number 1 and number 2. Anybody else, let me know. What happened on Yes? Nailed it. Yes was back to the turntable for $45. That's a final call. Zeppelin opened at 100, and then 90, then 100, then 75, then 125, then 110. Danae got Stone Temple Pilots. Natasha got the extra Bad Bunny. Moses on the waiting list, Autumn. And then we have Zeppelin 201 and Zeppelin 220. Okay? And then Zeppelin 250. And then we have Led Zeppelin Coda, $38.99. Remastered and produced by Jimmy Page, $38.99. This is the standard edition, $38.99. Yes, and he did. But there was 3 albums in print from his. So if anybody wants to go on a wait list, we can back order the other ones. The other two were out of stock. They were sold out. So we'll take a wait list for that one. And if anybody wants the other ones, Laura would have to check on the titles. I think, once again, they're in Spanish, so even if I did know them, I probably couldn't say them too well. As y'all know, I can barely speak English, much less Spanish. I can barely understand English. I can barely understand Dutch. And over here, Led Zeppelin Coda is Michelle Clements. Michelle Clements, I got you down for a Led Zeppelin Coda. If anybody else wants one, I need one. Okay, I have one left. Zeppelin's at $300 right now. Let's go ahead and sell the Yes, and that way we can put up new auctions because it's 9 o'clock and we got a lot to sell. This is sold for $45 to Back to the Turntable. A sealed classic Yes. We love sealed classic Yes. Led Zeppelin 325. Boy, we have a war going on. I feel like we need to start playing the immigrant song in the background. Dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun. We have Mad Season. Mad Season live at the Moore. Mad Season. Excuse me. That's what happens when I try to sing like Robert Plant. Man, I'll leave that up to him. How does he do that? I try to hit one high note of the immigrant song and I'm about dead. Jules Silv on the Bad Bunny wait list. That should be 3 people. That should be 3 people. Anybody else, let me know. I do not have any Kid Rock in stock right now. He only has 1 album in stock, and that's his greatest hits. we have Mad Season live at the Moore. Mad Season is the OG pressing, 2015. 2015 USOG Mad Season, a $75 start. I have Deicide, Scars of the Crucifix. Deicide is $29.99. The Ramones Greatest Hits, which was a waiting list. The Ramones Greatest Hits is $29.99. This is the Ramones. And that is Matt Nichols. Okay, that's sold to Matt Nichols. And if anybody else wants one, this is on black ice colored vinyl. So right now, Led Zeppelin is at $330. $350 with Michael Butler. $350 with Michael Butler. This is Led Zeppelin, a 4LP complete live. It's never been officially released, any of it. Live, it's a soundboard recording. Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum, Uniondale, New York, 1975. And this is a red vinyl numbered. I've got Michael Butler, high bidder at $350. Mad Season's at $100 with Joshua, and then Jason Tatum. Jason Fornerat's out, Anthony Correa's out, Ryan Eaton's out, and now Led Zeppelin $355. I have Nirvana Incesticide, which is a 2LP. Nirvana is $54.99, and there was a wait list for Nirvana, and the wait list for Nirvana Incesticide was Janet Gray. Thank you, Janet. This is sold to you. Sold to Janet Gray, and there is one extra copy on that one. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and it's time for another one of those Japanese Pink Floyd pressings I was talking about. Yes, sir, Bob. You heard me correctly. And the winner is, Animals, Dark Side of the Moon. Such a tough decision. Animals, Dark Side of the Moon. Okay, let's do Animals. Then in the pig pens and keep on grinning. You gotta admit, a little bit confused. Wow, a 77. I already have this one. Trust me, this wouldn't be going anywhere if I didn't have this stashed away in Chad's personal archive of the world's greatest music of all time. This is a 1977 Japanese OG. Look, it even has a sticker. Now, I've never seen that before. Never seen that one. Wow. Has this insert, and it has this inner sleeve right here, okay? This is Pink Floyd Animals, $125 start, a beautiful OG Japanese pressing, Pink Floyd Animals. Wow. $125 to get that one rolling there. Nice. Holy moly. Okay, so Led Zeppelin's at $400. Amenities is out. Michael Butler has the Led Zeppelin for $400. Mad Season $125, now $150 with Joshua Cross, now $175. And then Pink Floyd's $125 start. Next is Zach Sabbath, Doomed Forever, Forever Doomed. That's $33.99. And then Zach Sabbath Vertigo, and that one's on purple vinyl, $29. There was a wait list for at least one of those Zachs, and it was Vertigo, and it was Nikki Payne. Nikki Payne gets a Zach Sabbath Vertigo. That's purple vinyl, $29.99. Okay? Did Incesticide and Bad Bunny wait list come in? I just got you for Incesticide. The two people that was on the Bad Bunny waiting list was Janet Gray and Amenities. Yeah, and then we started another wait list tonight. The last person being Jules Silv, to my memory, added to that one. Hammers up on Zeppelin, $400. We're about to sell it. Mad Season's at $175 with Anthony Correa. That means Jason Dobbs out and Jason Fornerat's out. And then Pink Floyd, Thomas Hujar, $135, Amenities, $137. All right, let's browse through those quickly one more time. I had Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time for $34. We have Deicide, The Stench Redemption for $29. Alice in Chains Facelift for $38. I still got a couple of those. Man in the Box. Destruction, Mad Butcher, Picture Disc, $36.99. Those are technically on sale. I don't really even do air quotes. It is on sale, not a gimmick here. And then we have Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, that's $29. Radiohead in Rainbows is $38. Iron Maiden's $29. Led Zeppelin Coda, $38. Deicide again, $29. Ramones Greatest Hits, $29. Nirvana, $54. And then back-to-back Zach Sabbath, Doom Forever and Vertigo. Those are $33 and $29. Okay? And let me condense these over here, and we're ready for our next crate. At some point, I might jump back to the very, very first crate of new stuff that was for tonight, because it was gone through pretty early, and I feel like there's even more new people watching. I'm seeing a lot of people saying, hey, just now joining, hey, now just getting on. So we probably need to run through those again at some point, but right now, to keep the show rolling with exclusively new content, we're going to go ahead and go through our first pre-owned crate. But before I do that, Michael Butler, let me go ahead and get this off the table. That sold to Michael Butler for $400. That was Led Zeppelin. Now we're moving Mad Season to a final call. I think everybody is saying out. Anthony Correa has it for $175. They're still bidding on Pink Floyd, okay? Or the Zach's Colored. I got you down, Nikki Payne. You got Vertigo for purple vinyl. You're already down for a Vertigo on purple vinyl. You was on a waiting list. The other one is on white vinyl, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the other one's on white vinyl. Alex Miller wants an Alice in Chains, and Jason Forterat wants a Radiohead. All right, let's go ahead and pull a facelift and an In Rainbows then. These are sold and sold. And these are sold to Jason Forterat on Radiohead, and then Alex Miller on Alice in Chains. All right, and I'm very curious what's over here in the pre-owned crates. We got some stuff, new stuff John marked today. We got some new stuff that Laura marked today. And we are going to figure out if we're going to go through this check condition crate. We are. We're going to go through this check condition crate first, and it's all going to be buy it now or best offer. So let's see what we got here. I'm going to take a quick peek in it just to see what's coming up. I like to be surprised. Sometimes even when I take a peek at them, I'm still surprised because I'll flip it over. I'm like, oh, I didn't know it was a promo. Or, oh, I didn't know it was the OG label. Or, oh, I didn't know it was a misprint. So here we go. Let's get started. New check condition stuff never shown. Buy it now, best offer. And we have Pink Floyd at $150. All right, Mad Season. Jason Daub never did say out, and he's still bidding. Mad Season's with Jason Daub at $180. Anthony Correa, you've been outbid. Pink Floyd is at $150 with amenities, and let's get another auction going. So we still have, in the advertised auctions tonight, the Black Crowes. We have Bishop Gunn, Elvis, Asia, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Edie Brickell, Yngwie, Cinderella, Leonard Skinner, Stained. Let's go ahead and put that up. Budgie, Dio, The Band, Van Halen, Talking Heads, The Doors, Oasis, Pearl Jam, Clutch. That looks like Jefferson. No, that's Grateful Dead. Tame Impala, Black Crowes, and we still have a whole crate of bonus stuff and a whole new crate of Japanese stuff that we hadn't pulled a single one out of there yet. Stained Dysfunction. Stained has never been officially pressed on vinyl. This came out in 1999, and it's never been officially pressed to vinyl. This is an orange vinyl, unofficial pressing, a $35 start. $35 start. Let's go look at that Doom Forever for Nikki Payne. Zach Sabbath, Doom Forever, Forever Doomed for Nikki Payne. Luckily, it is not sealed. These records don't come sealed, and they do a good job. They put the disc in the gatefolds, and yes, they are white vinyl. They are white vinyl. So Zach Sabbath, sold to Nikki Payne, and if anybody wants anything else, let me know, okay? A lot of albums from that era have never been on vinyl, and Stained honestly has nothing on vinyl. They have one live album in print, and I don't think we'll be able to get it for a while. Just some bands have trouble with their catalog. It's either licensing or rights or, you know, whatever it takes in the music business to make stuff happen or don't happen. Something's holding up their reissue. Because I'm sure most of these guys, they probably do pretty well from themselves, but somewhere or another, they're not getting paid for stuff that could be easy money for them. So, where's my monster at? Here it is. I see y'all's request. We'll get those rolling in just a second. First thing, Jason Daub, you were outbid on Mad Season. It's now at $183. Mad Season's at $183. Stained is at $75 of Tony Swanson. And Pink Floyd is at $160 with amenities. Thomas Hujar, you're out. So the high bid right now on this OG Near Mint Minus Pink Floyd Animals amenities is at $160. Okay? Stained is at $75. And they're still bidding on that. I'll have to get word for Jason Daub before we officially claim it. All right. New vintage stuff best offer. This should be fun. And we have, we'll do some more new vinyl. We'll do a recap of the earliest stuff. And then we'll do some older stuff too. Okay, here we go. First thing I have is Grateful Dead. Nice start. This is a 1970 Pitman. That should be OG for this album. Green label, $29.99. There's a little bit of writing. Somebody wrote EQ, like their equalizer, plus 2.5, minus 2, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe their preferred way to listen to it. Maybe that's their equalizer. They wrote down their preferred way to listen to it. $29.99 for Grateful Dead. These are buy it now or best offer, okay? Mad Season still getting bids. So is Pink Floyd and so is Stained. Genesis, this is their self-titled album. So many great songs on here. Home by the Sea. That's All. Illegal Alien. VG $9.99 for Genesis. We have George Thorogood. Bad to the Bone. VG Plus $14.99 for George Thorogood. It does have the original on her sleeve. $14.99 for that. And we have Mandolin Fantasy, Michael Melford. Michael Melford, VG Plus, $9.99. What a wild cover that is. $9.99, okay? Will Smithson does get Genesis. Steve Mason, I'll do 25 on the Grateful Dead. It was marked 30. You offered 22. How about 25? Mad Season, the most recent bid's 185. Anthony Correa is out. Pink Floyd's at 179. Thomas, you're out. And then Stained is at 80 with Tony. Now Michael Wilkerson, 82. George Thorogood, $12. Let's go ahead and sell that to Thomas Schwartz. If anybody wants the Grateful Dead, it's available for $25. We have Spirit. That's VG $9.99. VG $9.99 for Spirit. This is the one with Taurus, which they sued Led Zeppelin over. They said Jimmy Page stole that riff from them for Stairway to Heaven. Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview. VG Plus $24.99 for Van Morrison. St. Dominic's Preview. Also, we have Bill Haley's Greatest Hits. And Bill Haley's Greatest Hits is EX $12.99. Has like a catalog sticker on it and a clip corner. Looks like something that would have been used at a radio station. Usually those kind of markings, and it's because a clip, because it's a promo, and they have checks. That's probably something that was used at a radio station. EX $12.99 on that one. And Have Twangy Guitar Will Travel. This is VG Plus, $14.99. Have Twangy Guitar Will Travel, Dwayne Eddy. All right, so moving on. Steve's passed on the Grateful Dead. Jason Boone said he'll take it. Are you a first-time buyer, Daniel? If you are, let me know. I don't think I've said your name before. And you might be the second first-time buyer of the night. And if anybody else is, welcome. And you don't have to be pre-registered to buy. Just let me know if you make a purchase and I don't recognize you as a first-time buyer so we can get you registered. Pink Floyd, 183. And then Steve Mason offered Spirit 7, Spirit 6. Steve Mason was first. Let's go ahead and sell it to him for 7. Mad Season's 190. Paul Peterson, you were third on Spirit. Stained is at 86. Wow, okay, so Mad Season is still getting bids, 190. Pink Floyd is at 183 with Thomas. Amenities, you've been outbid. He says he's done. We'll do Dark Side of the Moon next. Final call to Thomas Sujar. Stained is between Michael Wilkerson and Tony Swanson. And now Tony Swanson's at 86 and maybe one other person, okay? Now, let's go ahead and put up another auction. And there was a lot of requests. And I remember the first person that popped up was The Doors. This is called the Miami incident. The Doors. Oh no, is this where he exposed himself? This is a unofficial pressing, of course. It's a 2 LP, limited to 350 numbered copies with an etched A-side. Wow, an etched A-side, not a D. An etched A-side with book. The Dinner Key Auditorium, Miami, Florida, March 1st, 1969. Comes with a book. I want to kind of look at this for a second. This is a $55 start. Wow, that's a lot of information on here. It's pretty cool. Man, what a wild man. Charges, lewd and lascivious behavior in public, a felony. Indecent exposure, open profanity. That was Jim Morrison's charges. Public drunkenness. Luden, boy, I can't say that name right now. Luden, I can't say it. If I could hear somebody say it, I could. I can't. It's not coming out. It's out. It's not happening. Okay, Michael Butler on the mandolin record for 8. Let's find that and sell that to Michael Butler for 8. And then twangy guitar for 5. I'm going to say $10 on this. It was marked $14.99. Willard will do it for $9.99. Doors 55, Doors 60. And then we have Doors 55.62. Okay, now we still got some auctions to update. Mad Season Out sold to Jason Daub for $200. Okay, Pink Floyd is sold. Pink Floyd sold, and Pink Floyd is sold to Thomas Hujar for $183. Okay, now that leaves us with Stained and the Doors. Let me see what else has happened over here. Stained and the Doors. Put these right over here. Home by the sea. Home. Okay, so the last bid that came in on the Stained was Michael Wilkerson at 88, Tony Swanson out. Final call to Michael Wilkerson, $88. The Doors is at 69. Luciferous. Exactly. Okay, next is, let me see, let me flip through here and see what was requested. Eddie Brickell. Eddie Brickell and the New Bohemian shooting rubber bands at the Stars. An 88 Canadian OG Club. Ooh. An 88 Canadian OG Club, a BMG Direct, a $25 start. $25 start on that one. Eddie Brickell. Lascivious. I want to put a sh sound in there. Anyways, moving on. We'll have phonics class with Chad later. Van Morrison, recorded live, 1973. EX, $29.99. And we have Robin Williams, Reality, What a Concept. VG Plus $9.99 for Robin Williams. The Best of the Blues Brothers, VG $12.99. VG $12.99. That is The Best of the Blues Brothers. And The Best of Crow, EX $17.99. Lewd and Lascivious. Yeah, I don't know why I want to put a sh sound in there. Thanks, everybody. Y'all should be my school teachers. Neil Young, Tonight's the Night, EX edition, $32.99. Stained. I'm on the outside, and I'm looking in. This record is sold to Tony Swanson for $86. And then Eddie Brickell's at $32. And the last bid that came in on the Doors was $71. So Doors 70, 71. Eddie Brickell 25, 25, 30. Ryan Eaton on the Robin Williams, sold to Ryan Eaton. Danae got Crow for $15. Eddie Brickell's at $32. And we have Procol Harum. That's Exotic Birds and Fruit. VG Plus $14.99. Tim Holloway second on Robin Williams. And Samuel Kopich did get Neil Young. All righty. So moving on. We have a Dark Side of the Moon Pink Floyd to sell. Holy moly. All right, let's take a look at it. Wow. It's a 1974 Japanese. Nice. EX or better. Super clean. And this one has 2 posters, a book, and 1 sticker. Now, the posters for Japan were slightly different than the U.S. Yeah, they use different pictures. You can tell it's like almost a little bit better quality too. And something else really unique to this. Something else really unique to this is this book. Very cool. It comes with a Japanese book. And then there are the pyramids. We have a flag on the play. What have I done on Stained? Stained. Stained, we have a flag. It was, Tony went out. It's supposed to be sold to Michael Wilkerson for $88. He's probably like, what? Michael Wilkerson. Tony's the one that went out. Michael Wilkerson for $88. Michael Wilkerson for $88. Make sure this goes to Michael Wilkerson for $88. Sorry, Michael. Okay. All right, so Pink Floyd. This is a self-explanatory. Nice Japanese pressing. Has the book, a postcard or sticker, 2 posters, and it's a gatefold jacket with obi. This is, if we do get these from Japan, typically they're missing the obi. The backside of the obi has a little bit of discoloration. Other than that, everything's beautiful. Okay? Hopefully, there's 293 people watching right now. I hope everybody has at least listened to that once from beginning to end. There's 293 people watching. I hope everybody's listened to that at least once from beginning to end. And if you haven't, I'm going to be like, you might want to go check that out right quick, okay? So Willard Dunham offered $6.99 for the Blues Brothers. Man, Willard, your offers you've been so close. I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $6.99. Every time you're like $1 or $2 from me saying an immediate yes. So next time you go make an offer, add $2 to it, or $5. Edie Brickell, 35. Edie Brickell, 35. Matthew Hennon on Van Morrison, sell that to him for $22. And then we have next, we have Mick Fleetwood's Zoo, I'm Not Me. This is VG Plus, $14.99 for Mick Fleetwood. Also, we have the Rainmakers. This is VG Plus, $9.99. Okay, so what happened on the Doors bootleg? The last bid on the Doors bootleg was Robert Warner at 71 because Ryan Eaton went out. Robert Warner at 71 on the Doors bootleg. Let's go to the top cam for a second. $71. The Doors. $71 on the Doors. Okay. Edie Brickell, 35 with Alan Smith. 3 people are tied. Back to the turntable bid 35. Alan Smith bid 35. Nick Bergeron bid 35. It's an OG Canadian club copy. The Pink Floyd was a 1974 Japanese, $115 start. 1974 Japanese, $115 start. Okay. Back to the turntable. Rainmakers is sold for $7. Next, Alamo. Alamo's a 71 R.I. Phillips press. That's the note on the back from John. $49.99 on that. $49.99. Doug Kershaw, the Louisiana Man. Doug Kershaw, VG condition, $9.99. Ron Wood and Ronnie Lane, Mahoney's Last Stand, VG Plus, $14.99. Also, Ohio Players, Fire. Ohio Players, VG Plus, $14.99. Ohio Players, Fire. Whoa. Whoa. Ohio Players, Fire. Whoa. VG Plus, $14.99 on that one. Okay, so Pink Floyd's at $130, now $155. The Doors then is sold to Robert Warner. Thank you, Robert. That's sold to you. And that is sold to Robert for $71. Awesome bootleg there. I don't think that's officially ever been reissued. Melanie Jennings on Ohio Players. Have I missed anything? G-Mac was next. So we still got Ron Wood, Dirk Kershaw, Alamo, Mick Fleetwood, Procol Harum, Dwayne Eddy, Bill Haley, and Van Morrison. Van Morrison that's still left is St. Dominic's preview. Now, Matthew, earlier, you made an offer on a Van Morrison, and I'm assuming that was for Van Morrison Live, right, Matthew? By the way, Edie Brickell then. Nick Bergeron has it for $37. Everybody else is out. And then Pink Floyd's at $175. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction over here is going to be Skinnered on the original label. So this is the OG first pressing of Lynyrd Skynyrd. It was on Sounds of the South. A 74 US Pinckneyville. The vinyl's VG Plus. There is tape on the cover. For some reason, there's like crisscross tape all across the back. Don't ask me why. But this is an OG, the first pressing of Second Helping. Sweet Home Alabama, Ballad of Curtis Lowe. Y'all know, Call Me the Breeze. $25 start. It was the live one. Okay, we're good to go then. All right, so first thing is let's sell Twangy guitar to Willard for $8. Stephanie, I will sell you Doug Kershaw for $6.99. $6.99 on Doug Kershaw. Audience, The House on the Hill. Audience is VG Plus $9.99. And West Coast Love-In. Chambers Brothers? What's this say? VG Plus $14.99. West Coast Love-In. Peanut Butter Conspiracy. The Chambers Brothers. Peanut Butter Conspiracy. The Ashes. Music from the Peanut Butter Conspiracy, the Chambers Brothers, and the Ashes. Definitely from around 67, 68, $14.99. Okay. Stephanie Hill on Doug Kershaw for $6.99. And Danae wants this one right here. Let's go pull Mr. Riger, Nirvana Incesticide, right here. Nirvana Incesticide, sold to Bob Riger. Thank you, Bob Riger. That's sold to you. $54.99. You got it. Also have Stray Cats, and this is their self-titled album. The back cover is damaged. I would call it water damaged. It looks like it has a wave going through it. The vinyl's VG Plus, $17.99. So there was no more bids on Edie Brickell. There was. $38 was Steve Mason. Nick Bargeron, you were outbid. And then Pink Floyd was that final call to Matthew Hendon for $175, okay? Dead Kennedys is $33.99 for Frankenchrist. $33.99 for Frankenchrist. And Skinner's at $30 with Matthew Hendon. ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud, EX Condition, $32.99. Rio Grande Mud, EX, $32.99. It's already in a MoFi sleeve. Very nice, $32.99 for that. Also, Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs, VG Plus, $17.99 on that one. Edie Brickell still getting bids. The Skinnerd cover would definitely be noted with tape. I mean, there's no splits or writing, but obviously that's pretty bad. So I think you got to call that at least VG minus. I mean, it's more just like, hey, there's tape on the back, whatever you want to grade that. And this is VG Plus original yellow label. So the first two, a lot of major labels like MCA, they have subsidiaries where they would release other bands and they didn't put a big enough budget to them sometimes. You know, they'd have different labels, different promotions, probably for different parts of the country, et cetera, et cetera. So Sounds of the South was a subsidiary label, and they tried Skinner on there. They was pretty much, I think, going to be the flagship band. Well, I think Skinner took off after these first two albums, and they went ahead and moved them to MCA, the main label. So the early two Skinner albums are on the Sounds of the South label. So I don't know how accurate all that is as far as why they were moved. What I just said is very accurate, but I don't know the actual complete story there. But their first two albums was on Sound South. I have a feeling it's probably for promotion, you know. Sometimes they put bands on lesser labels because they don't want to spend as much promoting them, et cetera, et cetera. Probably Skinner took off, and they was like, holy crap, all right, we'll move them to the main MCA distribution. Nationwide, worldwide, whatever it takes to get their records sold. So that's the first label. Their first two albums are like that. Pronounced and Second Helping, just their first two. All right, Pink Floyd is sold, and this needs to be put away. This is sold to Matthew Hendon, $175. This is sold to Matthew Hendon for $175, and that's done, okay? But that's usually what happens with subsidiary labels. That's happened with other releases before. Their big labels have subsidiaries where they're side offices, and they basically have a band, but they just don't want to spend the money maybe promoting them, or they want to experiment with them. That's how that worked back in the day, way before my day. Edie Brickell, Nick Bargeron, $40. It's up to one person, and that's Steve Mason. Steve Mason, you're out. Okay, now, first question is Danae. Audience, right here, VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus on Audience, The House on the Hill, $9.99. Robin Trower, VG Plus, $17.99. Bridge of Sighs, blue and white Christmas label. Nick, you've been outbid on Edie Brickell. Skinner's at $39. Danae wants Audience. Okay, moving on. Let's put up another auction. This time we're going to do Budgie. Budgie is called Bandolier. 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 Budgie is a 76 U.S. Pitman OG. And believe it or not, right now there are 0 copies for sale on Discogs of this pressing. 0 copies are available for sale. This is a $20 start, VG condition. VG condition. Cameron Porter said sold on Robin Trower. Ron Wood, price and condition. This is Ron Wood and Ronnie Lane, Mahoney's Last Stand, which was a soundtrack VG Plus $14.99 on that one. VG Plus $14.99. Toto, their self-titled album. We had a Japanese pressing to start the night. VG $9.99. Edie Brickell is up to Nick Bergeron. Steve Mason has it for $41. Leonard Skinner's at $40. Matthew Hendon, you're out. Budgie has a bid for $20. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, move it on over. EX Condition, $17.99. Nice. The Boys Are Back in Town. Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy. VG Condition, $14.99. Also, Greetings from Tim Buck 3. EX Condition, $14.99 on Greetings from Tim Buck 3. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. EX $22.99. And Reminiscing, Buddy Holly. Let's see what label it is. Buddy Holly is on, that's early, if not the first label. This coral, burgundy coral label. That's pretty early. Usually that's on a reissue. And here's another example of labels. Coral went on to go on to MCA or MCA, I think, or Decca. And so you'll see reissues of this all the way into the 70s, I'm pretty sure. $24.99. Charlie DeFrank on the 10 for the Ron Wood. That's sold. And then Thin Lizzy is sold to Will Smithson for 10. And Gerald Whitworth gets Toto for 10. Or gets Toto for sticker, which was 10. And then Joe Salamo on George Thorogood for 12. Does Buddy have Bread Fan? Buddy have Bread Fan. Buddy? What was Buddy? We sold Ron with Thin Lizzy, Toto. Okay, and then maybe he meant Budgie. First thing is what happened. I lost Nick Bergeron on Edie Brickell. My famous words, I've lost Nick Bergeron. The high bid is 41 with Steve Mason. Will Smith, Matthew Hendon. You're out on Skinner. It's a final call to Michael Thrower for 40. And Budgie still has one bid for 20. Maybe he's talking about the track listing on this one. No, not on this one. Final call, $20. Okay? He's out on Skinner. All right, just wanted to make sure. Wow, this check condition crate, we almost sold everything in here. We got 3 more vintage crates like this to go through tonight, so don't go anywhere. Bill Haley, EX12. Maybe I'm thinking about Bill Haley. Yeah, he was on Decca, and then it went on to MCA. So, like, there is multiple different labels of albums. And you kind of have to know what history of when what label was released to look at it quickly and know, you know, if you're somewhere and you maybe don't want to, like, punch it in Discogs right then, like at a record store or an estate sale, wherever you may be buying records, you can glance at labels if you know them well enough and be like, oh, that's MCA, that's a reissue. It's like Skinner and stuff like that. Procol Harum, VG Plus $14.99. Mick Fleetwood, VG Plus $14. I'm assuming y'all talking about the same Bread Fan that Metallica covered, which I think was the Budgie song. Alamo, VG Plus $49.99. Van Morrison still available, VG Plus $24.99. Stray Cats, VG Plus $17.99. ZZ Top, EX $32.99. Tim Buck 3, EX $14.99. Billy Thorpe, EX $22.99. And Buddy Holly, VG $24.99. All 3 auctions are closed. Budgie is sold to Michael Butler, one bid for $20. Nice. Michael Thrower gets Leonard Skinner for $40, another Michael. And then Steve Mason on Edie Brickell. Steve on Edie Brickell. And this is sold to Steve Mason for $41. Okay. All right. That's all done. Now, one second. Okay. Moving on. I have another crate to go through, and we need all new auctions, right? Don't blink. Probably going to miss something. Let's go ahead and do this. Sorry, I had to check something on my phone in 1 second. And let me go over here. And Let me grab this crate. I think we'll do this one next. Let me peek at it. Yeah, looks good enough for me. I saw enough to go ahead and make the decision quickly. Okay. All righty. So 937. Laura's working on marking stuff right now. There's still 3 vintage crates that we're going to do best or offer on. The advertised auction crate's pretty packed, and the bonus crate is still pretty bonus. It's still pretty full. Let's go ahead and knock out the Black Crowes box set. They've done really well tonight. We still got a couple Black Crowes. This is the Southern Harmony and Musical Companion box set. It is sealed. The 2023 Super Deluxe 4 LP set with hymn book signed. Wow, it has a book signed by Chris and Rich Robinson. Only the signed versions have the stickered barcode. Wow. With 4 lithographs. There are 0 listings for this on Discogs or PopSpsych. I was able to find one listed on Black Crowes web store for $250, and it's sold out. So this sold originally for $250, autographed, and it's, of course, sold out. So $250 start on that one. Now, Chris and Rich Robinson, that's a pretty good autograph, especially on an album jacket. Signed Black Crowes album jacket. That's not cheap whatsoever. So it's a signed hymn book inside of there that is signed by Chris and Rich Robinson. That's a sealed deluxe, and that's a $250 start. Next auction, I think we still got some more cool bootlegs over here. Let's see what's going on with Pearl Jam. And Pearl Jam is an unofficial pressing. This is live at Shoreline Amphitheater, October 30th and 31st, 1999. That is Pearl Jam. So Pearl Jam, Building Bridges, is sealed a $50 start. That's now up for bid. And let's go ahead and add one more here. And I am going to add to that batch Cinderella. Somebody asked for this earlier. Cinderella is an 88 Canadian OG Club copy with the original inner sleeve. Cinderella's EX condition, a $35 start on Cinderella. A $35 start on Cinderella. Next is Frank Sinatra, Come Back to Sorrento. Frank Sinatra is $14.99. Come Back to Sorrento. Very clean copy. Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Come Back to Sorrento. The Thelonious Monk Memorial Album. Classic performances from his Prestige and Riverside years, 52 to 61. Monk, a 2 LP, $24.99. Coliseum Rock Stars, $19.99 for Coliseum Rock by Stars. Marty Robbins, I think this is pretty early here. $19.99, should be Columbia 2i or 6i label. Self-titled Marty Robbins, $19.99 on that. And 12 sides of John D. Loudermilk, $24.99 for John D. Loudermilk. And we have new Triumvirate presents Pompeii, $14.99. Okay, I just want to make sure the feed's watched. Okay, it is. So I was about to say, there hadn't been a comment. There's 221 people watching, and there wasn't a comment for 5 minutes. That means 220 people were either not looking at their screen or they were looking at your screen and nobody was saying anything. That was almost scary. I'm like, hello, is there anybody out there? There's like 5 minutes, and imagine being in a room with 200 people and I'm just standing there waiting for y'all to speak. I'm waiting for y'all to place bids. That's what I'm waiting. I'm waiting for y'all to place bids as soon as I stretch my legs. That's a good squat. Oh, wow. What a relief. Whew. Stretch. And stretch. Everybody's on a cookie break, evidently. Everybody went to go eat some cookies right quick. That was a bad time. If we're all just listening to me. If I end all the auctions and swap crates, that's like a time I think everybody wants to jump off. It's like everybody's like wanting to, they're like, okay, he's changing crates and he's ending all the auctions. Hold on a minute while I'm stretching. I can tell I have sleep fatigue. And my legs are like, Chad, we could really lay down right now for about 4 hours. Man. I put on my shoes, I was sitting on my couch and I leaned back, which is something I never do. I'm usually like shoes out the door. And I leaned back and I was because I'd only slept for like a few hours. And I closed my eyes and I went, oh no. I could sleep right now I was like, God, there's people waiting on me. We got to get to work. The Blues Caravan. The Blues Caravan is $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. And we have Moon Pie and RC Cola. That is NRBQ, RC Cola and a Moon Pie. $26.99 on that one. All right, so back up the top. Cinderella 35, Cinderella 37. Next thing is Cinderella 45, and Pearl Jam is at 50. Final chance on the Black Crowes box set, which is sealed, and it has the autographed book inside of it by Chris and Rich Robinson, Southern Harmony. Final chance. Final chance on that one. Pearl Jam's at 50, and we have Cinderella, and that's at 45 of Jason Thomas. We have the Lonely Bull, Herb Albert, the Tijuana Brass, $19.99 for Herb Albert. And I just want to remind you some of the titles I've already read in here. Herb Albert, NRBQ, Blues Caravan, New Triumvirate, Johnny Loudermilk, Marty Robbins, Stars, Monk, and Frank Sinatra. Amenities offer $25 for Monk. I was waiting for that to happen. That is sold. It was actually already marked $24.99, so it's sold to you. The Black Crowes is a $250 start. T-Rex is $39.99. T-Rex is $39.99, the slider. Very, very nice copy. Very, very nice copy. T-Rex. Also over here we have Uriah Heep, Abominog. Uriah Heep is $19.99. That is Abominog. And Traffic, the Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Traffic is $19.99. We have Poco, the Songs of Richie Furay. Poco is $9.99. And UB40, Rat in the Kitchen. UB40 is $19.99. This is called Rat in the Kitchen. It has the original inner sleeve. UB40, $19.99. And Styx Equinox. Styx is $19.99. It also has the original inner sleeve. And man, all of a sudden, we're into some really nice and really clean records. Now, Willard Dunham put Black Crow +1. I don't really know what that means. The minimum bid right now is $250, and there's not a bid. So if you're bidding $251, I'll take it. But right now, there's no bid for $250. Autumn, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Pearl Jam for $50. Oh, man, Charlie just bid $55. I mean, like I was saying, sold to Autumn, and then Charlie, it pops up on Restream. Sorry, she had that for a few minutes. And then Cinderella, and this is sold to Jason Thomas for $45. And I lost a couple people, and I think a couple people was maybe a little bit too hesitant to bid there, and those are gone, and we're ready for all new ones. Moving on. Next thing is the Black Crowes High Head Blues, A Conspiracy. A 1995 Euro OG. Wow, this is official. This is a 4-track EP. This is a 4-track EP, the Black Crowes, a $20 start. A $20 start. That's an official. A 1995 Black Crowes High Heel Blues, A Conspiracy. Okay, and then over here, our next is the following. I have, going up for bid right now, I have Oasis. And Oasis is a 2025 sealed 3LP, a $50 start for Oasis, live from Wembley, July 2000, a 3LP. Oasis, a $50 start. Okay, there's that. Also, Stray Cats, Gonna Ball. Stray Cats is an 81 UK, $29.99 for Stray Cats. Phil Keaggy with Glass Harp, Song in the Air, $14.99 on that one. And we have the Rascals C. The Rascals is $19.99. Really clean copy of that one. Okay, nobody bid on the Black Crowes, so this is a buy it now for $250. This Black Crowes is up for bid for $20, and RM Lazelle has already opened the Oasis at $50. Okay, so let's move on, and let's pull something from the bonus crate. Unadvertised, The Who, Live at Leeds, a Japanese pressing. And The Who Live at Leeds is a Japanese reissue. It has the insert Obi. It's near mint minus, no documents or anything. I don't think this particular version came with any of that. You know, all the document inserts, it's on the US original and UK original. I think this Japanese, especially this reissue, just came with disc Obi insert as this. So it's complete, a $45 start. Phil Keaggy is sold for $9 to Back to the Turntable. And then the Rascals is sold to Steve Mason for $14. That's sold to Rascals for $14. Willard Dunham said, I bid $250 on Black Crowes. Okay, officially, you're buying this for $250, but you never did correct your bid and put Black Crowes $250, because I didn't know if you didn't know the way you worded that, you made it sound like you didn't know what the bid was at, and you were just adding +1. And then I was assuming you didn't want it when I said it was $250. But you do want it for $250, and it's sold to you. Sold to Willer Dunham for $250. Always make sure when you're bidding, it's as clear and concise as possible. A title, if you want to abbreviate, that's fine. But if you have an extra 4 seconds, type out Black Crowes and then place your bid. And there's no confusion ever. I promise. There'll never be any confusion that way. Together, this is a Warner Brothers sampler, $14.99. That's a green Warner Brothers sampler, $14.99. And the best of Graham Parker and the Rumor, 1980 UK, that's $14.99 for best of Graham Parker and the Rumor. And Eddie Kendricks, shrink wrap, $19.99 with a hop sticker. Includes the Eddie's new hit, Keep On Truckin', $19.99. So now this Black Crowes over here has bids for $20, $25, $28, and $30. Oasis is sold to Arm Lazelle for $50. That's done. Sold to Arm Lazelle. And the Who's a $45 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Grateful Dead, it looks like. The Grateful Dead is Rare Cuts and Oddities, 1966. A 2013 Record Store Day, 2 LP sealed, a $55 start on the Grateful Dead. Michael Butler on Eddie Kendricks, that's sold to Michael Butler. Danae was second on that one. Paris, and this is $19.99. That's Capitol Records, Paris, and that is titled Big Town 2061. Big Town 2061. And Medusa Trapeze. Medusa is $24.99. Medusa Trapeze. Medusa's on the Threshold, the Moody Blues label, $24.99. And Art Pepper, Getting Together. Art Pepper, 1973. $39.99, okay? Nobody bid on the Who live at Leeds. That's a buy now for $45. A Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. The Black Crowes is at $37 with intergroove distortion. The Grateful Dead's a $55 start. No problem on Asia. We'll get it up right now. Don't ever hesitate to ask me to put something up for bid. Nice. Roger Dean artwork. Looks like a big underwater dragon. Asia, limited edition picture disc, their 2012 reunion album. This had Jeff Downs on it, Steve Howe, Carl Palmer, and John Wetton. A half-speed master, Roger Dean artwork, a Record Store Day. This is sealed for a $20 start. $20 start. Very, very cool. Asia's now up for bid. Okay. First thing we had was Black Crowes 37, Black Crowes 4. Will Smithson put UB40. He meant UB40. UB40, I'll do that one for $15, Will. George Sherritt gets the Who for $45. And then RM, if you don't want UB40 for $15, or Will, if you don't want UB40 for $15, then Arm Lazelle will take it. Sorry. The last bid on the Black Crowes was $42. Stephen A. Young is out. And then final chance on the Grateful Dead before I make that a buy it now. Okay, moving on. We have Here Comes JJ, Fire and Smoke, JJ Malone. Looks like it was at a radio station at some point. 1987 WWDZ, $14.99 on that. So Arm Lazelle, you do get UB40 for $15. That's so do you. Thank you. We have Jim Carroll. Jim Carroll is $12.99. Price on NRBQ. The RC Cola and Moon Pie. That one was $26.99. Very nice condition. Also, the killer meters, the circles, the kilometers, Roscoe. What's going on here? 1999 green vinyl, Mods Mayday 99. Mods Mayday 99, $19.99. Interesting. Some kind of compilation, green vinyl, $19.99. Okay. Intergroove Distortion has the Black Crowes for $42. Grateful Dead info. Let's go over this one more time. Grateful Dead Rare Cuts and Oddities is a 2013 Record Store Day, sealed, a $55 start. The timer was pretty much up. I was about to make it a buy it now. If you want to bid, go right ahead. If you say pass, I'm probably going to make it a buy it now. Asia had a bid for 20, now 21, now 25. Okay, and then NRBQ is sold to Preston for 20. B Smoker put OH for something. Jim Carroll is sold as well. And that's sold to Michael Butler. And then Stephanie, I forgot about you on Stray Cats. That's one I read in my mind, but I didn't answer out loud. This is an 81 UK original. An 81 UK original, $29.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Okay, and then we have how much on Paris. What's the Art Pepper? Art Pepper is called Getting Together, Contemporary Records S7573. 1973, no condition notes, $39.99. Okay, and then we have how much was Paris? Paris was $19.99 in shrink wrap. Grateful Dead is a buy it now for $55 if anybody wants it. No bid on the Dead, $55. The Black Crowes is officially sold in. Black Crowes is sold to Intergroove Distortion for $42. Sold to Intergroove Distortion for $42. Shakedown is all over the Grateful Dead. All over the Grateful Dead. That's sold to Shakedown for $55. Then Scott Dwallow, then Nikki Payne. I was hoping y'all would actually bid on that, but it didn't happen. Now it's sold to Shakedown, and everybody else is pounding on their keyboards because they didn't go ahead and bid. Danae gets Paris for $14. Stephanie Hill on Stray Cats for $23. God, gosh, why didn't I just go ahead and bid on that? It was right there in front of me. That's what just happened somewhere in a living room across America. You've got to be kidding me. That's what happened. This is a 2015 USOG limited edition. This is on violet and amber colored vinyl. This is the OG first pressing of Tame Impala. They did this one as a $95 start. A $95 start on Tame Impala Currents, a $95 start. $95 start on that one. My advice always on winning an auction, if you want to be first and if you want to win it, I would bid on it. That's my advice on every auction. If I put something up and you're like, yes, I would like to own that Grateful Dead, there's one way you can secure it and there will be no contest, and that's by being the high bidder at the end of the auction. Pepper is sold to Stephen Freyu for $30. That's sold to Stephen Freyu for $30. Moving on. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is a Japanese pressing of the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. Look how cool this is. Very, very nice. The Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, a 1988 Japanese OG. No, this isn't OG. An 88 Japanese. It's not an OG, though. EX Plus condition, a $55 start. This is the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. 1988 Japanese, fantastic condition. $55 start. Asia's at $40. Tame Impala's a $95 start. Next in the crate is the full spectrum of Quadraphonic Sounds. That is $14.99. We have Jive's Greatest Rap Singles. Wow. $24.99. Jive's Greatest Rap Singles. Jazzy Jeff, Boogie Down Productions, Skinny Boys, Houdini, Cool Mo D, Too Short. No discount. No discount on that. That needs to be auctioned. $24.99. Michael Butler on Trapeze. Trapeze is sold to Michael Butler. Tame Impala does have a bid for $95. Rap is $24.99 and more. We have Illinois Jaquette. Illinois Jaquette, bottoms up. That is $9.99 for Illinois Jaquette. $9.99. I hope I'm saying his name right. Crispy and St. Peter's. This is the classic Pied Piper. $9. It has a stamp on the back. Salesman sample. Salesman sample. $9.99. Kelly Wlodarczyk on rap. There's the rare and coveted rap albums. There's the rare, highly desirable, and extremely valuable rap records. Kelly Wlodarczyk got it. $24.99. Anthology. Ray Columbus and the Invaders. 1981 New Zealand. Ray Columbus and the Invaders. $26.99. Asia's at $40, now $43. Tame Impala has one bid for $95. And the Stones don't have a bid yet, looking for a $55 start. Tim Votis on Keel. And Keel. No Keel in here. Maybe Illinois. Maybe. We'll find out what Tim's trying to claim. Heavy Duty Harping. That's a bunch of harmonica playing on here. And it's actually a record put out by Hohner, the harmonica company. $16.99 on that. Asia's at $45. Amenities, you're out. This looks familiar. This is $19.99. I remember this jacket title. Chemical City Shakedown. Yep. $19.99 on that one. Kelly Wlodarczyk on harmonica album. Oh my goodness. Folks, Jim B is bidding on the Tame Impala record. Just when I thought things couldn't get any crazier, GMB is bidding on the Tame Impala record. Hold on to your wigs and keys. This is about to get interesting. Hold on to your wigs and keys. This is about to be a ride of a lifetime. This is it. Here we go. Hope everybody's prepared for this moment. This is moments that most people dream of. That is what you're about to witness. It's what most people dream of. Tame Impala Currents is a 2015 limited edition 2LP. It is open, but it's near mint. Purple or violet and translucent amber. The new high bid on this is Joseph Ellis at $100. Asia is sold to Amenities for $50. And the Rolling Stones is a no bid. And the Rolling Stones is a $55 buy it now. Beggar's Banquet. Folks, great track listing. Sympathy for the Devil. Street Fighting Man's on here. This is a classic Stones album. The non-album singles or the deep cuts on there. Great music. Beggar's Banquet. A Japanese pressing. $55 buy it now on that. Okay? GMB's out on Tame Impala. The roller coaster went down quickly. Final call to Joseph Ellis for $100. Next auction is going to go up right now. And our next auction is this. The band, The Last Waltz. The band, The Last Waltz in shrink. A 1978 USOG. Man, this is a nice copy. It's OG. It's shrink wrapped. It's hot stickered. It has the book and all the discs are EX++ near mint minus. The band, Last Waltz, a $35 start. Doug Jeppesen got the Rolling Stones for $55. Thank you, Doug Jeppesen. And then we have Bobby King and Terry Evans, Live and Let Live, $19.99 for that. And now Crystal Silence, Gary Burton and Chick Corea. This is $19.99. Gary Burton and Chick Corea. Jefferson Airplane, oh no, from the dreaded Dick Connery collection. Oh no, the dreaded Dick Connery collection, $24.99. Tim Voldness on the Killer Meters. This one right here, sold it. Oh, he was wanting to get Kill earlier, the Killer Meters, okay. And Joseph Ellis, you get Tame Impala for $100. Now we know Jim B's presence. Every time he bids, I'm going to go very over the top and make a big deal out of it every time. So it's fun and entertaining for everybody. Now, Chad, you may know this, but I have started collecting records to make you go WTF. That is a very popular, that is a section a lot of people have in their collections. Bizarro records, like How to Train Your Horse to Eat Apples. I'm pretty sure that's a record that exists. How to Train Your Horse to Eat Apples. Okay, Waltz has a bid for $35. Next over here is Clutch. And Clutch is From Beale Street to Oblivion. And this is the 2015 Record Store Day, which was the first time this was ever on vinyl. So you can consider this the OG pressing. And this is on purple vinyl, a $55 start. Clutch, From Beale Street to Oblivion. A Gatefold 2LP purple vinyl, $55 on that one. Okay? When Radio Was King. When Radio Was King was $9.99. NRBQ, Grooves in Orbit. NRBQ is $19.99, Grooves in Orbit. My crate over here is pretty full. Let me go ahead and swap these out. So I think I had this the other day and I didn't know what it was and we sold it. But of course, y'all know I'm very much into John F. Kennedy stuff. And so on the grassy knoll that day, or actually across the street from the grassy knoll, if y'all follow the Kennedy assassination closely, across the street from the grassy knoll, the lawn over there, where other people were standing, there was a lady known as the Babushka lady. She was a Russian You know, most people assumed she was some sort of just Russian lady standing over there. Well, she was actually holding a camera, and, you know, she was videoing the assassination. Well, after the events unfolded on at Dealey Plaza at that moment, she disappeared and never was seen again. And so that's some of the unknown footage wherever she went with that camera that no one's ever seen again. But I'm telling you this because years later, she came out and said she was the babushka lady from the grassy knoll, from Dealey Plaza or whatever, from November '63, Dallas, Texas. And she got into Christian music, but she did it with puppets. She did it with like ventriloquist dolls. And so she came out as like the babushka lady, and she started making these records, but she doesn't call herself the babushka lady on the records. It's not like I was there, I witnessed Kennedy, I was involved with Russia conspiracies. It's just like she did that, and then she started making these weird ventriloquist records. So evidently the mystery babushka lady made ventriloquist dolls, and they're out there on vinyl, and I think they're pretty rare and valuable. So I think we had one come through here one time, and I didn't know what it was, and it might have even ended up in like the dollar sale or something. So, but yeah, she used to do like ventriloquist, and she used to do like Christian kids records, and they're pretty creepy. But then I found out there's a whole subset of people who collect Christian ventriloquist kids doll records. And there's this like whole collector club where there was this Christian movement with ventriloquist dolls in the 70s, and there's like an underground following for it. So you just never know what is out there on vinyl. We talk about Led Zeppelin, Soundgarden, Yes, and Clutch. There's this whole world of like underground, bizarre record collecting. So now, wherever that lady went that day that day in Dallas, wherever that footage is that she shot on her camera, she was definitely there, and she definitely had some footage. Wherever that is, could answer questions that could solve one of the world's greatest mysteries. But I don't know. I think she was there, and she had footage, and it was either taken away or she disappeared. Something happened fishy, like everything else. But anyways, the band's at $43. That's with 78 Trans Am. Eric Squindo, $45, and then Clutch is a $55 start. Preston got NRBQ for $15. Back over here. Next thing is Poco, self-titled. You might notice some of these names: Jim Messina, Timothy B. Schmidt, Richie Foray, Rusty Young, $9.99. That's Poco. Also, the North Fork Rounders. Gee, ain't it grand? And this is $9.99. The North Fork Rounders, $9.99. And hey, look, the Velvet Underground and Nico, a 2008 180 gram, $39.99. Velvet Underground and Nico, $39.99. Larry Raspberry and the High Steppers, No Accident. That's a sealed copy, $14.99. The Elvin Bishop Band, Rock My Soul, $14.99. Elvin Bishop Band, Rock My Soul. Rick Wakeman, White Rock, $14.99 for Rick Wakeman. And we have Graham Central Station. That is sealed for $19.99. Now, do you want to dance? Okay. Now, we have nobody bid on Clutch. Time to get like 2 or 3 more auctions going at the same time. Clutch is a $55 buy now. It's a no bid. This was the OG pressing for this album. The Record Store Day, From Beale Street to Oblivion. Heston Session all over that for $55. Sold to Heston Session. The Band, $48. Michael Butler got Poco for $8. This sold to Michael Butler for $8. Melanie Jennings on Elvin Bishop. That one was right here. And right now, we have the Band out, and Travis Woods has it for $48. That's a final call. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Dio. Yeah, we still got a Dio record in here. That is Intermission by Dio. A 1986 OG. This record is notorious for being pretty worn out, especially the jacket because it was black, but this is pretty dang nice. Dio Intermission's a $35 start. The Velvet Underground was a 2008 pressing. 2008 pressing, 180 gram, $39.99. Also, Electric Sleep, Sleepy John Estes on the Delmark label, $34.99. Some blues there for you. Also, Bob Dylan bringing it all back home. A 65 Pitman stereo, $99.99. $99.99. Bob Dylan bringing it all back home. That is unusually nice. That is a really nice copy of that. And then the Dickies, the Incredible Shrinking Dickies, yellow vinyl, $49.99. Michael Butler on the Sleepy John Estes, okay? So the band sold. Let's go ahead and put up more auctions. The band is sold to Travis Woods for $48. So let's put this right here. This is sold to Travis for $48. Next is Michael Butler on Sleep. Let's move Dio over here. $35 start on that. Michael Butler did get Sleep. I hope that's what I said, because he did get Sleep. Sleepy John Estes, that is. Okay, next is Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan live at King's Heads Inn, Norfolk, Virginia. June 22nd, 1980. Live Stevie Ray Vaughan. Limited edition 500 sealed. A $25 start on Stevie Ray Vaughan. $25 start for SRV. Dio does have a bid for Mark Olson for $35. Okay? That's up for bid. And let's add a third auction from the advertised batch here. Let's do the Talking Heads True Stories. Excuse me, Talking Heads True Stories is a 1986 U.S. Allied OG. It's in VG condition, and Talking Heads True Stories is going to be a $15 start. OG VG. I'm just going to read the titles left in here. This was a really solid crate. Some great titles still left in here. If you want to make an offer, go right ahead. If you don't want to make an offer, well, then go right ahead. But I would be very disappointed. You will disappoint me. I'll be pretty sad, disappointed. And, yeah, I'm stretching. I'm just trying to fill up dead air by yakking because I'm over here stretching. I need to get some water. And then over here, Frank Sinatra, Come Back to Sorrento. And if you need a price, let me know. Some of them I might go ahead and remind you. So Frank Sinatra stars. We have Marty Robbins, self-titled. John D. Loudermilk, 12 Sides. New Triumvirate. The Blues Caravan. Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass. T-Rex the Slider. Uriah Heep still available. Abominog. Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Poco, the songs of Richie Furay. Styx Equinox is still available. The Warner Brothers Sampler Together. The Best of Graham Parker. Here comes JJ. That's JJ Malone, Fire and Smoke. The Quadraphonic Sampler. Illinois Jaquette. Crispy and St. Peter's. Ray Columbus and the Invaders. Also, we had the Chemical City Shakedown. Bobby King and Terry Evans. And Gary Burton Chick Corea. That's not everything, but let me pause there and let everybody know that Dio just got one bid, and it's sold to Mark Olson for $35. Stevie Ray Vaughan opened at $35, and then Mark, you bid $25 on that. So Mark, you're out. You do get Dio, but you're out on the Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jason was first at $30. Nobody's bid yet on Talking Heads, $15 start. Our next auction is Elvis, and this is a music on vinyl press, unopened. This is a relatively new deal. These have not been cheap for music on vinyl because a lot of them are double LPs. And this is a 1972 live Elvis Presley, Madison Square Garden. It's a white vinyl. It's been reissued by Music on Vinyl here, numbered 1420. It's unopened, a $45 start. Daniel Boone has the Talking Heads for $15. Lewis Kulick offered $15 for Styx Equinox. Thank you. That was sold to Lewis Kulick. We also had Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's, When Radio Was King. So if you see these, they're all radio shows. Like this is the Best of Amos and Andy, 1955. So if you put this on, it would be like you're listening to, radio in 1955. And that would be the Best of the Amos and Andy show. T-Rex was $39.99. That was the Slider. And Stevie Ray Vaughan still at $30 with Jason Fornerat. What is the Blues Caravan? The Blues Caravan was right here. That was the name of the band, GMP Crescendo. It's a self-titled record, and that's the name of the band, the Blues Caravan. The Blues Caravan, 1999. You sell the 45? Yes, we sold that earlier tonight. I made sure the two bidders were on, and yes, we did sell it. Kiss is gone. Oh, finally. Okay. Amos and Andy is sold to Stephen A. Young. the Norfolk Rounders, Gee Ain't It Grand, $9.99. Danae, if you don't want the Blues Caravan, Lion Stink does. And Larry Raspberry is still available. Also, Rick Waitman, Graham Central Station, and then Velvet Underground. So Mark Chesler wants to know, is it colored vinyl? Does it have a Peeble banana? The condition, where it was made. He also wants to know, is it a gatefold jacket? Is there anything written on the spine? What's the barcode number? And how much does it weigh? So yes, this does have a peelable banana. It's a gatefold jacket. Who produced it? Who played on it? The track listing. It's near mint minus. I'm joking. He didn't ask for all that, but it was funny how he worded his question. It's black vinyl, 2008. It does have a peelable banana. It's near mint minus, and it's $39.99. I like to exaggerate people's questions sometimes and make it a little bit more dramatic. If you ask for more than 3 things, I'm going to really make it dramatic, okay? Mark Chesler offered $34. Thank you, Mark. That's sold to you for $34. They're like, can you read me the matrix, the label, all the tracks, everything inside the gatefold? Can you pull up Wikipedia and read the biography of Lou Reed and Andy Warhol out loud? Can you pull up Wikipedia on your screen and pull up Andy Warhol's biography? And then the Dickies is $49.99. So Blues Caravan is sold to Lion Stink. And Stevie Talking Heads is sold for $15 to Daniel Boone. And Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $40. No bid yet on Elvis. $45 start. $45 start. Now, I don't want to discourage anybody from asking questions here, okay? I don't mind at all, I promise. Sometimes I like to make things more dramatic than they are. That's my job, okay? I'm here to create artificial hype and artificial drama and artificial, just ask Jim B. I create a lot of artificial propaganda here. I'm a propagandist 101. I know how to create some propaganda. All I got to do is say 2 words. Golly. When I say golly, you better look out. That's spelled G-A-H-L-E-E. And I'm not joking. Sunday, I took my mom out to eat at Paula Deen's restaurant at Opry Mills at the mall in Nashville. Paula Deen's restaurant, great place. We were parking, and there was a black Tahoe very similar to mine, and the license plate said, golly. And I couldn't take a picture fast enough. They were backing out, and I was coming. They were like backing out, and like I couldn't block them. And so they kind of stopped, and I went on, and I couldn't take a picture of their license plate. But I was like, man, we'd have some customers get a kick out of this. It literally said, golly. Okay, moving on. We have Dylan was $99.99 because it was a super clean OG stereo press. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Jason Fornerat for $40. Elvis is a no bid. It's a bot now for $45. Elvis for $45. That was a unopened music on vinyl press. $45 on that. One second. All right, next. Here we go. We have Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Yngwie Malmsteen is a 1988 USOG promo marked label. VG Plus condition, a $20 start. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force Odyssey. With hop sticker, VG minus jacket, a $20 start. So, I don't know, maybe not VG minus. Yeah, it's got quite a bit of wear. It is a gold stamp promo. $20 start. I don't see that one as much as I do the other one. Stephen A. Young got the Elvis for $45. And then let's go over here to the bonus crate and see what's going on. Let me start from the front. This is Let's see what's up with this Rage. Rage Against the Machine, Live and Loud, 93. Rage Against the Machine, Live and Loud, a 23 or 25 unofficial. And this was sealed, Live and Loud, 93, a $35 start. $35 start on that one, okay? Let's go through this crate, buy it now, best offer. Do you still have any of the Coletco? It depends on the design. And honestly, I don't know about sizes. So I usually try not to speak of T-shirts here because I don't know what we have in stock with sizes. But if you let me know, we can try to look. Star Guard and Star Guard, the changing of the guard, $19.99. Star Guard, that's $19.99. Yngwie Malmsteen, 20. Bishop Gun, I'll put it up right now. Bishop Gun presents Natchez. This is a 2018 USOG with book. There are currently 0 copies for sale on Discogs. That's going to go up for a $30 start. Okay. Over here, later that same year, Matthew Southern Comfort. Matthew Southern Comfort is $9.99. Matthew Southern Comfort. We got Poco Live. Poco is $9.99. And we have Michael Pender. Michael Pender, this is The Promise. Michael Pender is $9.99. The Promise, Michael Pender. And B.W. Stevenson, Lost Feeling. B.W. Stevenson's $9.99. The Best of Stan Freberg Shows, Volume 2, $9.99 on that one. And Jefferson. That is $9.99. Thank you. We have Yngwie Malmsteen at 20 with Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly, You're Out. Lionstinct bid 25. Bishop Gun is at 30. And if anybody wants to bid on Rage, it's a $35 start. James Allen, 35 on Dickies from the last crate. Let me find it and I'll sell it to you. Sold to James Allen for $35. The Dickies on yellow vinyl. Sell this to him. Put down Mike Owen for a Seth and medium if we have it. A Seth, You're Fired shirt and medium if we have it. James Handy on Michael Pender. That's sold to James Handy. Moody Blues there. Bill Black's combo plays the blues. $9.99 on Bill Black's combo. Bix, Better Bic. That's $9.99. Archive of Jazz and Folk Records. Dave Baby Cortez and his Happy Organ. $14.99 on that one. And Larry Raspberries and the High Steppers in the pink. $9.99. All right, so Rage is a buy it now for $35. Rage Against the Machine, $35. Yngwie is at $25.26. And Bishop Gun got one bid with Matt Lawson, and that's sold to him for $30. Right, Matt Lawson sold on Bishop Gun. We have Ricky Skaggs Waiting for the Sun to Shine, and that's $9.99. And we have Malmsteen at 28. That was Dave Baby Cortez and his Happy Organ, $14.99. TBI Music Room on Bix. That's sold to TBI Music Room. Next auction is going to go up right now. Van Halen, and that's Women and Children First. A 1980 U.S. Winchester. Unfortunately, no David Lee Roth poster, but Van Halen's up for bid, a $25 start. Women and Children First, $25 start on that. Also, The Force, that's another Warner Brothers sampler. Leo Sayer, Jethro Tull, Fleetwood Mac, Foghat, Montrose, Deep Purple, BTO, Todd Rundgren, Percy Sledge, $14.99. Kelly says, I can't pass that up. Sounds like Kelly wants the Dave Baby Cortez record. That's sold to her for $14.99. And the Turtles presents The Ballad of the Bands, The Turtles, $14.99. Malmsteen's at 28. Mark Olson's up to you. What about the bonus crate over here? Ooh, the bonus crate. Yes. Whoa. Screaming Furies. Let's see what's up with this U2. U2, Zoo TV Live in Dublin EP. I think I remember this. U2 is a 2024 limited edition yellow vinyl EP, and that is a $25 start. $25 start. U2, that's official. It's yellow vinyl. The U2 TV, Zoo TV, $25 start. Van Halen's a VG Plus jacket, EX vinyl. It's actually not too bad. VG Plus jacket, EX vinyl. Okay. Momstein's at 28. Make sure Mark Olson was done. He's out. Samuel Kopech got the Turtles. I have Neil Young, Old Ways. That's a sealed copy. Unopened for $39.99, Neil Young. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, a 2 LP. No condition notes on that. $39.99. And Jerry Garcia, nice. In shrink wrap, Garcia is called Garcia. $34.99 on Jerry Garcia. Yngwie Malmsteen then is sold to Line Stink for $28. Final Chance on Van Halen for $25. And Mark Weiss does have it, so that's a final call. And then I think I just said U2 was sealed also $25. It was also sealed in $25. Aretha Franklin live at the Fillmore West. Aretha is $24.99. Brenda and the Big Dudes. Brenda is sealed $29.99. And God's Trombones by James Weldon Johnson. That's $12.99 in shrink wrap. And Olympic Runners Hot to Trot. Olympic Runners is $14.99. Exile. Exile is sealed, $14.99. Van Halen's at $28 with Line Stink, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be Bullet Boys. Yes, I did say those words, eyes and ears open. Bullet Boys behind the orange curtain. I can remember not too long ago we had these in stock, but then we had 2 or 3 people left on a wait list after ordering them 4 or 5 times. And then they ran out, and I haven't seen it available. So Bullet Boys behind the orange curtain. It was a limited edition of 300, and that was a 2025 red marble vinyl sealed $25 start. Now, the bonus crate I've been picking out of is loaded with metal, which is great to have for probably the next couple nights, tomorrow and especially Thursday when we specialize in metal. I also have a whole crate of Japanese that showed up today, and I haven't pulled anything from it. I'm talking about actual Japanese delivery. And I'm going to go ahead and grab these, and we still got some great Japanese-looking stuff to put up as well. So, not done with that bonus crate, and I might even mix in some more of these other ones, but still got great Japanese pressings to run over here as well, okay? All right. And Lord brought a bottle of water a moment ago. I'm going to drink the one I hadn't finished first, and then I'm going to chug this one as well. Time out. I think my body just said thank you. Van Halen sold to Mark Weiss for $31. Jason Fornerak got U2 for $30. And then we have Bullet Boys behind the orange curtain, sealed a $25 start. First from the new Japanese delivery is a copy that's always tough to get a clean US of, especially the jacket. This is a phenomenal Bad Company Run with the Pack. A Japanese pressing. Very, very nice. I know the last time we had one of these, it went up like a bidding war. Bad Company Run with the Pack. Has an insert with it. Gatefold jacket with Obi. $35 star. The fulling is near perfect. $35 on Bad Company. Moving on. We have Kenny Rogers short stories. Kenny Rogers is sealed, $14.99. Sawyer Brown Shaken. Sawyer Brown is sealed, $19.99 on that. And Ricky Skaggs' favorite country songs. This is sealed with hop sticker. Ricky Skaggs, $14.99. Greg Kroll, Two Sides, $9.99. Or Greg Knoll, K-R-O-L-L. I don't think it's Kroll. It could be. I think that K is silent. Bullet Boys has a new bid for $27. Jason, you've been outbid. And Bad Company is a $35 start, okay? Next over here is a Monkeys Japanese that I don't think I've seen before. This particular cover looks pretty dang cool. I actually like what they got going on here with the jacket. This is the Monkeys Best. Now, anywhere you put the Obi, you're going to block one of them. It was blocking Mickey. Let's block Davey. Let's put it over here where it's supposed to. Yeah, the Monkeys Best. Very cool. David Jones, Mickey Dolans, Michael Nesmith, and Peter Tork. That's the Monkees. Japanese pressing, a $35 start on that. Bad Company has $35.30. Exile does not have that track on it, I don't think. No, not on that one. Not on that one. Poco Crazy Eyes. Poco is $9.99. NRBQ Kick Me Hard. Another NRBQ, $24.99 on that one. And Jackson, 2300 Jackson Street. The Jacksons is in shrink wrap, $24.99, and with the hop sticker. Hall & Oates H2O. There's our nightly copy of Hall & Oates H2O, $19.99. It sold 100 billion copies back in the day. The Kaz and Can't Sing It Orchestral Circus. This one is $14.99. And Kansas City Through the Side Door, $9.99 on Kansas City. And we have Blues from Chicago, Harvey Mandel, Barry Goldberg, and Charlie Musselwhite. A 1973 press, $44.99. The last bid on Bullet Boys was Jason Fornerat at $30. So, Victor Gary, you did get outbid on Bullet Boys. Michael Thrower and Mark Weiss, y'all are both out on Bad Company. Inner Groove has that for $37. No bid on the Monkees yet. $35 start. As I'm stretching. Oh, wow. Instead of the dentist, I should have went to the chiropractor. I used to do that on the same day. I'd be like, time to go to the dentist, the chiropractor, and get my hair cut. Do all that on the same day. We have short, shoot for the moon. That's what you do when you play Rook. You shoot for the moon. Gary Cupper, $29.99, a 71 white label promo. The Monkees has a bid for $35. Bad Company's at $40. Inner Groove, You're Out. And Clear, I Love to Dance, $34.99. Don't know much about that one. The Legend of Sleepy John Estes, there's another one. No condition notes on the vinyl. A little bit of wear down here at the bottom. $34.99 on Sleepy John Estes. And Herbie Mann, Push Push. That one is $14.99. All right, so Bullet Boys is sold to Jason Fornerat for $30. That leaves Bad Company at $44. And that leaves the Monkees at $35 with Debbie Winstead. That's where we're at on those right now. Grace Slick, Manhole. You may know her from the band Jefferson Airplane, $12.99. Final Chance on the Monkees. Michael Butler got Sleepy John Estes for $30. Thank you on that one, Michael Butler. And Shaka Khan, $9.99. Is Kleenex a single? Clear? Clear is a full album, if that's the one you was at about. I don't think I've shown anything with Kleenex, though. Okay, let's put up another Japanese pressing. Great Journey one here, Frontiers. Journey Frontiers is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus in shrink with Obi. And this is a $35 start. Journey, very nice Japanese pressing. Disc, insert, shrink cover Obi, $35 start on that. Shaka Khan sold to James Handy. Debbie was second. But Debbie, you do get the Monkees. But before I can do that, I honestly don't have a box of sleeves. I've got to step over here to our supply rack, which is once again get blocked. I'm about to move all these records. And I'm going to leave a note. These were blocking the supply rack. Please do something with them. I do that kind of stuff. Boy, we're almost out of loose outers, aren't we? We're down to this one big box. Time to order some of those. Okay. Time to order some of those. Okay. Grab this. Oh my gosh. Do I have any more? I guess not. We're going to have to start using retail packs if I don't order some. Okay. I'm talking about these gigantic. I'm carrying 1,000 count box of outer sleeves. 1,000 count box. And I go through them myself live here pretty often. Just stuff that I'm sleeving that needs. But Man, they fly through sleeves. So, and we've been selling the heck out of them too. About time for me to order a bunch more. All right. So, sorry for the timeout, but I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of Japanese this week. And they come in sleeves, but some of them are like probably lightly used, and y'all know my policy. I like stuff, and especially our own. If we keep them in our own sleeves, I have a better idea of that they're ours and they've been sold or they've already been processed. It's kind of like a way I keep up with, I know a record's been handled or shown or sold if it's been put in a new sleeve. Okay, so sorry for the timeout. Bad Company got up to 45. That means Intergroove Distortion, you're out. And he says he's done. Okay, and then Journey Frontiers is a 35. Now, I see some people claiming inners and outers, so let me go ahead and grab those. This would probably be a great time right now, not too crazy busy to show this stuff. And we sell outer sleeves and we sell inner sleeves. And I just restocked outers, but as usual, we're flying through them. So let me show outers, and then is this a box of MoFi sleeves? It is. And I'm going to move all this right here, and I'm going to leave a note. This was blocking the supply rack. Please don't do that again. There is a sign, only record sleeves to be stored on the shelf. Please do not block it. And it's currently blocked. And now everybody's going to have to face the wrath of Chad. Now I'm probably going to block Laura. She can't walk through the aisle anymore. Okay, sorry. All right. Jason Fornerat needs a pack of outer sleeves, right, Jason? You said 225 and 150. Now, are you talking about outers or inners? These are outer sleeves, okay? Line Stink wants a pack of outers. Here are the outer sleeves. Packs of 100 outer sleeves is $29.99. Pack of outer sleeves, $29.99. Okay? That's for sure soda Line Stink. Now, the other thing I have plenty of those if you want them. The other thing we sell a billion of is the MoFi inner sleeves. And these are $26.99. That's a pack of MoFi inner sleeves, $26.99. So that's the two supplies we have. Sorry for the timeout. I had to move a bunch of stuff to get to that. Bad Company is sold to Mark Olson for $45. That's sold to Mark Olson for $45. Thank you. More stuff coming. And then Journey did not get a bid. Journey's a buy it now for $35. Journey's a buy it now for $35, okay? That's a no bid. Frontiers, very nice Japanese pressing. Okay. All right, so first thing is Yes, so Rydell, this was a full album, the Clear album, Kleeer. That's where I stopped. And then Larry Graham and the Graham Central Station. And this is $14.99. And then Wombach, the Beatles. This is a Russian, Bulgaria. The Bulgarian Beatles record. Interesting. $26.99 on that one. Jason Fornerat wants, so he needs a pack of inner or outers, and then he needs 2 packs of outers to cover the equal. I know what you're trying to say, yeah. So what you're trying to say is you want a pack of outers, and then to compensate that, you want 2 packs of inners. Okay, so there's 1 pack for him. There's another pack for him. Okay, and then here is a pack for Debbie Winstead. Okay, so another pack for Jason, and then a pack for Debbie Winstead. We got it. Jason Fornerat also got Journey for $35, and now we're ready for more auctions. Interesting Beatles there. Is Poco Live still there? $6.99. Let's find that. Poco Live. I think it was a little bit further back. And this one right here. Sell this to Willard for $6.99. Next is Rick Wakeman Rhapsodies. Rick Wakeman is $24.99. Max Webster, Mutiny Up My Sleeve. Max Webster's $12.99. Music by Ravi Shankar. That's the soundtrack for Charlie. $19.99 for that. Herbie Man Push Push. That's sold to Victor Guerra for $6.99. And Santa Esmeralda, Leroy Gomez, $9.99. The new Jimmy Reed album, ABC Bluesway, 1967, $39.99. $39.99. The new Jimmy Reed Blues album, $39.99 on that one. Okay, let's get some more auctions going. And the first thing I have is from the Japanese crate. Give me 1 second. There's another pack of outer sleeves if anybody wants some. Actually, this one's kind of open. The adhesive on these it's hard to keep them sealed. Not the best packaging. But there we go. That way y'all know we have them. They're right there. All right, and then Reed is sold today for $30, and the Beatles is sold to Pam Murray for $20. Okay, and now I've moved that box so I can get to these other Japanese pressings. Next one is the very popular Wham! Fantastic. Wake Me Up Before You Go. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Wham! Make It Big. It is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It has the book. It's shrink wrap, Obi, and hop sticker. A $35 start on Wham! Okay, and then over here we have Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon. This is pretty cool. The soundtrack to Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon with Obi, a Japanese pressing. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon, $35 start. There's the cover and Obi. All right. Next thing is this. Let's go through these. I'm just going to read the titles. If you have if you need a price or anything on here, let me know. I'm just going to read the titles. Then we have a whole nother new crate to go through. And Laura's working on marking a crate. So we got 2 more crates of new arrivals that have not been shown tonight. Another one, a vintage crate that we're about to go through, and Laura's marking some stuff right now. First thing I have in here is Stargard, and that is $19.99. Also, Matthew Southern Comfort, later that same year, $9.99 for that. B.W. Stevenson, Lost Feeling. B.W. Stevenson was $9.99. Also, The Best of Stan Freberg Shows. That was $9.99 for Stan Freberg. Also, Jefferson. That was $9.99. Then we had Bill Black's Combo, Larry Raspberry and the High Steppers, Ricky Skaggs, The Force, Neil Young Old Ways, that was sealed, Dylan Greatest Hits Volume 2, Jerry Garcia in shrink wrap. Also, Aretha Live at the Fillmore, Brenda and the Big Dudes, God's Trombone, which is James Weldon Johnson, Olympic Runners, Hot to Trot, and then Exile, and that is sealed, yeah, for $14.99. The Bruce Lee soundtrack does have a bid for $35. No bid yet on Wham! $35 start. And yes, all the advertised auctions, not only are they all gone, but they're all sold. Not only are they all shown, but they're all sold. There's no auctions left over. We got plenty more over here. I'm in a brand new box of Japanese. And we still got, quote, kind of bonus stuff. So still got plenty to do. I'll be running auctions the whole time. We're still showing new pre-owned stuff, which we still got 2 more crates to go. Sounds like a couple more hours. Kenny Rogers, we have Sawyer Brown. We got Ricky Skaggs, Greg Kroll, Poco, NRBQ, the Jacksons, Hall & Oates, Kaz and Kantz, Kansas City, Blues from Chicago, Gary Cupper, Grace Slick, Clear, Larry Graham, Rick Waitman, Max Webster, Charlie Soundtrack, and Santa Esmeralda. Jerry Garcia was $35, and really, I don't know if I want to take much less than that one. This one's pretty firm at $34. It's in shrink. It's a really nice copy. It's Jerry Garcia. Okay. I'm going to put these right here behind me. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I have changed my mind. I'll go ahead and take everything that's left in there, even all those duplicates. I'll say hip, hip, hooray, and I'll sell them to you. But right now, I'm about to go through this crate here, which is new, vintage, buy it now, best offer, okay? TSO Houston wants 1 outer and 1 inner. You got it. Let me go get some more off the shelf. I don't like this one because it's kind of, it won't stay closed, and last thing we want is all those to slide out, and I'll just use those or give them to John or Laura. They can use them to, they can actually use them. Grab a couple more over here. All right, pack sold to TSO Houston, and let's get him a pack of outer sleeves too. Ricky Skaggs, a covers album. Let me go look. I don't, I really don't know. Ricky Skaggs. Favorite country songs. Lost a stranger. I'm assuming it's kind of what it says on the back. Or maybe it's, I think it's more like a compilation. I think it's a more compilation of his favorite songs. Okay, and Bruce Lee is sold to Jason Fornerat for $35. And I didn't get TSO a pack of inners yet. Let me do that. First, I need to put Bruce Lee in a sleeve. And that means Wham is a buy it now for $35. Let me get him a pack of inner sleeves here. Okay. Wham is a buy it now for $35. Yep. All right. The Jacksons. That was in the last crate. The Jacksons was $24.99. Shrink wrap and hop stickered. Next, Japanese pressing. Pretty cool one here. Jackie Chan. Digest. I think that's what that says. Is there something behind the Obi there? I think it just says Jackie Chan Digest. This is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Jackie Chan, a $35 start. Okay? Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. We have When Rock Was Young, Carl Perkins, Gene Vincent, Buddy Holly. That's a compilation, $9.99. Phil Keaggy, Play Through Me. Phil Keaggy is $14.99. Mike Green, Midnight Mirage. Mike Green is $9.99. T-Bone Burnett, Trapdoor. T-Bone Burnett is $9.99. And Multiple Flash, Pete Carr. Multiple Flash, $9.99. Gramalon. Gramalon is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Tangerine Dream, 10 gram, $19.99. I don't know if I've seen that one. Tangerine Dream, 10 gram. It is a grease pressing. A grease pressing. Jackie Chan, a $35 start. Next, going up for auction is another Japanese pressing, and that is Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace. Near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing. This is a $35 start. Beautiful near mint minus Japanese vinyl. There's the insert, there's the cover, and Obi. Okay, 20 hits for $6.99. Sold out the Willard Dunham for $6.99. William Ackerman Passage, that is $9.99. Willard Ackerman Passage, $9.99. Bill Black is back. Bill Black's combo, that is $9.99. Bill Black is back. The Shirelles, this is sealed for $14.99. And Captain and Tennille, Coming from the Rain. Captain and Tennille is $9.99. Mike Green, $7. And that was right back here. That is sold to Wayne Bartow for $7. Danae Passage for $6. And I think you meant 7, right? You did mean 7, I think. And then we have Trapeze featuring Glenn Hughes, $19.99 for Trapeze. And then Debbie Winstead on Cheryl for $10. The Shirelles sell that to Debbie Winstead for $10. And then we have Frank Sinatra All the Way, $14.99. Frank Sinatra All the Way. And we also have Julie Driscoll, Brian Auger, and the Trinity. This is a 69 white label promo. Interesting. $49.99. It's a 2 LP sample copy, not for sale. Street Noise, Julie Driscoll, Brian Auger, and the Trinity. Kiss Him Quickly, He Has to Part. $49.99 on that. No bid on the Jackie Chan record. It's a buy it now for $35. That one's called Digest. I don't know if I've ever seen a Jackie Chan Japanese. I feel like I've had one before, but this might be only the second or third ever I've seen. Rush Hour. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? And then Alcatraz is a buy it now for $35. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace, $35 on that. Let me get that in your sleeve as well. Right. And then WA, Thomas Schwartz on WA, Willard Ackerman. Let me make sure I was, sometimes a lot of these offers were within $1. I think of me saying yes or no. Sometimes it's like my perfect number I want for something. And I always hate to bump $1. That's sometimes my magic number on a $9.99 record. So I asked Danae if she wanted to do 7. I have a feeling she will, but if she passes, I'll sell it to Thomas Schwartz for 7. But I have a feeling Danae wants it for 7. We have Paris. Paris is $19.99. Paris. And we have the Jazz Center of the World, Mike Maneri, Eddie Gomez, Peter Erskine. That is $14.99. Ben Serran. Also, Heavies for April from Atlantic at KO. Heavies from April. Boy, that's hard to read for some reason for me. Heavies for April from Atlantic, Atco, and RSO. And this is one of the few comps, Zeppelin's on here, right? Yeah. This is one of the few comps you'll see that has Led Zeppelin on it. It's a white label promo, and there's not many compilations. Now, this is an official from Atlantic, but no quarters on here. A 3-minute cut of No Quarter. And Yes, and Jay Giles. Really cool. But, yeah, one of the few comps, especially official ones I know that has Zeppelin. You won't even see many random compilations like Best of the 70s or anything like that has Zeppelin. So that's $24.99, okay? Yes, we have a Jackie. So Thomas Schwartz, you do get William Ackerman for 7. Are you out of puzzles? No, we sold a bunch last week. We got dozens and dozens. So the only no bids right now in the Japanese, let me show Jackie Chan one more time. Jackie Chan is $35. Yeah. It's a Japanese press. Still got Alcatraz and Rage Against the Machine. Rage isn't a Japanese, of course. It's a unofficial live. We have Graham Nash and David Crosby. That's $19.99. Graham Nash and David Crosby. David Bromberg, Wanted Dead or Alive, $14.99 on that. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Jackie Chan for $35. And let me officially go ahead and grab another Japanese pressing for auction. And this next one is a classic. Big Brother and the Holding Company, which is Janis Joplin. And this is Big Thrills, or Cheap Thrills. This is a $35 start. $35 start. Janis Joplin, Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company. It has the insert. It has the other insert. It's with the Obi, and that's a $35 start. Another Piece of My Heart, now baby. Classic. Some great stuff on there. Legendary voice. Next Japanese pressing is Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. And Grand Funk Railroad is a 2 LP. This is a $35 start. Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the book, inserts, etc. Gatefold jacket, Obi, $35 start. We sold a Paris album earlier. Here's another Paris album. This one's $19.99. That one's their self-titled album. Adam said he'd do $15 on the comp. Sell this to Adam Bernardi for $15. Sold. The Joy of Cooking, that's shrink-wrapped, $9.99. And Tim Scott, The High Lonesome Sound. Tim Scott, $14.99. Phil Keaggy, getting closer. Phil Keaggy is $19.99. Herbie Mann, Turtle Bay. Herbie Mann, $9.99. Matt Lawson gets Paris for $14. That's sold to Matt Lawson. And we have Vibrations. Looks like a compilation. And this is a 1972 sampler from the United States Air Force. $29.99 for Vibrations. Football Centennial Edition. Wow. The National Collegiate Athletic Association. 20 favorite college marches, including NCAA champions. 1869 to 1969. Wow. Cool. Never seen that football record. $19.99 on that one. Danae got Herbie Mann. Adam Bernardi on Phil Keaggy for $12. Sell that to Adam Bernardi. And we have Little Walter, Chess Masters, Boss Blues Harmonica, $29.99. I got a question. Do you have on vinyl Isaac Hayes' Love Attack from 1988? Not to my knowledge, no. Of course, something like that could randomly appear at any second here, but to my knowledge, I don't know. Now, bear in mind, I know very little about what we have here because there's such a vast inventory, but not available for sale where I can show it to you, no. Paul Germina, My Kind of Place, that's $14.99. Little Walter is sold to Michael Butler for $25, and then Danae was next with the same offer. Manfred Mann's Nightingales and Bombers, $12.99 for Manfred Mann. Songs I Like by Dick Van Dyke. That is $19.99. That's Dick Van Dyke. Also, Rosie Flores, $14.99. There's something to do with this. She played with somebody or did something with somebody or did something with something important. I forgot on that one. $14.99 for Rosie. Railroad Sounds, Steam, and in Diesel. That's $14.99. Railroad Sounds. You put that on, and it will sound like the trains coming through your house. That's what exactly happens. And then we have a Thesaurus of Classic Jazz. This is a 1959. It's $29.99, okay? Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company. That's a buy it now for $35, and so is Grand Funk. Neither one of those got a bid, so they're buy it nows for $35 and $35. A classic Big Brother, Janis Joplin, and the Grand Funk. If anybody decides you want any of those, just let me know. Okay? That's my best train sounds. I could blow the air horn for real. It sounds kind of like a train. All right, so let's see what just happened. A lot of activity right there. Rosie 9 sold to Adam Bernardi. Railroad sold to Jason Forterat for $14.99. Big Brother sold to Thomas Hujar for $35. Adam Bernardi, you were second. And Railroad, Manfred Mann, VG cover, no condition notes on the vinyl. A tugboat. Well, we're getting there. They both pull stuff. Eagles and Staying Alive soundtrack. Here we go. We have Staying Alive. This is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. And when I say pristine, I mean like you could lay this down at Thanksgiving and serve food on it. There is the insert. There's the cover. Here is the Japanese pressing of the Eagles, the long run. This one has a little bit of wear right here. The vinyl's nice, as you would expect. A $35 start. The Eagles. There's that. There's that. There's a little bit of wear mark on the back. Classic. I seen an interview with Don Henley where he said, this is it. When they get done this year, they're truly done. If you hadn't seen them, this is your last chance. Only one of the most successful groups of all time. Manfred Mann is sold to Mark Weiss for $9. They have now the best-selling album, 40 times platinum, Eagles' Greatest Hits. 40 times platinum. Wow. Certified. Wham is $35. Careless Whisper, Shrink Wrap Obi Hop Sticker, $35 on that one. Okay, we're not done with this crate. Chad's going to touch his toes right quick. There we go. Good hamstring stretch. Okay. Now, Mark Chesler says, Chad, on the Staying Alive Japanese album, where was it pressed? When was it pressed? Who was the first person to own it? What type of turntable was it used on? How many yen did it cost? And do you really use it as a coaster? Okay, I'll answer those questions in just a second. We have the Who Are You? $19.99. MCA inner sleeve. Who Are You? Who? White Witch. $26.99. Capricorn Records. Well, these are usually like really worn out. $26.99 on White Witch. $26.99 on that. Stray Cats Built for Speed. Stray Cats, $24.99. I do know this. They made this record on a Thursday. I can tell you that for sure. Without a doubt, this was made on a Thursday. If that helps you make your decision to bid on it or not. It was definitely made on a Thursday in Japan. It was a Thursday in Japan. Supertramp Breakfast in America, a classic. This is $19.99. This is Gone Hollywood, The Logical Song, Goodbye Stranger, Breakfast in America, Oh Darling, Take the Long Way Home. Wow, so many great songs on there. $19.99. How much was the Who? Also $19.99. Right now we're in a really clean selection of stuff here. Styx Cornerstone, $19.99 for Styx. And we have ZZ Top's first album, a 1971 Canadian press, $44.99. Look at that label. A Red London. That's interesting. Made in Canada. $44.99. A 71. That should be the first year for this. UB40, Jeffrey Morgan. UB40, $24.99. And Trapeze, You Are the Music, We're Just the Band. Trapeze is $24.99. Okay, if anybody wants the Eagles, it's a $35 buy it now. If anybody wants Staying Alive, it is a $35 buy it now. Those are buy it nows for $35 and $35, okay? $35 and $35. The Eagles, the long run, a buy it now for $35. Da dun 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 da 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 dun 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 dun. And Staying Alive is sold to Adam Minardi for $25. Okay, now there's a couple offers. I'll do 17 on Supertramp. It should be a little bit more of an easier sell than that, but it is pretty late going through new arrivals. But I'll do it for 17. It is a U.S. Original Super Clean. I'll go ahead and do the 20 on White Witch. I'll go ahead and, even though that was unusually nice compared to most. Let me start a new crate, though, before I pull Super Tramp and then White Witch. All right, do this right over here. Yeah, the top 4 best-selling artists of all time should be Michael Jackson, Elvis, the Beatles, and Eagles. They should be the top 4. And then I guess number 5 goes to I don't know who's 5. Those are definitely the top first 4. Elvis, Beatles, Eagles, and MJ. Garth. I was about to say Garth, even though I hate to say that because I think it's fake. I think he's manipulated numbers. White Witch is at 20 of TSO Houston. And then over here, Eagles is sold for 25 to Willard Dunham. And so we have a pending for 17 on Supertramp. Super nice copy. And the original inner sleeve. It's got a couple scuffs on it. I'll do it for 15. I'll do it for 15 if you want that. It's more of the EX side than EX Plus. Okay, and Stray Cats, Thomas Schwartz. Stray Cats, Built for Speed, no condition notes, $24.99. No condition notes, $24.99. George Thorogood, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, $19.99. George Thorogood, $19.99. Them featuring Van Morrison, $29.99 for Them featuring Van Morrison. Gloria, Here Comes the Night. That is a really cool record. It's obviously a reissue, but a yellow Decca label. That's great early Van Morrison, $29.99. James Taylor, Walking Man. James Taylor, $19.99. Walking Man. John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic, Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Will Smithson Does Take Supertramp for $15. Pete Townsend, White City for $14.99. And then Sinatra and Herb Alpert. Herb Alpert and Sinatra, $14 and $14. Other honorable mention, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin. Those are the 2. AC/DC. They've all multi-platinum. There's just a few bands where almost every one of their albums are platinum. You know, the Beatles, Zeppelin, Fleetwood Mac is up there. Post Buckingham Nicks era. After Buckingham Nicks. Those are some of the top 10 of all time. For sure. Pink Floyd, Zeppelin, AC/DC, Beatles, Eagles, Elvis, MJ, Garth Brooks. Thing about like modern artists is they're not gonna make these lists like Taylor Swift because people don't buy. There's not enough physical media. So, oh gosh. And a lot of Elvis's wasn't scanned. It was before the RIAA. All those 45s and 78s that he sold. From when did the RIAA started certifying that? So that's where I think Elvis sold a lot more than even they can track because he was pre-RIAA. He was pre, and like people like Sinatra too. Yeah, they were pre-RIAA. Plus, they were selling stuff when a lot less people were alive. There's a lot less people alive in the 50s and 60s than the 80s and 90s. So, okay. Laura's working on marking another crate. What I'm going to do, I'm going to read what's left in here. Let me put up some more Japanese stuff. And first thing I have here is a Miles Davis Japanese. 1958 Miles Davis. 1958 Miles Davis, a $35 start. $35 start, insert, and cover. The best I can do on Stray Cats. I'll do 18 on it if you want it. And I'm going to read through these. If y'all need a price on anything, let me know. Them is sold to Samuel Kopech for 25. Yeah, think about these certifications. There's two things people don't account for. One, before they started certifying it, pre-RIAA scanned sales, because a lot of that didn't get into like the 80s. They started like doing the registered, they could scan stuff and track it better. And number two, think about pre-owned copies. There was somebody that shared that thing about the Eagles. And I was like, yeah, it sold 40 million new copies that they've been able to track. Think about pre-owned. How many Eagles Greatest Hits has Colecco sold? In the last 5 years, I've sold hundreds of them, maybe thousands. I don't know, but we've sold a bunch of them. Now, think every pre-owned copy that's sold since 1975 around the world, it's probably sold 100 million times if you count the same pre-owned copy over and over and over. Like one of these Eagles Greatest Hits we might get that are used, it might have been the 9th time that's been sold. It might have been sold in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2010s, and then we're selling it again in the same copy. So if you think about that, like Dark Side of the Moon and a lot of these albums that the resale value is very high and the resale popularity, some of those same albums might have sold 10 or 12 times, and of course there's no way to track it. Just like an Elvis 45 or a Beatles album. So, I mean, it's amazing to know how much maybe that same record has been purchased. Because the first person who might have bought it died or got rid of it, and then another person's bought it, but they don't have a record of that. There's no way to track it. So, they're talking about brand new shipped items, new from distribution. So, yeah, I think some of those can be way up there. I bet the Eagles' Greatest Hits has sold 100 million times. Because if it sold new 40 million, I bet pre-owned it has sold 60 million. Same thing for Dark Side of the Moon. We've sold 2 tonight, haven't we? We have Satchmo the Great featuring Louis Armstrong and the E.R. Murrow with L. Bernstein. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Louis Armstrong, $35 start. Okay? And then we had a couple questions. First is Stray Cats. I told Thomas 18. We sold them. Miles Davis 35. And then condition on Herb Alpert. It looked pretty nice, actually. This is $14.99. What Now, My Love? Super clean copy. And then I'm going to show some new vinyl that came in earlier tonight. Miles Davis is called 1958 Miles. 1958 Miles. It is a Japanese, just no obi. And then there's Louis Armstrong. Okay? And I'm just going to read these titles. If you want a price, let me know. There's Herb Alpert, of course. And then Phil Keaggy, Play Through Me. T-Bone Burnett. Multiple Flash, Pete Carr. Gamelan. Tangerine Dream, Tangram. Bill Black is back. Bill Black's combo. Captain and Tennille come in from the rain. Trapeze with Glenn Hughes. Frank Sinatra all the way. Yeah, like this album's what? Like early, mid-60s? Let me see the label. Yeah, this is like early 60s, mid-60s. More so early mid-60s. And, there's probably no actual certification of that ever being sold new, I wouldn't think. So, and he sold a lot of records. I mean, he started back on 78s and 10 inches, and he's still one of the top new I mean, I think his Greatest Hits album is on page 1 of the bestsellers. So he's been making music since when? 47? Mid-40s, Frank Sinatra. Stray Cats, this is sold to Thomas Schwartz for $18. But Miles Davis is near mint minus, and Danae has it for $35. And then Louis a $35 start. Brian Auger, Julie Driscoll, Ben Serran, Graham Nash and David Crosby, David Bromberg. Herb Alpert is still available. Whoever asked about it, Brian Ligon asked about it. Tim Scott, Vibrations, Football Centennial Edition, Paul Jeremiah, Songs I Like, Dick Van Dyke, Thesaurus of Classic Jazz, The Who, Styx, ZZ Top, UB40, Trapeze, George Thorogood, James Taylor, Traffic, Pete Townsend, and Frank Sinatra, The Nearness of You. Price on Herb Albert. It was $14.99. Beep, bop, 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 ba da da da. Beautiful vinyl. A&M inner sleeve. A&M Records was owned by Herb Albert. Hey, Fred Goodwin collection. Fred Goodwin, June 23rd, 1966. It's a Fred Goodwin record. Both Sinatras sold to Nick Serenjenko. I listened to Sinatra the other night. Like 2 albums. I like it. You know, when I don't want to be when I don't want to be like blasting my ears out with like Megadeth or Metallica. Okay. We have Herb Albert, and this sold to Adam Bernardi for $9. Danae, you get Miles Davis, and if anybody wants Louis Armstrong, it's a buy it now for $35. It's a buy it now for $35. Let's put this in a sleeve. Beck LP earlier tonight. No, somebody was asking, did we order the new Beck? And that's another prime example of me missing probably a pretty big pre-order and we didn't post it. And I have some people on a waiting list, or at least one person. And if you didn't hear me earlier, we got hopefully somebody starting new Thursday that's pretty much going to be heading up our division of new vinyl, where we have every day there's a guaranteed delivery here of plenty of stuff. I'm going to try to make an investment in inventory where we have stuff constantly in stock all the time. And if it's not being shown here, it's on our website. And, you know, we just are constantly, we can show whatever and have whatever and not miss any pre-orders and keep new releases in stock. Was there one more thing? ZZ Top was a 1971 Canadian Red London label. Extremely nice, $44.99. 71 Canadian. All right, and we're moving on. So, it's that time of the night. I haven't played cleanup, and for about the last 4 hours, we've been showing new records, whether they be pre-owned or new. That's what we've been doing for the last 4 hours, pretty much, maybe 4.5 even. So before I put up another single auction, before I do anything, let me try to work on a little bit of condensing over here, which means I take crates and I put them together so we can save space and time. And there's everything new that came in tonight. There was one crate, and here's another. And while we're waiting some more new arrivals, I'm going to show you more new stuff, specifically new. And here's this. And here's this. And here it is. Okay. And I'm going to show some of these right here. Time to switch gears. Time to do this. And yeah. And hopefully I don't convince myself I need to stop early and go home and go to sleep. Whew. I could use it. I'm kind of a refresher. Oh gosh. Head spinning almost. This is a great Japanese pressing. This is a great Japanese pressing. Queen is a $45 start, okay? Queen is the self-titled Japanese pressing, their debut album with Obi, a $45 start. I offered $6.99 for UB40. I did see that, and I ignored it because this record's marked $24.99. So, Willard, I'm going to have to get you out of a bad habit. If you start offering $6.99 for any record, I'm probably going to have to just overlook it, especially when it's marked $35 and $25, okay? That's usually the ones I just overlook. That means I'm passing. So, there'll be never a time a $24.99 record I take $6.99 for it. But if you make a much more reasonable offer, we'll get together on the price, okay? We'll be much more willing to make a deal. ZZ Top 34. I'll say ZZ Top for 38. $38. Queen's a $45 start. Now, we have Queen up for bid. And then I have another Japanese pressing for another record I don't think I've seen too often. This is Blue Oyster Cult Revolution by Night. Blue Oyster Cult is a $45 start. Revolution by Night, near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. This is Shrink and Obi, a $45 start. I missed the original price. Okay, no problem. I thought you were just trying to get into a rhythm of offering $6.99 for everything in the crate, which it seems like has happened the last 9 records. But no, I will do $18 on that if you want it. $18 on that one. Okay, Luke Mitchell gets ZZ Top for $38. This is so to Luke Mitchell. You were getting that GMB syndrome. He wants to, GMB wants everything to be $6.99. And, you know, I mean, I can do that. If y'all want me to do that, I'll do that for about 2 weeks straight. And then I'll have to shut down and go out of business. And then there won't be any more Coletco. I can, for about 2 weeks straight, maybe a month, we can plow through everything we own at $6.99. And then I'll probably look at the numbers and make a decision that we're going bankrupt. And then I'll just go out of business and there won't be any more Coletco. So, Jim B, that's up to you. No more Coletco or $6.99 or $6.99 records. I mean, we can plow through it one big run and we'll just close out and we'll just shut our doors and that'll be it. So 45 on Queen and 45 for BOC. Those are starting bids. Jim B thinks this is a resale warehouse. He does. He thinks I'm a wholesaler. He thinks I'm a wholesaler. There's very little wholesaling going on around here, okay? Very little wholesaling. You need to go to somewhere else. I'm asking you to leave, okay? We have Roger Waters, The Wall. Roger Waters is a triple LP, $59.99. Roger Waters, The Wall, $59. Jim, this is me asking you kindly to leave. Roger Waters, The Wall. It's a triple LP, $59.99. That is a 3 LP. That's Roger Waters, Pink Floyd doing The Wall, $59.99. Also, Prince, Musicology. Prince is on purple vinyl, $36.99. This is a 2 LP. Prince is on purple vinyl, $36.99. Sting, 10 Summoner's Tales. Sting is $33.99. Sting is $33.99. The Pink Panther, Henry Mancini, $24.99. A 50th anniversary on pink vinyl. Pink Panther is $24.99. We have King's X Ear Candy, a limited edition of 1,500 on purple colored vinyl. King's X is $39.99. That's a gatefold purple vinyl. Roger Waters Live, Chaos FM 1987. This is Quebec City, $29.99 for Roger Waters. And we have Roger Waters 1987, $29.99. So I got 2 of those. Once he got busy, go work for Jim B's company. Well, he would go out of business if we went out of business, because the way I understand, he works on living off of Coletco's mishaps. Okay, he's what we call a leech. He's a leech. We have Prince, the Versace Experience, $29.99. I love that Jim B just allows me to like talk bad about him all night, and he still is okay with it. This is Revolution by Night. It's a Japanese pressing and Shrink with Obi, and this is a $45 start, Revolution by Night. Also, we have Roger Waters, Us and Them. That's another Roger Waters, a triple LP, $74.99. If you ever hear me say this is sold to Jim B, then it was officially at a wholesale price. He probably just purchased something cheaper than what anybody else on earth is able to purchase it for. No questions asked. So if you ever hear me say, this is sold to Jim B, then everybody else just screwed up. Everybody just made a major mistake. Everybody just made a huge mistake. So don't let you be a victim of that. Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things, $39.99. Mancini. No Henry Mancini in this crate. I do have those Stranger Things Season 3, $36.99 for Stranger Things. It's a 2 LP. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. Alice in Chains is $39.99. Slayer, Christ Illusion, $33.99 for Slayer. And Melvin's Houdini. Melvin's Houdini, $39.99. That's a music on vinyl, gatefold jacket, $39.99. Also, Dixie Chicks, $29.99. Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces. DJ Jazzy Jeff, he's the DJ, I'm the rapper. The Fresh Prince, $33.99. And Life is Too Short, $29.99. Yeah, Jason even gave Jim B $50 to relinquish a record. See, he loves this place. This is why he watches 8 hours a night. He can't get enough of it, right, Jim B? Oh, you wanted Henry Mancini. Ah, yes, the Pink Panther. My bad. That threw me off. I usually don't see it claimed like that. Thank you. Yes, obviously, the Pink Panther. Yes. What classifies as wholesale? When you can buy something, resell it, and make a profit off of it. And then you've officially bought it wholesale. Queen is a no bid, $45, and BOC's a buy it now for $45. 45 and 45. 45 and 45. Who gets more crap from Chad, Seth or Jim B? Probably Jim B. If Seth got on here and talked on the chat, oh, it'd be bad. That's why he stays off. That's why he's off. That's why he's never. Seth knows better to get on here and comment. He knows better than that. He knows better than that. Okay. Queen. So Adam said 70 for both. I can't do that because someone has claimed Queen as sticker. I'll do 40. I'll do 85 for both because Queen's going to sell for at least 45. And then over here, we have Revolution by Night for 40. So I'd do 85 for both. You still have dibs, but it'd be 45 and 40. Okay? And he said, you got it. All right, so he had dibs. So these are sold to Adam Bernardi for 45 and 40. Okay? And then over here, Laura just delivered a crate. Let's go through that one. It's new arrivals. And let's see what else is going on over here. Can't tell if Jim B's your best friend, legit roasting him. Oh, a little bit of both. A little bit of both. What year is Musicology? That's a good question. Let's see if it says on the back. If not, I can scan it. 2019, maybe. Jim B is a mystery person. I barely know where he lives. I don't even know his last name. I know he buys a lot of stuff. He does buy a lot of stuff, but when he does, it makes my stomach hurt. I'm like, oh no. Probably the 2019. Probably 2019. Yeah. I'm going to say it could be the 2022, but that would make it, I don't know. That's tough. When you scan it, that's what it comes up with. Those four there. Okay. Let me have Us and Them. That's a good one. This is sold to Jason Fortner app. Okay. So, Too Short, DJ Jazzy and Will Smith, the Fresh Prince, Dixie Chicks, Melvin, Slayer, Alice in Chains, Stranger Things, Dave Matthews, Prince, Roger Waters, King's X, Sting, Musicology, Prince, of course, and Roger Waters. All right. The princes that are left were any Megadeth reissues. None that I don't know by Friday what could come in, but tonight we did get some in tonight, but none of the new ones. Versace is 29. Versace is 29. Musicology. This was the first time this ever came out on vinyl. Musicology, this was the first time it was ever on vinyl. Now it says that, but it was made in 2019 and 22. So which one is the really first time? But no, this was never made on vinyl originally. Neither was the Versace Experience, right? Yeah, first time on vinyl. This came out in 1995, also the first time on vinyl. That Roger Waters you just bought was 74. The other one that's in here is 59. Us and them's a little bit more pricier. Yeah, since this is all brand new stuff, it probably is the repress. But there wasn't many listed on Discogs, it looks like. So I've been scrolling through the print. There's so many Prince records in print. There's a lot of Prince in print. And I try not to order a bunch at once. So if you've noticed, I ordered several, and then we did wait list. Now, this week, I've got new ones coming in. And, you know, we're on a rotation. Because if I order all 78 of them in stock one week, it would be like Megadeth, and it would be a catastrophic, whatever I just said, disaster. All right, let's see what Laura's got us here. It looks like a solid crate of vinyl. I'm very excited. And we're going to start showing stuff right now. When? Right now. Let's do it. These are all sticker price. No more, no less. Hope everybody's ready. Okay? No more, no less. I'll make sure Adam Bernardi doesn't want Prince, or whoever asked. Patrick asked, right? Patrick, if you pass, I'm going to sell to James Handy. He wants both of them. Yeah, you got the more expensive one, $74.99. The soundtrack to the film. That's yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. So James Handy, I got you for both prints. I never want to be a lover. Only want to be some kind of friend. Yeah. All right. So, before we get started with this crate, the only no bids tonight is Louis Armstrong for 35, Wham for 35, Grand Funk for 35, Alcatraz for 35, and Rage Against the Machine for 35. That's the only no bids tonight. And all those were Japanese near mint minus except for the Rage, okay? I've got Screaming Trees we're going to put up for auction, and I got Stone Temple Pilots we're going to put up for auction to start off this Laura crate. I have Screaming Trees, Weird Things Happening, a 2024 Record Store Day numbered on maroon colored vinyl sealed, $25 start on Screaming Trees, and Stone Temple Pilots, self-titled, a 2018 Euro OG Rhino, sealed, $25 start on that. $25 start on those. Okay. The Rush albums, 89 to 96, Presto, Roll the Bones, Counterparts, and Test for Echo. Sealed, $299.99. The 2024 box set, 4 albums, 1 box set, $299.99 on Rush. The Monkees, Good Times, $19.99. The Monkees, Good Times, $19.99. Matthew Hendon has Stone Temple Pilots at $25. I have In Keep It of Secrets and Silent Earth 3. That's Coheed and Cabria. Sealed for $39.99. A Record Store Day Essential on lavender colored vinyl. And there is a note from Laura. Laura loves Coheed and Cabria. A 4-heart rating. $39.99. So Screaming Trees has a bid for 25 with Anthony Correa. And then Matthew Hendon has STP for 25. Debbie Winstead gets the Monkeys. That's so to Debbie Winstead. We have Dead Boys, Young, Loud, and Snotty. Dead Boys is a 2009. That's $24.99 for the Dead Boys. And we have Paul McCartney's Flamin' Pie, a 2022 LP, McCartney, $27.99, Flamin' Pie. These are brand new records that Laura just marked. Sticker price, no more, no less. Yes. Gerald Whitworth, Alcatraz, sold to Gerald for $25. Next is Screaming Trees for $30. That's a new bid. And then Dead Boys is sold to Jason Fortenrat. Okay. Now, Anthony, you may have bid against yourself on Screaming Trees. Just FYI. Anthony, I think you're the first person at 25. Unless somebody's bid is hidden and I can't see it. Kristen starred on McCartney, and then James Handy was second on Macca. McCartney. My Chemical Romance. I brought you my bullets. You brought me your love. This is sealed for $24.99. Now Screaming Trees has a bid for $30. So I guess what happened here? Well, now Jason Fortenrat bid 30. So I guess technically, Jason, you might have, by definition, tied him now. I mean, I don't know. He bid 25 and 30, then you bid 30. How about one of y'all bid 31, and then we'll see what happens? That would be a good tiebreaker. I guess technically, Jason, you've tied Anthony, but he did outbid against himself. So I don't really think you're leading, but we'll see what happens. Balance and Composure, the things we think we're missing. That's on light pink vinyl, and that is sealed, $19.99. Now Screaming Trees is at $35. Jim B said, if I bid against myself, you take my bids. Absolutely. You better be more careful than that. You were bidding like a madman the other night. You don't even know what you bought. You were just bidding. I was like, golly, what's wrong with Jim B? He's throwing out crazy, unfathomable bids. Bolin Zip Gun. Mark Bolin of T-Rex on clear vinyl, $24.99. And then Stone Temple Pilots has sold just one bid to Matthew Hendon for $25. We have She and Him, Melt Away, a tribute to Brian Wilson. She and Him doing a tribute to Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. Orange vinyl, $19.99 for She and Him. Next auction is Creed, the best of Creed, with Arms Wide Open. This is a 2025 Craft sealed, the best of Creed, a $30 start. Chris Kirkley on She and Him. Brand new crate of new arrivals Laura just marked. Mark Bolan, Balance and Composure, My Chemical Romance still available. Also, we have Clips, Lord Willin'. Clips is on Emerald Green vinyl, $59.99. And boy, does Jim B wish that could be $6.99. He'd be foaming at the mouth. You'd have to put him in a straitjacket. $59.99 for Clips. David Crosby for free. It's not free. It's $17.99. Burgundy vinyl, $17.99. Final Call on Screaming Trees for $40 with Anthony Correa. Creed is sealed, a $30 start. The best of Creed. Jim B claims Clips. Wow, there you go. $59.99 unopened. See? Imagine if he could have got that for $6.99, which he isn't. This is $59.99, so did Jim B. I know what Jim B's after. Paul Weller, 22 Dreams. Paul Weller, $17.99. Folks, let's take a moment in time. Jim B just claimed something at full price. He just claimed something at full price. Oh boy. Remember this moment. Take a look in the mirror. Jot this down in your detective notebook. This is Mars Volta, right? Yes. Mars Volta, 1999. There's a note from Laura. Laura loves the Mars Volta. A 5-star rating. 5 heart rating. Wow, that's up there. That'd be like what I rank like Led Zeppelin. Screaming Trees is sold to Anthony Correa for $40. And then Creed, if anybody wants this, it's a buy it now for $30. Court is in session. The verdict is in. No appeal on the docket today. Next, Pink Floyd. Next, Motley Crue. Next, Metallica. Next, The Who. Next, Motley Crue. Motley Crue, a 2025 record store date limited edition single picture disc. Seth said he opened this just so he could put it in a MoFi sleeve. This was opened and put in a MoFi sleeve. Smoking in the boys' room and Home Sweet Home. I could flip this all day long and just hypnotize you. Motley Crue. Motley Crue. You will bid on Motley Crue. You will bid on Motley Crue. $45 start. You will bid on Motley Crue. The Story of The Who. That was Motley Crue. This is The Who. The Story of The Who is a 79 Japanese OG compilation with Insert and Obi. A 2 LP. Awesome there. Them blowing up that pinball machine. Gatefold. $55 start. $55 start. Okay. Here we go. Next. Graham Nash now. So we had David Crosby. There's Graham Nash. $12.99. House of Yes. Live from House of Blues. A 3 LP blue vinyl. Great price. $29.99. The Who has a bid for $55. No bid yet on Crue, but The Who has a bid for $55. Man, I wish I had a bottle of Mountain Dew. I'd go outside and look at the morning dew. That doesn't rhyme. Dang it. I was going to say dew on the grass. AC/DC red vinyl, $22.99. Ada Bernardi on Graham Nash. James Handy on Yes. Miniature Mustangs was next, which I think is Stephen A. Young. We have Andy Warhol, The Velvet Underground and Nico, a 2017 $27.99, $27.99, $27.99. The cover's a little janky on this one. And if you look up janky, it's going to say a little off. That's how they do it on Webster's, a little off. I think this jacket just doesn't need the record in it. Now it looks a lot better. I don't know what's going on over here, but we've sold 2 of these tonight. We sold one for $355. We've sold one for $39.99, and this one's $27.99. So the next one's probably going to be even cheaper. I know who this is. This is Ringo Starr, his newest album, 1999. Ringo Goes Country. It's called Look Up. All right, let's go ahead and sell The Who to Jason Forterat for $55. If anybody wants Motley Crue, it's a buy it now for $45. Smoking in the boys' room, Motley Crue, $45. Hoopy just said, what's Crue? Motley Crue is this 2025 limited edition picture disc. $45, near mint. It's in the plastic. If I get it back in the MoFi sleeve, Seth opened it just to put it in the MoFi. There's the plastic. And Hoopy, if that's a claim, it's sold to you for $45. Okay? And then James Handy on Ringo, then Kristen Starrett. Next, it looks like Monsters of Folk. Monsters of Folk is $19.99. 2 LP, Monsters of Folk, $19.99. Coheed and Cabria, we had this on auction the other night. It's on blue and blue vinyl, 2 LP blue, $29.99. And don't forget, Laura loves Coheed and Cabria. Okay, next auction. You know what we got? Y'all know what's about to happen. We got Johnny Cash. Yep, you heard right. We got Johnny Cash, and we got a Pink Floyd bootleg. Let's do it. Johnny Cash is an unofficial, Okay, so that's that. This unofficial is what's going on here? American Rarities, Heart of Gold. Okay, never mind. Wow, this is pretty cool. So the information Seth left me was a U.S. unofficial on apricot marble vinyl. Apricot marble vinyl. EX, a $75 start. Johnny Cash, American Rarities, Heart of Gold, a $75 start. So it is a bootleg. It's an unofficial, unpublished alternate version, slightly altered version from rare CD single, rare German 7-inch release, American outtake live in Montreux, American outtake with Tom Petty, American outtake with Red Hot Chili Peppers. Pretty cool here. Never seen that before. $75 start on Johnny Cash. And then Pink Floyd is live in Sapporo, which is Japan, 1972. It's an unofficial. It's either going to be on black or clear vinyl. No way to confirm unless you open it. $45 start on that. Okay, is that a special edition of the Best of Creed? This is Best of Creed, a 2025 USOG from Kraft, sealed. I don't see anything that says special edition on that one. Moving on, Devo, Duty Now for the Future. Duty is $17.99. That's on plumish colored vinyl. Magenta, I think they called that one magenta. I remember the hop sticker. $17.99 on Devo. Pink Floyd has a bid with Edwin for $45. Pearl Jam 10. We're talking about Once Even Flow, Alive White, Black White Go Journey release. You know, this amazing Pearl Jam album. $17.99 for that. $17.99 for Pearl Jam. Mudhoney, Plastic Eternity. Mudhoney, $24.99. Sub Pop Loser Edition. Jason Fornerat on Pearl Jam. Jim B was second. Dang. What just happened there? And then Daniel Boone. Dang, Jim B. Gosh, holy moly. Then Matthew Hendon. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds, 180 gram, 2016, $24.99 for the Beach Boys Pet Sounds. Also, what do we have here? Tropical FUK Storm, King Gizzard Lizard Wizard, Satanic Slumber Party. This is $24.99, King Gizzard Lizard Wizard, and Tropical Blank Storm, a 12-inch single, $24.99. And Matthew Hendon on Pet Sounds. Final Call on Pink Floyd. This is Ogden's Nut Gone Flake, a deluxe 50th anniversary stereo edition. A 2018, $29.99 for that. BMG, interesting. Good stuff there. Mark Lent on Mudhoney, that's sold to Mark Lent. Disraeli Gears, a classic album, just $17.99. It's getting near dawn. Dun, 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 dun. Strange brew, kill what's inside. Summer. She wants Ogden's Nut Gone. That's sold to Debbie Winston. Deftones Ohms. Go Vinyl with a note from Laura. Laura loves Deftones. Go Vinyl, $39.99. Pink Floyd 1972. They probably played Dark Side of the Moon and then a couple others. Yep. Breathe, On the Run, Time, Breathe, Great Gig, Money, Us and Them, Any Color, Brain Damage, Eclipse. That's, of course, Dark Side of the Moon. And then one of these days, I'm going to chop you into little pieces. Careful with that axe, Eugene. And then Echoes. So Dark Side of the Moon and 3 other tracks, including Echoes. Echoes probably takes up one side of a disc. Mark Stanley on the Deftones, and then Josh Brown. Cream was a 2008 reissue. 2008. 180 gram. Swallow Bar. Outside my window is a tree. Wow, 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 wow. His name is Aphrodite's. McCartney 3. McCartney is $19.99. Folks, we're talking about Paul McCartney 3, 1999. Big Star is a 2016, $24.99. And M. Ward, End of Amnesia. M. Ward is the him from She and Him, $19.99. No bid on Johnny Cash. It's a $75 buy it now. It's an unofficial. All kinds of rare and unreleased tracks on that one. So, Kristen, the bid on Pink Floyd right now is $45. And then you put Pink Floyd with no number. So that has not moved the needle. Edwin Blom still has it for $45. And Matthew Hendon has Big Star. So to Matthew Hendon. Okay? Let's browse through those again. Second read through. Half the crate's gone. I would love to sell the other crate. Kristen has tied Edwin Blom on Pink Floyd. The needle still has not been moved. I need more than 45. Now he's at 46. Now we've made some progress. Edwin Blom, you have been officially outbid. Now Mark Lent is in at 49. I could easily see this record going to $200 now. So everybody buckle up. Tighten up your bootstraps. We're going to be in for a long ride on this Pink Floyd record. Hope everybody's ready. If not, you probably should go ahead and prepare yourself. I would start breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth. Like that over and over, because what we're about to go through is going to give a lot of people an anxiety attack. It's going to freak a lot of people out. So I hope you're ready. This is the Rush albums, 89 to 96. This is a 2024, 4 albums across 6 LPs, $299.99. What did I just say? $299. For some reason, that one has demanded a lot of money. We had a couple the other day. When I say the other day, November, that seems like the other day, but it's been 4 months ago now. We had a couple, and I told everybody they was in stock, and they just, poof, got grabbed up. So that's the only one I'm aware of right there, which we just got in a collection. Pink Floyd's at $75. It's up to Mark Lent and Kristen Starrett. Jason Fornerat's at $75. Coheed and Cambria, In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3. Coheed and Cambria is sealed for $39.99. My Chemical Romance, I Brought You My Bullets, You Brought Me Your Love. That's sealed for $24.99. Balance and Composure, The Things We Think We're Missing, on light pink colored vinyl, sealed $19.99. Mark Bolan Zip Gun, clear vinyl, a 2020 press, $24.99 on Mark Bolan. David Crosby for free. That's on this pinkish, that's not pink, purplish looking vinyl, $17.99. Pink Floyd's at $75. I'm going to make sure Kristen and Mark Lent say out. If they don't, I'm assuming they just cut off their device and went to bed instead. Next in here was Paul Weller, 22 Dreams, $17.99 for Paul Weller. Mars Volta was $19.99. Laura loves the Mars Volta. Now Pink Floyd's at $53. The bid's already at $75. AC/DC's on red vinyl for $22.99. Also, Velvet Underground and Nico, a 2017, $27.99 on that one. Monsters of Folk, $19.99 Monsters of Folk. Coheed and Cambria, $29.99. Devo Duty, now $17.99. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Tropical FUCK Storm, $24.99. Cream Disraeli Gears, $17.99. McCartney is $19.99. Evil Riddle 76 on AC/DC, sold to Evil Riddle. And M. Ward, which is the him from She and Him, $19.99. All is quiet on New Year's Day. World and Wyatt give such a way. I wanna be with you, night and day. Pink Floyd has a new bid. Jason Ford and Red South. I think Kristen Start went to bed. So this is sold for $79 to Mark Lent. Done. Okay. Now, let's go through another crate. I'm going to show the stuff you may have not seen from a moment ago, from earlier tonight. So let me grab that right quick. Let me put this on top of this. Next time you see these, it may be in the 6 a.m. video. It might be just to show them again tomorrow, like during prime time. And if this was probably shown earlier, probably wouldn't be much left. So if you do want something there, I would highly recommend grabbing it now. Let me show these right quick because there is some very popular stuff in here. And Nightly Nonsense. You've already missed that, actually. You missed that earlier. You wasn't on. I have first this Otis Redding The Soul album, which is a new mono analog remaster, $38.99 on that. Ozzy Osbourne, Gods of Rock and Roll with Billy Morrison, a picture disc, $24.99. Megadeth United Abominations, $36.99. So that is one of the Megadeths that's in stock, United Abominations. Nirvana Bleach, their first album, their debut, a remaster from Sub Pop, $24.99. This is a new release for this week. This is Highway of Diamonds, Black America Sings Bob Dylan. And this is a 2 LP, all Bob Dylan songs covered by like Harry Belafonte, Nina Simone, the Staple Singers. So some of these, are older recordings. Obviously, like Harry Belafonte was probably done, I just seen that. Yeah, 1969. So it's nothing new. It's just they've took all of a lot of classic Bob Dylan songs by classic black artists, and they've compiled it all here. $39.99. So that sounds pretty interesting. 3 of those are left. Here's the other mono remaster that came in this week. For this week, Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart, $38.99 for that. Deicide was $39.99. And somebody help me with that name. Incinerate him. Incinerate him, but it's got play on words. Incinerate him. Yeah, incinerate him. Just they spell it him like a song. Alice in Chains Dirt. That's a 2 LP. $36.99 for Alice in Chains Dirt. $36.99. A 2 LP remaster. And then Slayer. And I still have all 10 copies. Sounds like I need to post a pre-order. This is called Lost and Found Radio Broadcast. Slayer. And unfortunately, I think some of these got dinged. So let me sort them right quick. I think some of these got dinged. That's a little dinged. That one's slightly dinged. That one's okay. That one's okay. That one's definitely dinged. That one's dinged. That one's dinged. Depends on how they crisscrossed them. Yeah, I better look at them more closely. I'm going to put them over here so I don't forget. But I think there is, if somebody does want one, there's at least a couple in here that are okay. But I can tell you, the shrink is really tight, and it's almost caused, some pretty bad stress on the jacket. Yeah, I don't see any perfect ones. I might have to send those back because, I don't want anybody getting something new like that and it be not perfect. I think I got one decent one right here, Anthony or Tony. This is the only one that looks perfect. So I'll go ahead and say this one. And what this is one of those series they're doing. They're taking live Las Vegas 1999 to be exact. Las Vegas 1999. And that is $29.99. So that's what's going on there. Slayer. Yeah, Lost and Found. Okay. Also, we had the Gothic Roots of Sisters of Mercy. So this is another live, and this actually says 1984, 1985. That one's $29.99. KMFDM Enemy. That is a 2 LP, $39.99. Destruction, Live Without Sense. Live Without Sense. Destruction, $36.99. Destruction, Infernal Overkill, $36.99. Jason Fornerat on the Gothic Roots, Sisters of Mercy. Alice in Chains, Highlighter Yellow Vinyl, $39.99. Self-titled Tripod 3-Legged Dog. The Cult Pure Singles. The Cult's a 2 LP, $38.99. Destruction, $36.99. Bone Colored Vinyl. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, $33. And then Cinderella Music on Vinyl Press for $38. If you want a Corner Ding Slayer, I'll do them for $24. Corner Ding Slayer for $24. Okay. 1 second. All right, then Anthony Riddle on Alice in Chains. And this sold to Evil Riddle 76. Thank you on that one. And sorry. Cinderella was $38.99. That's a Music on Vinyl Press of Long Cold Winter. Metal Trooper. Now, do you want me to get you a nice Slayer and try to find one more in here? Or do you want a Corner Ding for $24? I think this one, I mean, it's just a little bit. No, that's just the way the shrink wrap is wrapped. I think this one's okay. Evil Riddle wanted, he wanted a tripod. Okay. Let's put that back there. He wants a tripod. There's that. So Victor wants a corner bump. All right, give Victor a corner bump. They're hard to see if they're not up close. I mean, they're not like too bad at all, that one. So that is sold. I mean, it's just light. That's probably the best looking one. $24.99. That's sold to Victor Guerra. And I think that one's going to pass. Yeah, that one will pass. All right, so corner bump. Sell this to Metal Trooper for $24.99. Johnny Cash is sold to Kristen Starr for $60. Daniel Boone wants a Slayer for $24. I give him this one right here for $24 and a Cinderella. All right, that's done and done. So, yeah, there's 3 corner bumps left for $24. And there's 3 that are, I think, nice, unless there's something I can't see for $29. Okay? So we got 6 left. I'll put them back in here. I'll show them in the morning. Okay, so Slayer, 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 Slayer. Iron Maiden, Destruction, The Cult, Alice in Chains, Destruction, Destruction. We had KMFDM, Alice in Chains, Deicide, Otis Redding, Highway of Diamonds, Black America Sings Bob Dylan, Nirvana, Megadeth, Ozzy, and Otis Redding. Okay? And I've got another crate to go through. Metal Trooper is Red Cave Collections. Yes. Metal Trooper is Red Cave Collections. Thank you for that reminder. That always helps the tagging department. It helps me, but also the most important part, the people actually writing down the names here, okay? Here's what's next. We have Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. Megadeth is $39.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Metallica Load, $44.99. That's that newest remaster. Metallica Load, $44.99. 2LP Gatefold Remaster. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, $29.99. Brian Frenfrock wants a Slayer for $24. All right. Let me get you one of these from the back here. Yep. $24.99. This is sold to Brian Frenfrock. $24.99. All right. The Fray, How to Save a Life. The Fray is $29.99. The Forrest Gump soundtrack, 32 tracks. Amazing compilation of music. $32.99 for Forrest Gump. Also, Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. White and Whiskey Brown Marble Vinyl. Pantera, $29.99. Metallica, Marcus Core Heroes, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Blackened, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Welcome Home Sanitarium, Leper Messiah, Harvester of Sorrow, Eye of Beholder, To Live is to Die, Master Puppets 1, Seek and Destroy, and Justice for All, Creep and Death. And then the second volume finishes up the show. Fade to Black, Battery, Last Caress, and My Evil Whiplash. That was the end of the show. A lot of songs, a lot of amazing track listing. And then there's an interview with Lars and James, and then the performance of one at the Grammys, and then another interview. So 2 interviews, a Grammy performance, and a whole concert. It comes in 2 volumes, $44.99 each. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. That's a 2LP, $33 on that one. And we have Metallica, Damage in Japan, Nagoya broadcast, 1986 Metallica, $39.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $34.99 for Iron Maiden. That's Somewhere in Time. Deicide, The Stench of Redemption, $29 for Deicide. Alice in Chains Facelift, $38. Destruction, Mad Butcher for $36. Picture disc numbered. I've still got 2 of those. Number of the Beast is $29. Power Slave, $29. Led Zeppelin Coda, $38. The Ramones is $29. Deicide is $29. And Zach Sabbath Vertigo is $29. So Zach Sabbath is on purple vinyl. We got Deicide, Scars of the Crucifix. Ramones is a new Rhino, Black Ice. Zeppelin Coda, Iron Maiden Power Slave, Number of the Beast, Mad Butcher by Destruction, Alice in Chains Facelift, Deicide, Iron Maiden, Metallica, 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 Pantera, Forrest Gump, The Fray, Meatloaf, Metallica, Megadeth, Megadeth. How to Save a Life. Dude. How to Save a Life. Wop bom boo da bom 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 tutti fruity. Oh, Rudy. And then this is the stuff we went through right before we started Laura's Crate, which I'm going to put right in here. And then I'm going to put these other ones in here. Okay. Now, let me give you a status update. 12:05. Last night, the feed ended abruptly at 12:11 because we had an internet outage. I might end the feed abruptly tonight out of my own volition for 2 reasons. I know I talk a lot about me not having slept. It's truly hit me hard tonight. I mean, hard. The point where I'm probably about to film these couple videos for the morning and go home and go to bed. Rarely do that, but it's hit me majorly hard tonight. So last night, there was an internet connection problem. They had a scheduled outage where they was doing maintenance. So it just cut off automatically. And of course, it's really hard to get a hold of y'all. I posted on Facebook. I posted on Instagram. I posted on YouTube. But it's hard to get that word out to everybody. So I'm sure some people didn't know what was going on. So what I'll do is I'm going to open up kind of request, or we'll go through no bids. And if not, I need to end the sale. I need to eat and go to bed because 2 things. I need a reset. And tomorrow I've got to be full energy. And I got to be that way for the rest of the week. I've probably been 20% tonight. It's been a very successful sale, as usual. Very successful sale. But I've been at 20%. Hopefully no one's noticed. Hopefully I have appeared to be normal, but I'm about at 20%. And I like to be at 100 when I'm doing these sales. So I'm probably about to sign off. About the only thing we could do is go through a couple Vintage Crates best offer. I think we can save those for another night. I've gone through all of John's new arrivals. I've went through new vinyl twice, and we've went through the crate that Laura marked. And we have all year, we have all week, we have all year, all month, and we have all year. So we have plenty of time to sell. So yeah, I'm it's almost like my head's almost hurting. Even machine needs maintenance, that's right. So Creed, the best of, $30 on Creed. Here's the no bids. Creed, the best of, $30. Louis Armstrong is $35. Wham is $35. Grand Funk is $35. And Rage Against the Machine Live is $35. But yeah. I have troubles, like, so when my brain, it's just like, when I know there's a lot of stuff going on here at the store, like just, there's mistakes on invoices, and people's messaging me and we're trying to find stuff. I'm just like, my head is like, oh. And then I'm trying to text Ed and see, like, I sleep during the day when everything here at the store is going on. So I have to really disconnect myself. And when I come back, I'm live, and then I don't get to talk to anybody. So like, I have to stay up when people start waking up, and it's like almost a 24-hour job, which obviously humans can't operate like that. So when I got back from the dentist, I was up a lot later than normal, and all the stuff was coming in on my phone. This is why I tell y'all it's really hard for me to keep up with people, because there's this like all of the messages, and then it might even be family and just everything that's going on. And I'm trying to keep up with silver and buying stuff and stocks, and I'm laying on my couch, and it was 1:45, and I knew I had to wake up at 5, and I hadn't slept since the day before. So it's like 1:45, and I finally think I felt probably about 2 o'clock, and my alarm was set for 5. So, and I woke up naturally at 4:30, and I got here and started the show about 6:30. So that's what happens. Creed 25, was that the only offer on Creed? Creed 25, Jason Fornerat, sold. James Lavender got Rage for 35. Daniel, you were next. And Larry Gonzalez got Wham for 30. So it's a really bad feeling when you're still awake at almost 2 p.m. and you know you got to wake up at 5 p.m. and you hadn't slept since the day before. I'm like, golly. I was like, man, I've got to wake up in 3 hours, and then I got to go right into the Lions Den and start selling records. It's not like it's going to be an easy deal. So I'm like, gosh, I wish I could sleep for like 6 more hours. I want to get here. I love doing this, but I got to be rested. It's like I got to be sharp, I got to be sharp, or my head is it's so much to keep up with every night, Okay, so Louis, I'll do 25 on Louis. And the last one, Grand Funk, who wants it for 25? And that means everything's sold. There'll be no bids. Daniel, welcome as a new buyer. I'm sorry I'm ending early. Usually I'm here till 1, sometimes 2, or sometimes 3. Do you have Zach Sabbath Doom Forever? If not, put me on a wait list. Yeah, we had one tonight, and I sold it. So, and I think somebody's already on a wait list. So put down Red Cave Collections for Zach Sabbath Doom Forever, Forever Doomed. Forever Doomed, yeah. Chris and Stark gets Louis for 25. And who wants the last Japanese pressing? Grand Funk Live for $25. But, yeah. I've got to sleep and then wake up and order vinyl. I mean, that's another thing. It's like, I didn't order anything tonight. So, like, probably Thursday, there won't be as much here as there should be, because this is Wednesday. I can order from one distributor tonight and have new stuff here by Metal Night Thursday. Hopefully, there's quite a bit tomorrow. But, yeah, see, I've got to order. At some point, I've got to squeeze in 3 hours for ordering vinyl. So, that's where I really run out of time. It's like midnight now. If I do that till 3 and then go to bed, that's probably what I'll do. But if I went now until 2 and then try to order vinyl, then it starts being like 6 or 7 o'clock. And then time evaporates. You know, then it's like phone calls start coming in. We're taking care of the store stuff. Next thing I know, it's like 10 o'clock. And I'm like, gosh, I need to wake up at 3 to get here by 5. That's why the shows keep starting later and later. It's like, oh man, I can't start. There's no way I can start the show at 5. I'd be on 1 hour sleep. Grand Funk is so to Jason Fornerat for 25. So you work for yourself, so you don't have to work for anybody else. It's not an easy thing by no means. It's not an easy thing. It's not easy. But thank y'all for being great customers. I greatly appreciate it. We're off to a great start this week. We sold a ton last night. And yeah, I'm going to film the videos and schedule those. I've got 2 crates of new vinyl, plus probably do those 2 crates. I'll save the Laura stuff. And then I've got to make the vintage crate. It'll take me about a half hour to do all that. If I can leave here by 1 a.m., I'll be lucky. And I didn't eat before the sale, so I better find a snack. All right, thank y'all, and I'm officially signing off. I'm done. I'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully a lot earlier, and we can go a lot later. A lot earlier and a lot later. That would be ideal. Thank y'all, and good night. I'll see you tomorrow sometime between 5:30 and 6:30.